The left-leaning alliance.
Okay, welcome back. We're waiting for the 13 count, which involves the distribution of Gino Boyle's votes, and we hope to come to a conclusion here at the Sligo Leitrim count over the next couple of hours. Marion Harkin will be next elected here in Sligo Leitrim, followed by Mark McSherry, and the last seat, a battle between Eamon Scanlon of Fianna Fáil, the outgoing deputy, and Frank Feehan of Fine Gael. Jim McGarry is with us, former Sligo councillor, of course, former member of not only the Labour Party but Fine Gael as well. What, as a former councillor and general election candidate indeed, Jim McGarry, what are you making of what's happening here in Sligo Leitrim, first of all?
Well, I think first of all, from actually the election was called, it was always a very strange feeling, wasn't it, about this election, that something was going to surprise the electorate, and I think it's turned out that way, nationally and locally it's turned out that way. It was a very short campaign, but you always got that feeling that there was going to be something that was going to be thrown up in this election, which has happened,
Yeah, and when you were a local election candidate last, was it May or June, whenever the elections were, did you pick up any sense at that stage that there was
I remember
change afoot in general?
Yeah, a long time ago, in politics, I remember discussions taking place in relation to, a left wing, a proper left wing opposition to the right wing, centre right wing parties. And since then, this is, every election, general election in particular, it's getting closer and closer to that. The only thing that has happened really nationally in the left is that there's such a amount of left-wing or so-called left-wing parties and candidates that collectively they haven't got it together as an opposition to the main parties, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. But Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael are struggling nationally in general elections for the last number of years. The combined vote is less than 50%, and it's even dropped in this election. And that's a huge issue for politics in Ireland going forward.
I know it's something you've talked about before, the left getting it together as you describe it, but it hasn't happened before. So why should it, or why could it happen now?
Well, you see, there's such a proliferation of left candidates, as I said, and so-called left candidates as well, and independents. Like even now to form a government, it's next to impossible for them to get all those together and sing from the one hymn sheet and, agree a programme of government. But that's what the people are looking for. To me, they're looking for an opposition to Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael, and that's what they're voting for. And they're finding it difficult because there isn't a clear, left wing or left to, centre to the left party that they can actually comfortably feel that they can give their vote for and trust. All right, Sinn Féin has done very well in this election, and they are associated as a left-wing party. But if you look at their economic policies, it's not clear, is it really? And they haven't tested the water because they haven't been in government. But the electorate, as I said, are looking to have an alternative to Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael.
Okay, well, you were a left-wing candidate in the general election here in 2011, was it, or 7? I can't remember.
The general election candidate in 2007.
2007.
Yeah.
Have you any thoughts on the Labour Party and where they are today?
Well, I remember going. This is a true story. I remember going to Dublin at the time when Labour were in government the last time around, and I was absolutely fuming in relation to their performance in government at the time. And I remember going to see Brendan Howlin in one of the think tanks meetings, and I went up and I told him, that Brendan Howlin, what I actually felt in relation to the demise of the Labour Party at the time and why it was in decline. And I remember the answer I got at the time was that we'd be remembered from saving this country from bankruptcy, and I says we'd be remembered from actually destroying the Labour Party. And that's what has happened. Their performance in government hasn't been forgotten by the electorate. And over the last number of years, their vote has declined and declined and declined. And I think at the moment, is it 2 to 3 seats nationally they're going to get in this general election? Four seats in this general election. They're in real trouble. But again, people have seemed to. They've passed over the Labour Party. They're not thinking Labour Party anymore as an alternative. They're looking at other, as I said, combination of parties or independents as left candidates.
So from a national point of view, how do you see any prospect of a government being formed, or what's going to be the makeup of that government?
Well, I think it's going to be difficult, but I think in the last 10 years or whatever, you've seen Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael in government. You know, the last government was a Fine Gael government, but it was really being supported by Fianna Fáil. They kept them in there for the 5 years. You probably could see the same thing again, a reverse of that, a Fianna Fáil government being supported by Fine Gael in government. If you're looking for stability, obviously that would be the best chance you'd have of having stability over the next 5 years. I mean, it's too early to say. You'll have to see the number of seats for both parties at the end, and then you'll have to see will Fianna Fáil go into government with Sinn Féin. But I would think you could end up with the same scenario again, other than with a reverse of a Taoiseach, a Fianna Fáil Taoiseach.
It's interesting listening to Jim, and I'm coming around now slowly to forming another construction on the post-election scenario. In that, listening to Barry Cowan, Niall quoted him earlier that he said that the people had lost confidence in Fianna Fáil. And it just ties in with my own thinking over the last several hours that this is not only a bad day for Fianna Fáil, but a disastrous one. They're losing seats in the 4th and 5th count, which they should be normally picking up, that would have given them sort of cohesion. And I'm now of the opinion that Fianna Fáil should take a decision to stay out of government. To say that the people have not given us any confidence. They have sent a message that they don't want us in government, and therefore we are going to go into opposition and leave it to the other forces that are out there. And to add on to that, it then leaves the situation where Mary Lou MacDonald, who declared on radio this morning that her first preference would be for a left-wing government. We are looking at the figures here. They could come together with the various left-wing parties to make up some 62 seats, and with 16 independents, based on Marion's interview a little earlier on with us here on Ocean, where she said that they are going to form an independent alliance, in other words a bloc of 14 or 15 independents nationwide with a common platform. That then puts them close to 80
a lot of ifs and buts in that
I know
situation.
There's ifs, but I mean if that's what the people want. I mean they don't want Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. Fine Gael can talk for themselves and Fianna Fáil can talk for themselves. I'm just putting forward the theory that Fianna Fáil, based on what we're all hearing and on the actual seat numbers, that my instinct is that Fianna Fáil are to survive. And I have said, as you know, Niall, repeatedly over the last 2 days, that I believe Fianna Fáil are in a crisis that could be nearly terminal decline, that the only way for them to refresh and renew is to stay out of government and to be in effective opposition.
All right, okay. Jim, I'll give you the final word on Sligo Leitrim. How do you think it's going to pan out here?
Well, I don't think it's as clear cut as some people are saying in the room tonight. You know, I see the last seat being very close. You know, the Fine Gael candidate Walsh, if he is eliminated, it looks like it. I think he'll have to transfer 50% or better to be absolute for the other Fine Gael candidate to have any comfort in being elected. If it's 50% or less, it'll be very close. I think that the Fianna Fáil candidate's still in there with a chance of getting that seat, and I think it'll be very close.
Okay, Jim McGarry, thanks for joining us this evening. Jim McGarry, former Sligo councillor, former general election candidate. The boys are back in town, the Fine Gael boys, that is, as John Lynch will now tell us. John.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Niall. We're joined here by two well-known councillors, Gerard Malani, of course, in Sligo, and Frank Dolan in Leitrim. And of course, there's significant interest now as regards how the final seats are going to play out here. Really, I suppose when it comes down to this final seat, Eamon Scanlon is going to be in a battle for what we perceive to be now at this stage with Frank Feehan. Frank Dolan, you're an experienced political observer at this stage. You've been through election campaigns. Still too close to call, or are you quietly confident at this stage that Fine Gael are going to retain their seat here in Sligo Leitrim?
Just maybe at the outset, John, I'd like to compliment Martin Kenny on his performance. I served on Leitrim County Council with him for a number of years and always found him to be very easy to work with, and I wish him well. As today's situation is too close to call. Frankie is a fighter and he's there or thereabouts, but it's no way certain yet.
Let's see where that Sligo vote could possibly go. Of course, we're talking about if and when Thomas Walsh is eliminated. an interesting prediction made there, an interesting stat just thrown out, that you really need to have 50% of the transfers staying within party lines, going from Thomas Walsh to Frank Feehan, in order for him to seriously challenge Eamon Scanlon for that final seat.
Yeah, well, could I say first that having worked on Thomas Walsh's campaign, I want to compliment him on an excellent campaign. I think he's a fine young candidate, somebody that has a very bright future in politics, and I know that he will be back again. On your question, I think a lot depends on Marion Harkin. Whether Marion Harkin goes over quota and gets elected on the Bree transfer, then I think there's a real chance that maybe the transfer from Thomas Walsh may go on to elect Frankie. And I think Frankie and Eamon, two gentlemen in politics, two excellent politicians. I work across the road from Eamon, and it's always a joy to meet both of them. And it's a shame that any of them has to lose out. But wearing the Fine Gael badge, I suppose we'd be hoping that Frankie will do it and that we will have one seat in the constituency.
We've heard what it's like from Gerard's perspective there, working with Thomas Delaney and campaigning for him. You were out with Frank Feehan as well in areas of North Leitrim. Again, what was the reaction like on the doorsteps from those that some of you would have known obviously from canvassing from the council elections last year? How was Frank received in North Leitrim?
Well, I'd like to concur with everything that Jerry said in relation to Thomas Walsh. I know Thomas equally as well, and I done a small canvass with him, and I found him to be a gentleman and with a future. However, Frankie was given Leitrim, basically, other than 2 boots in Dromahare and 1 in Killinumry. And for that reason, I was with Frankie. And Frankie is very easy to sell, and we done marts and we done supermarkets and what have you. And it was a delight to be one side of him.
Gerard, you will know as well from experience what it's like to be in a battle royale or a dogfight, call it what you will, when it comes to contesting a last seat on election night. Is it something that you'd wish on your worst enemy?
Well, I suppose it's really riveting stuff, and I was in the situation, I just got elected by 24 votes. At one stage I was written off, and because of a better transfer than I would have expected from West Sligo, I hung on in there. It's tense, it's nail-biting, but I think for a candidate, you have all you can do done so that you then relax. I mean, the stress is on getting the votes into the ballot box. Once they're in the ballot box, it's up to the people here to count them, and you get the result then that's you deserve or that's coming to you. But I just want to say that I worked on Thomas Welch's campaign, but I also spent an evening with Frankie. My core area was Thomas Welch's, and like Frank here, I'd be a party man. Whatever area would be given to whoever, I'd support them 100%, and we'd be both Fine Gael to the core, and we do the party thing always.
Now, obviously two very loyal party men, as you've mentioned there, both serving councillors. When you sit back over the next few days now and you assess and you look back at the results of this particular general election and what it means for Fine Gael, how big is the challenge that lies ahead, Frank?
It's huge. I suppose the buzzword and the theme of the whole election campaign was change. And people did vote for change. And now I think there's a responsibility on those people that have been elected to take up the challenge and be responsible. And the time for rhetoric is over, and we'll hope to see them deliver on their promises.
Gerard, finally, a period of reflection, councillor, needed maybe for Fine Gael for the time going forward?
Yeah, well, Frank referred to taking up their responsibilities, and I think I concur with that, but I hope when they take up their responsibilities that they do everything in the national interest, because I think the economy has come a long way over the last 10 years. We're near full employment. We have a country in very good shape, and I think it's very important that whoever goes into government now respects that and carries on and does everything in the national interest.
Would you have any preferences at all if, say, Fine Gael were to go into government or even entering into a supply and confidence agreement like what was there with Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael in the past? Any preference on that, Frank?
Well, my personal opinion is that you'll never see a confidence and supply again, and I think Fianna Fáil people will bear that out, because they're suffering today too, and I suppose the confidence and supply may have played a big role in that.
agree that maybe you'd be better going into outright opposition rather than a confidence and supply agreement?
I think Fine Gael was actually given a message that we should stand back. I think it's over to others now to supply government over the next period, and I think we need to rebuild, regroup, look at our policies, see where we can tailor our policies to suit the needs of the electorate.
And you know, gentlemen, some might say when it comes round to the next local elections, it's a lot easier if your party is in opposition maybe than being in government. That wouldn't influence the decisions here, or what you're after saying at all, would it?
Well, I concur with that. It's much easier.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. You don't have to defend the government if you're in opposition.
There you have it, absolutely brilliant. So these are two Fine Gael councillors, Niall, that maybe wouldn't mind if the party decided to go into opposition. It might make the council election a little bit easier next time round. Back to you.
All right, thanks for that, John. That's Ger Mullally, Frank Dolan, Sligo and Leitrim councillors. What party is Ger Mullaney's? Fine Gael. Labour are not done yet, Niall, and none of your panel should write them off. They will live to fight another day. And we have 6 TDs according to this list, or not 2 or 3. I'll have to check that up.
I think 4 was the last count.
4, was it? Okay.
Yeah, 4 now.
Yeah. Sinn Féin has ended up in an impossible situation, according to this person, a sort of no man's land. They have too many seats to stay in opposition and not enough seats to implement their policies, along with another party in government. Whichever way they go, they are going to be punished in the next election. That's from John in Sligo. Keith Henry's statement that Ballymote has no representation is nothing but sour grapes. The 8 elected councillors in South and West Sligo are looking after Ballymote, okay? And again, people congratulating our election coverage. Benny says once again, well done to all your panel. Is it not the case that going by the results of this year's election and the last few elections that the public want a cross-party government to sit down and do what's best for the country? And lots of people saying that Fianna Fáil were not an opposition party during the lifetime of the last government. All right, okay.
Niall, if I could just make a comment in relation to party structure. I think John Ellis brought it up, and there were various comments in relation to party support for candidates. My impression is that most or a lot of the party structures are really quite reduced from what they were back in the heyday. And this idea that you would rely on a party machine to do the work for you, to canvass or to assist your campaign is a bit of a fallacy. And my experience has been really that it's down to people you know or your family, and that I think has been borne out by a lot of the campaigns that we saw at this general election. So from that perspective, I'm not sure that it puts the smaller parties at a disadvantage. I think a lot of the what was the core party structure is not as it used to be. Maybe that's maybe we're seeing a greater reflection of that on the votes.
So the party machines that we hear about, the traditional ones, not so anymore. Not certainly as
not what they were. Definitely not.
Yeah, and I think that would be the case in your local election campaign. You rely for the most part on friends, colleagues, family. I suppose that's the case for most.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So when we hear from Nessa or from Gino or from the other smaller parties, I think that's the experience really across the board.
Yeah.
You may have a greater structure, organisational structure, particularly obviously if you're in government, and there may be financial resources, but from a feet on the ground perspective, I think it is greatly reduced.
All right, okay. Martin Baker, you're very welcome along this evening. The Sligo councillor, Martin Baker.
Thank you, Niall.
Firmly, I think, in Eamon Scanlon's camp, wouldn't that be fair to say?
That would be right, yeah.
Yeah, how are you feeling now this evening?
We're still in there. It's too close to call at the moment. I know Frankie has never been bet in election, but they're two good guys. I know Frankie very well, and that's the joy of it. We have been at this stage at local election, and every campaign Eamon ran, bar one, he was always in the dogfight. So you need a little bit of luck too. So I'd be still hopeful.
Yeah, you're right. They are two nice guys, and respectable politicians as well, aren't they? You know both of them, as a lot of people do.
Yeah.
Okay.
And both of them are transferring well,
Yeah.
so. And that's because it's all about knowing the face, and you give them a stroke somewhere along the line. So I still think it's all to play for.
Well, Eamon has defied the odds before, as you know.
Yeah. And,
on more than one occasion.
Yeah, and it's a tough situation to be in. But no matter who puts their name forward, there always has to be losers. And I always admire, there has been 19 candidates here, and each candidate put up a good show on their own right, and fought a good tough race.
Right, okay. Well, as a Fianna Fáil councillor, what are you making, what's happening elsewhere around the country, particularly today in Fianna Fáil's performance?
Yeah, I haven't been following it because, to be honest with you, the last day or so, trying to get back to my business and trying to recover from a very tough campaign.
Was it tough? It was.
Well, you had a very short window for canvassing because you get no one at home until after 5:30 in the evening, and you can't stay out too late. Then you're sort of rimming at 8:30, 9 o'clock, and especially in country areas where there be even a couple living on their own, you'd be cautious about calling after dark because there is a huge fear there with people living on their own and in isolation.
Not the first time that has come up over the past couple of days, I can tell you. Look, Fianna Fáil have had their difficulties today. You probably have heard little bits and pieces. What's your overall feeling on that, and where they should go in relation to formation or not of a new government?
Yeah, well, I suppose all that has got elected here has a responsibility at the end of the day, and there'll be talks going on, but I think the time has come that Sinn Féin is going to have to step up to that responsibility of taking in power, no matter who they go in with. And I know Micheál Martin and Fine Gael has put down the line that there won't be before the election that they won't be talking to Sinn Féin, but the people has voted now, so all the groupings are going to have to go back and try and put a government together, because the last thing we want is an election in a couple of months' time. And it's different when you're shouting on the outside, this can be done or will be done, but you give away things on one hand, but you have to bring money back in on the other hand, and it's going to be very difficult, whoever is there. And I know why Sinn Féin got such a wave to a certain extent, because you interviewed me here. It wasn't the last local election, it was the election before that. And I could feel going round in that election, even though our economy was improving, there was huge pain in people on the ground. And that pain was still there. And I think people was just getting fed up, and they said, well, we're going to give a kick to the established parties. And that's what has happened.
All right, okay. Yeah. So, I mean, now that you've been kicked, is that the end of it, or is this a significant change, you think, in Irish politics?
Well, the change is there now. Whether everyone is able to step up to the play and form a government, that's the next question.
And are you one of those who feels that increasingly so we may be back with another election before too long?
Well, people has voted, and in respect of the people, if it's up to the politicians that are elected there now to put it together, and we'll see what happens from there. If they're not able to put it together, you'll be back to the country again. So.
Okay. As we've remarked earlier just how difficult it is for candidates and their families and supporters and colleagues in situations like Eamon Scanlon finds himself in. How are you all feeling at the moment?
Well, when you fight an election, you always have to have it in the back of your mind that there's a possibility you're going to lose. And every day, every election you fight, there is always that day that you mightn't get across the line. So you have to get on with it. In one sense, it can be a relief if you finish up in politics, because you give huge commitments. Your family suffers for years upon years, even though you don't realise it yourself. So it's all part of the game. It's your walk of life. You get on with it. But hopefully we won't be there. So.
Right, we'll see later on. Martin, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
That's Councillor Martin Baker, Sligo Fianna Fáil Councillor Martin Baker. We're back in a moment. Is Mark McSharry in? He's not. No seats have been filled all day today. Only so far Martin Kenny elected in Sligo Leitrim. That's all about to change in the next couple of hours, and we're awaiting official news of the 13 count, the distribution of Gino Boyle's votes, and we can bring you exclusive news of how that's panning out with John.
Yes, now we await the official announcement, but again, we should be very close to it with this. The distribution of Gino Boyle, People Before Profit, Declan Bree, plus 1,629, Fehan, plus 101, Harkin, plus 711, McSharry, plus 153, Scanlon, plus 99, Walsh, plus 84. And we reckon that's it. Again, we see that the instruction to vote left, stay left, appears to have replicated itself there with that. And Marion Harkin, because she was non-aligned with any of the established parties, took the 711, and the main beneficiary, Declan Bree. And just to put that into context, that will leave Marion Harkin with 10,834, Mark McSharry 9,299, Eamon Scanlon 8,192, Thomas Walsh 5,755, Frankie Feehan 6,952, and Declan Bree 5,290. So Marion Harkin now requires approximately 1,300. Keith will do this later for us.
Yeah.
About 1,300 votes to reach the quota. She'll get she may not get all of that from Declan Bree, given that, but she'll be coming very close to it. So it may very well be that she will vacuum some of Tomas Walsh's votes, but we're still not expecting that Fianna Fáil will be able to close the gap on Frankie Feehan in the race for that final seat.
Okay, so for people at home, Harkin may be elected in the 14 count, but not a guarantee at this stage.
Not a guarantee. We're not. It'll be very close. If she is elected on this count,
or on the next count,
and on the next count, then it's certainly going to be to the benefit of Frankie Feehan to take the seat for Fine Gael and Mark McSharry for Fianna Fáil. And either way, I don't think so. We've only another couple hours to wait here in the count centre. It's now 6:45. I think that we'll be exiting here after the speeches by 10 o'clock.
Okay, things are heading for a climax here after 2 very long days. Before we ask Sinead and Pascal to react to that distribution of votes, Enda McGlone is with us, of course, Fine Gael Councillor Cahirlock of Leitrim County Council. Well, do you want to comment on that first of all, Enda, and do you agree with John's synopsis and observations?
Yes, I do actually. I suppose there was a bit of a turn as the expectation there during the Shane Ellis transfer was more than, I suppose, what we were expecting. So the gap now, I think, between Frankie Feehan and Eamon Scanlon is 1,240 votes. So obviously the next process now is the next lowest candidate, which is Declan Bree at 5,290. And as John has outlined there, the gap at the top there between Marion Harkin and the quota is about 1,303. I'm inclined to think that Marion will make it the quota on the next count.
On the next one, on the 14 count. Okay.
Yeah, I think, because considering all that's gone out, but look, it would be a scenario where if Marion Harkin then doesn't require votes and it ends up with Walsh being eliminated then, Thomas Walsh being eliminated, then the fact that Marion Harkin is that stage, it'll mean a better outcome for Frankie Feehan. If in other words, if Marion Harkin still requires votes,
yeah. And as you say, Ellis's distribution has made all the difference to Frankie Feehan.
Yes.
I'm sure from your point of view as a former regional organiser, you're more than happy to see this panning out the way it apparently is at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Long way to go yet, of course, but
yes. Well, look at it's you never. This is as we've seen today across a number of counts. It's what's obvious is there's been swings and roundabouts, and a lot of people who were home and hosed just to say actually it didn't happen. So it's too early to make any conclusive call, and I wouldn't. But as I say, I'm happy the way it's going. And I suppose in terms of Frankie Feehan, he was first elected to Roscommon County Council back in '99.
Yeah.
His electoral area is very close to where I am myself. For example, in Arigna, which is only a couple of miles from Shambles. So he had a good location to cover off South Leitrim. He was seen twice. He was elected in South Leitrim. That area is part of his constituency. And I suppose if you're 20 years around as a politician, and fairness to Frankie, he's well respected, then you tend, if that was a new candidate, for example,
yeah,
it wouldn't be as transfer friendly over the last period of time.
And
I think
name
that's
recognition has been very important for Frank.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
And I think that's the key, I suppose, decision. And it was a gamble because, as you know, Frank was elected in a different constituency.
Yeah.
It's a difficult challenge to come across and get elected in a different constituency.
Okay, and as he confirmed yesterday, he has never lost an election, which is quite incredible.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure there's lots of ye out there who has never lost an election, but
I can tell you about losing elections. I lost a few of them.
Actually, Sinead has never lost an election.
No.
I've only done 2.
Yeah, well, still 2 out of 2 ain't bad. So from that perspective, I know what it is to win and to lose, but Frankie has a very good record. And he actually, when he was elected first to Roscommon County Council in '99, he was one of 4 out of 5 Fine Gael councillors elected in that occasion. So, but that's, I suppose the gods were with him today, and I suppose, as I said, I think the main reason for him doing well along the course of the counts was the fact that he was well known and
friendly.
Friends for friendly. Yes.
Okay. Incidentally, Patrick Hope Gallagher is about to lose his seat in Donegal, we're told. And it was a battle between him and Charlie McConalogue in the end. So it's about to become official, our Donegal team tell us.
I was just thinking, reflecting on that scenario in Donegal, a bastion of Fianna Fáil going back to the foundation of the state. I think they had 2 or 3 TDs on a regular basis, and nobody else could get in there for so long, and it really is a game changer. There's no doubt about it. But I just very briefly,
just before we use, just to make an announcement, listener tells us the electricity is now off on the Strandhill Road, and they're going absolutely Bismarck, as I used to say at school.
I think they should get on to the local councillor about that.
I think they should do that.
I didn't want to put her on the spot.
Otherwise engaged just at the minute.
And they're back listening to the old transistor radio to what's happening. Anyway, it's just in case.
I was only just going to say that obviously you're right, Niall and Enda, that the transfer, I'm sure Fianna Fáil people are disappointed that there was such a significant transfer from a Fianna Fáil papers, but then again there were over 1,000 that came from a variety of other sources to Shane Ellis. But could I also suggest that the Eamon Scanlon camp are clinging to the hope that if Frankie Feehan was able to generate that amount of transfers from a Fianna Fáil candidate, well then, considering that Thomas Walsh and himself are sitting in the same geographical area in South Sligo, and South Sligo has a tradition of wanting to vote to hold on to its candidates and vote 1-2 irrespective of party, I think they're clinging to the hope that Eamon will receive a significantly more proportion of the transfers than would ordinarily be expected from a Fianna Fáil Fine Gael transfer elimination. So I know I'm only putting it out there, but that's what they're clinging to at the moment, in the hope, and that's why they're not giving up hope that the thing could change. And of course, Eamon Scanlon being the fighter that he is, but the figures don't suggest that. It's just that there is this hope that they're clinging to, and we'll have to await the outcome of it.
I think that's Frank Feehan's mum that's arrived at the count. I may be wrong, but I think it is. Anyway,
just a small point there on that point that Pascal has made. I met 2 different people who were monitoring the transfers from Thomas Walsh, and one said 50% and the other said 60%. Now, I mean, how scientific or how...
Yeah.
But it's a consistency of, there doesn't seem to be anybody who is bringing that up. So I can understand Pascal's point. It's quite relevant because that would have happened before. But as I said, whether it's can be taken... But the fact that two people said it, 50% and 60%, then perhaps... maybe have to take that some people have been watching these numbers all along, considering that they felt that ultimately if Thomas Walsh was to be behind Frank Feehan all day and eventually go out, that would be the key moment of this election. Yeah. And they were looking at Thomas Walsh's papers all day.
Okay. Sinead, you don't see anything...
I suppose what strikes me is the huge transfer to Declan Bree. 1,629. It's a really huge transfer to go to Declan. I suppose it's from another town candidate and left-leaning candidate, so that's possibly the answer for it. And then otherwise, it's quite a good spread. I do think Pascal's point about the South Sligo TD is still relevant, and I just have that in the back of my head, and the idea of a 50% or a 60% transfer from Thomas Walsh to Frank, I think is a big ask.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Yes. Just one last point.
Yeah,
one last point. We'll have it in my head, or I forget. Sorry, John. I think that Fianna Fáil will be disappointed, and the McSharry camp will be disappointed at this low transfer that Marcus got. In another time, in another election, he would have got significantly more, but I think it was Marion Harkin, the blocking, and also the vote left, keep left, has militated against Mark being a town candidate, not getting a bigger transfer. That would be my view. I think they would have been expecting more.
Yes, and I think on the Thomas Walsh, they're going to go back to the point Enda was making there. Thomas Walsh has picked up 1,000 votes, so certainly a percentage of those would go to Eamon Scanlon. But I think the realistic transfer for the 4,700 that Thomas got on his first preference vote from a Fine Gael vote would be about 40% to Frank Feehan. I would suggest that may be the figure.
Okay.
Can I just ask John there, does he think that Marion Harkin will cross over the threshold of the quota when the next candidate, Declan Bree, is eliminated?
By her fingernails, he said. Is that right?
Yes, she may very well. I'm not confident that she will, because if we look at the transfer that she got from Jean O'Boyle, she got 711 from Jean O'Boyle, who had a similar vote to Declan Bree. So if she gets 711 from Declan Bree, plus a percentage of what she got from Jean O'Boyle, that would be 1,000. That's not quite.
She needs 1,300.
She needs 1,300. So she may very well be looking for 300 or even less from Thomas Walsh. And she'll get significantly more.
Do you think could she muddy the waters for Fine Gael's transfers by being still in the race? Could she actually draw transfers away from Frank Feehan?
She certainly is going to take away from Frank Feehan's, but it's not going to make any material difference at this stage, because Eamon Scanlon doesn't have the cushion that he requires. Eamon Scanlon would need a cushion of at least 1,800 votes in order to have a realistic chance of that happening.
Sorry for cutting across you, John. I think the figure was 1,650 that Porrick suggested earlier. That was the cushion that Eamon Scanlon required, and currently he's on 1,140. That's the difference between himself and Frank Feehan. So he's 500 below what he needs to be.
Yes, but it's quite possible, Sinead, that he might get of the 1,000 votes that Thomas Walsh has picked up. And given that he'll get votes from Declan Bree, and he won't get that many from Declan Bree. No, he won't. He's going to be short of it.
I'll just interrupt you there.
The 13th count, which consisted of the distribution of Gina O'Boyle's votes of 3,515. Bree Declan, Independence for Change, plus 1,631, giving him a total of 5,292. Feehan Frankie Fine Gael, plus 101, giving him a total of 6,952. 6,952. Harkin Marion non-party, plus 711, giving her a total of 10,834. 10834. McSharry Mark Fianna Fáil, 154, giving him a total of 9,300. 9300. Scanlon Eamon Fianna Fáil, plus 100, giving him a total of 8,193. 8193. Walsh Thomas Fine Gael, plus 84, giving him a total of 5,733. Non-transferable papers not effective, 734. As no candidate has reached the quota on this count, as there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes, and that's Declan Bree, and it's 5,292 votes, and that will be the next count. Thank you very much.
Okay, and that will be the 14th count, and it may be the count that Marion Harkin gets re-elected after 18 years. It's an inevitability. It may be on the next count, it may not. We'll see. We'll know before the count anyway, John, isn't that right?
Yes, we will. We certainly will. But it's a great achievement for Marion to come back after those number of years, and it begs the question as to what the political parties were doing in their organisation within the constituency to allow something like that to happen.
I'm going to predict that Marion will go over the quota.
You think so?
Looking at the figure of 5,292, considering her consistency in not only attracting transfers but significant transfers. Remember that on this particular transfer she received over 700 votes from a left-wing candidate in primarily out of Sligo. So there's no reason to suggest that that was on a 3,500.
Yeah.
So now we're looking at nearly 5,300. So she needs, what did she say, John?
1,300.
She needs 1,300. Well, I think it's not beyond the bounds of possibility.
Okay, well sorry, Eddie, yeah.
No, I was inclined to agree. That's what I was inclined to agree. I'd agree with Pascal on that. And I think that enhances then the chances of Frankie Feehan, as we explained earlier. So from that point of view, I think in terms of all the candidates have gone out previous and being an independent, and the fact that Declan Bree is an independent for change candidate, I feel that there will be a strong transfer across. And marginally now, I don't think Marion will be hugely over the quote, but marginally, and as I said,
I'm just saying it's a real possibility. I'm not suggesting.
Okay,
I'm not really predicting it. I'm just saying it's a possibility.
Let's hear from the Marion Harkin camp. John is joined by one of her supporters. John.
Yes, indeed, Niall. I'm joined here by Micheál Gaffney, a number cruncher, somebody who has worked extensively in the Marion Harkin campaign over the last number of weeks. Let's maybe pick up on the point that the panel were just making there. Pascal was speculating that with the transfers that Marion is likely to pick up from Declan Bree, there is a good possibility here she could exceed the quota in the next count.
Possibly not on the next count, John, but definitely on the last count. At the end of this count would probably be something in the region of under 500 votes short, but on the last count we should exceed the quota with a small surplus.
It's inevitable at this stage. She is going to be returned to the 33rd Dáil. You worked extensively with her over the last number of weeks. What has been the secret of her success? Her ability to pick up transfers all over the place has been absolutely phenomenal in this general election campaign.
Yeah, most importantly, as you said there, in regard to the transfers on that, Marion will be very transfer friendly. She picked up number ones in every vote in the four parts of the constituency: Sligo, Leitrim, North Roscommon, South Donegal, and she was very transfer friendly across. Even you can see it coming through on all the candidates that has been unlucky enough to be eliminated. She has picked up huge amount. We have the highest transfer rate of any candidate that's in the field. So like that was amazing, like, you know, and we worked hard, a small group of people that has worked very hard day and night, tirelessly, from early morning until night, and that's why the result is here today.
There's huge ambition as well in the Harkin camp going forward now when it comes to the formation of the next Dáil. We watched with huge interest the importance of independence the last time out. This time round, it's very likely that a similar scenario could develop again. What sway could somebody like Marion Harkin bring and hold in the formation of the next government?
Well, regardless of the outcome of the formation of the next government, Marion herself is very strong, very able, and has the experience, which is most important, and she has proven that over 15 years in Europe. Marion is willing to talk to anybody in regard to it, and what Marion really wants is the betterment of the Sligo, Leitrim, North Roscommon, South Donegal constituency, to work for those people. Over the last number of years, Marion has been in Europe. She's come back and she's been in retirement for 12 months, and during that time she saw that we're not getting a fair slice of the cake down here in this region, and that's why I think that prompted Marion that she will go back into politics and do her best, which I know she will, for this region.
In the past, question marks may have been raised about the, I suppose, ability of independence to bring about change in this particular country. With somebody like Marion Harkin there, in maybe as part of the next government, that would not be a worry. You feel that she's somebody that could make changes when it comes to legislation in key areas, again, which would most importantly affect the Northwest region.
Yeah, definitely, and Marion, that is Marion's number one priority going into the 33rd Dáil, is to see that this area, this region, will be looked after. Marion, whether she is in a ministerial position or whatever part she plays in the next government, she has a strong voice, she will work hard, and she will get results for this region. And it's what we all want in regard to everything from health, homelessness, down to the tourism, and which is a major thing, and redevelopment of this area. That's basically what has to be done, and I think she's the woman to do it. Even at this stage, you know, like Marion is looking forward to getting back there and getting into it, and it's not about anything. It's not about pensions, what was being talked about. It's about somebody that has a love for this area, a love for the people, and a love to work for the people.
When we pulled you away from the Harkin camp and the Harkin base down there, if we can call it that, you could sense the anticipation building all the time. The hour is getting very close indeed when we'll get confirmation of her being returned as a TD from the Sligo Leitrim constituency. And I know an independent candidate, but she's got a hugely impressive team round her there that have all contributed to this success.
Yeah, and it's a small team, but it's a team that works well together. It's a team that I know has been there since 2002, and believe it or not, it's the same people that come out election after election. We always say it's our last, but when Marion is there, we're always back.
You'll forgive me for bringing this up, you've had links to Fianna Fáil in the past. Indeed, you would have contested council elections in Roscommon on behalf of Fianna Fáil in a distant life gone by. Tell me maybe about the last seat now. A huge amount of interest there. Eamon Scanlon and of course Frank Feehan, somebody synonymous with North Roscommon as well. How is that one going to play out?
Yeah, look, it's going to be very, very tight. It's on a knife edge, nearly too close to call, but I think Frank is going to shade it in the end. But, you know, there's two candidates here. One that his vote has been sorted at the minute. There's another candidate to go. Hard to tell how it goes, but I think that it will be one Sinn Féin, one independent, one Fianna Fáil, and I think Fine Gael will take the last seat.
All right, there you have it, Micheál Gaffney. Thank you so much indeed for joining us. So, Niall, the anticipation building all the time there in the Harkin camp. And as regards the final seat, well, still up for play, but as you've heard there from Micheál Gaffney, likely maybe to go the way of Frank Feehan. With that, Niall, it's back to you.
Thanks for that, John. Just to confirm for listeners in Donegal, and of course we've had an opt-out broadcast from our Donegal count in the Ora Centre in Letterkenny for the past 2 days. In the past few minutes, it's been confirmed that Pat Gallagher has lost his seat. So another Fianna Fáil casualty today. Pat Gallagher losing his seat in Donegal, and Thomas Pringle hangs on to his. And indeed, it was Charlie McConlogue and the Cope who were fighting it out at the end. Declan Bree joins us now. We were talking to Declan yesterday. Declan, thanks for joining us.
Good afternoon, Niall.
You were telling us, eliminated on that count. You were telling us yesterday you were a little disappointed.
Disappointed with the first preference vote because it was down, but as I explained, we felt that it was because of the surge in support for Sinn Féin. Again, the Marion Harkin's intervention, the huge number of candidates participating, and I suppose the short notice of this election. I happened to be in the UK at a family funeral when I heard of the election being called, so we were caught on the hop. I think it took us a few days to call our supporters together to make the final decision, but nonetheless, very pleased. Very proud to be there until the 13th count. We were hoping we would have picked an extra couple of hundred votes up in transfers, 300 or 400. It would have put us ahead of the Fine Gael candidate, but it wasn't to be. Yeah,
you were in contention, or you were being put in contention early yesterday, but anyway, it didn't fall your way. Did I hear a national? Is it 11 elections? 11 elections you have fought?
Yes, so it was Mark McSharry reminded me that 11 general elections, and I think it must be at least 10 local elections. So I've been knocking at doors. I don't think so, no. My recollection is that other people actually have a better record. So I have a bit of time to go yet, Niall. As I said yesterday, there are discussions and negotiations going on about forming a left alliance or a left party. I think this election proves that the days of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael having an overall majority is gone. People have rejected to a large extent the establishment parties. People are certainly looking for change. People are certainly looking for an alternative. Sinn Féin is a cohesive Republican left organisation, and it provided somewhat of an alternative. But then there are a lot of us out there on the left that aren't working together, that aren't working in unity, and that's what needs to be addressed if we are to be serious.
And this anti-establishment vote is your anti-Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael vote. As you see it, that is victory itself, is it, for Declan Bree and what he stands for?
That has been coming for quite some time, and as I indicated yesterday, even the Sligo Borough District is composed of half its members are left-wing representatives, Sinn Féin, People Before Profit and myself, and that's indicative of what's happening, particularly in the urban areas. And I feel that there is another left seat in addition to the Sinn Féin seat if the left can work together, and hopefully into the future we will see that, because this election, I think, has concentrated minds, and I'm talking to people around the country, and I'm delighted that my colleague and comrade Thomas Pringle has made it in Donegal, my sister-in-law Catherine Connolly has made it in Galway, Joan Collins in Dublin. It's been, despite the surge in support for Sinn Féin, other left forces are holding their own, and that's positive. It's good news for everyone that wants change.
So as you were saying yesterday, this is a significant moment in Irish politics, you feel?
Yeah, and when I talk about unity of the left, like we've had it in the past, Niall, the campaign against the water charges, it was led by left-wing individuals and left-wing groups throughout the country, and we were successful. The campaign against the household tax initially, before the government decided to hand it over to the Inland Revenue, we were successful on that. So it does indicate and does prove that where the left works together in unity, we can bring about significant change.
Right, okay. 11 elections, that's some record. Have you missed any at all? Have they been successful elections?
No, I missed. I missed two, I think.
Did you?
Yes,
right, okay.
yes. Can't be in every election.
I know, that's some record, Pascal, isn't it?
But then I've known Declan a long time, and I have to say that whenever I was going for the Senate elections, and I never passed his door, and he was always very courteous, and his partner. And in fact, I remember going back to the day that he lost his Dáil seat. I remember it. Obviously remembers it better than I do, but I remember it so well, and I felt so much empathy for him and for his family at the time, and that he has had some good days since, and I can see that he is so happy now that much of his political life is being justified as a result of this general election. And in the context of the Fianna Fáil Fine Gael sort of demise, I was just saying to him off air that I'm increasingly of the view that Fianna Fáil, to survive, may opt out of government negotiations and may decide to go into opposition, but that's for another day. But I'm sure that Declan won't be at all sorry to hear that, and probably he'll say, well, if Fianna Fáil are going that way, sure, let Fine Gael go the same way. But I just, in general, I applaud what he has done. He has taken a principled stand in so many down the years when it wasn't the most popular thing to do, and that's what I've always admired about somebody in politics.
Yeah.
What can I say? Thank you very much for those compliments, Pascal. And Like it's a tough business. You know, you've been in politics in your family before you, and it's difficult at times for candidates, but more so for their families and supporters, and for those who do lose seats and have lost seats over the last 24 hours. My sympathies to them and their families, no matter what their politics are. I know how the families suffer. I think those of us who were at the coal face, actually, as the candidates, we're tough enough to take it, but it's the supporters who give so much of their time and energy in a voluntary basis, on a voluntary basis, and we can never acknowledge them or thank them enough.
Declan, Sinead just wants to say something.
I'd just like to join in the congratulations, Declan. I think if I'm correct, you're elected since 1972. Am I right? 74, where you were first elected. Yeah, which is just a remarkable achievement, and to have the stamina and the dedication, as Pascal has outlined, to stay with your political beliefs for that length of time. On a personal level, to extend the congratulations to your sister-in-law, Catherine Connolly, and I know personally this has been a very difficult couple of months, a year for your family, and as we've all said, politics takes a toll on you as a person and on your family, so that has to be acknowledged. I just wonder, Declan, as you've outlined, the left have been given the majority of support in this election. Are you saying that the onus is on them now to form a government?
Well, I would have no difficulty. In fact, if Mary Lou can persuade people to support her, the position of Taoiseach, well and good, because I certainly wouldn't recommend that Sinn Féin or the left should support a Fine Gael or Fianna Fáil Taoiseach. But certainly the idea of a left of centre Taoiseach is very positive, and well, in the next few days it'll tell the tale. I think it's far too early to say. I think there's going to be a lot of negotiations, discussions in the next week to 10 days, and that'll tell the tale. But just in general terms about the development of the left, I'm actually going to be in Dublin on Saturday next to talk to colleagues from different parts of the country. It's a meeting that was organised well in advance before the election was called. But that type of ongoing discussions hopefully will bring something, will bring fruition, and we will see a new left force develop in the short period rather than the longer period.
Well, who knows? You might be fighting election number 12 before too long. You never know.
Who knows? Yeah.
Okay. Well, just two messages before we go. James is listening in India and watching, which is great. And we got a message on Twitter to say that Vernon Keaveney is following our coverage as a passenger on an Aer Lingus flight to the USA, and he sent us a picture of that. So there you go. So you're truly international.
Hats off to Ocean FM. Well, there are people all over the world, as you point out there, listening to this. It's a standard above any other local radio in the entire country. It's amazing.
All right, okay. And thanks to Vernon and to James for, I don't know how they text in, or on Twitter or whatever. Twitter, that was, yeah. Okay. Declan, thanks very much. We appreciate you joining us. Sean Wynne is with us as well. Were you teaching today, Sean?
I was back in the classroom
just
today.
Like that, back to the grind.
That's life.
Yeah.
So I was happy with the transfers that I got until I was finally eliminated after the ninth count. So it's it's back to reality again now, and after only 3 weeks taking the decision to run, it's as was discussed earlier there with Pascal and Declan, whether the next government, led by Mary Lou, possibly being the next Taoiseach, and it's up to the two main parties, possibly in opposition, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, to either put forward a proposal that they have an alternative structure. I think the problem for Fine Gael is that they have ran out of ideas since 2011, and they probably are at this stage wondering why would they go back into government again, given that they just barely hung in there for the last 4 years.
It's amazing that you take time out of your schedule for 3 hectic weeks and then you're back at work today. I mean, it's indicative, I suppose, of the effort that so many candidates put into a campaign, and their colleagues and their supporters and family.
Well, that's the good thing about democracy. If you believe in something, you can go out there and do it. All right, I mightn't have the financial resources. Like, I mean, Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael would have a budget from the state of somewhere in the region of 4 million annually. You, the taxpayer, would be paying towards it. So for the small independent or whatever, if you have and you're committed to and you believe in something, you can go out and let the people make decisions in relation to it. And on this occasion, obviously, enough people didn't vote for me, but on another day it could be a whole different result.
Right, okay. Sean, thanks again for joining us. Well done again.
I wish Sean well. Just a brief question. Considering the local support he got, I was looking at the figures, over 450 votes in Drumshanbo, the three booths. I presume he's going to keep going politically?
Well,
even though there'll be a gap.
Well, it depends on how quickly there could be, as Declan Bree said, when the next election will be. But I was humbled by across the cross-party support after my elimination to see all the different parties that had supported me. So it just wasn't any independent vote. It was people from other parties that decided to vote for me because of what I was putting forward as the issues. And obviously it's no good in putting issues just across, you also have to put forward solutions, and I did resonate with some of the electorate out there with the vote.
Right, Sean, thanks again for joining us. Well done again. That's Sean Wynne. As we better take a break. Just before we do, I see Mary, just in response to what you said, Mary Lou MacDonald has indicated that to quote her, she says, "Yes, I may well be the next Taoiseach."
Well, we're ahead of the posse on that.
Yeah,
We've been talking about that for the last hour, and it seems to be moving in a particular direction. So it's going to be fascinating to see how it evolves.
I think the results are really coming in thick and fast there.
Yeah.
Confirmation that Pat Cook Gallagher has lost his seat in Donegal.
Yeah, and there'll be no recount. There was word of a recount, but there is no recount, so it's done and dusted in Donegal.
And Catherine Zappone looks like she's in difficulty in Dublin Southwest. The results are coming in from all over the country, and I suppose from a Fine Gael perspective, the seat count is increasing, and the gap between Fine Gael and Sinn Féin for the seats is closing.
Most interesting. A very quick break to take. We'll be back, and we're waiting for the 14th count. Incidentally, and you were listening to that interview, Marion Harkin's supporters don't expect her to be over the quota on the next count. They expect her to be around 500 short.
It's a big ask, really. 1,303 from...
Well, 1,300 is all she needs.
1,303, I think.
Yeah.
1,303.
And there is a power outage, we're told, in the Finniskillen area, and people are pretty upset about that. Many homes in North Sligo without power as well.
Actually, John Comiskey, and very much tongue-in-cheek, said that when the reference was made to contacting the local councillor about the Strandhill Road, that maybe they should contact the putative TD.
That's an option. I think
out on the Strandhill Road.
I think probably every elected representative for that area is probably in this room, so we should be able to get somebody to do something about it.
All right, okay. We'll take a break. Back in a moment.
how we grow. Gotta give it up sometimes, let's go. And knowing when to kill your pride. There's no one to blame, nothing really stays the same. This is how we grow. Sometimes we hold on to let go. Sometimes we hold on to let go.
Right, we're still live here at the Sligo Leitrim count at the Sligo Park Hotel. Proceedings have finished in Donegal, and we welcome listeners from the South Donegal part of our constituency to the coverage here in Sligo Leitrim, where we've only one of 4 seats filled. We're now told Marion Harkin is likely not to reach the quota on the next 14th count. We'll have to wait until the 15th count for Marion Harkin to be elected. She'll be followed in by Mark McSharry, and then the battle for the last 2 seats between the outgoing Fianna Fáil deputy Eamon Scanlon and Fine Gael's Frank Feehan, and our panel were of the opinion that Frank Feehan was very much shading that over the past few hours. Now, Keith Henry has been analysing the Bree distribution, and you've come across something interesting in relation to non-transferable votes.
Yeah, no more than the last time with Declan or with Gino O'Boyle. It was the largest portion of non-transferable, 795, and I think that's an indication, because all the left candidates or the left-leaning, if this theory we have of vote left, say left, well, Martin Kenny is gone home 24 hours elected, and Declan Bree is the last left-leaning candidate who has now been eliminated. And from watching the sorting of the papers there, the one pigeonhole that has been filled up is the non-transferable. And what that will mean is that reduces significantly the chance that Marion Harkin would be elected on this count. Now, one would say, well, Marion Harkin is going to be elected one way or another. That is true. The significance of it is how far off the quota will she be? So how many votes from Thomas Walsh will she need and hold on to? We're expecting that Harkin would get a significant transfer from Walsh based on geography, and that Frank Feehan would based on party. But perhaps because Harkin will have to hold on to maybe in the region, and I think her own team are predicting somewhere that she'll be about maybe 500 short.
Yeah, that's what we're saying, yeah.
So that means any surplus that she has is severely reduced for distribution. So and the gap between Feehan and Scanlon is 1,241, and one must remember that out of that Walsh vote, Eamon Scanlon will get a couple of hundred because he's a Sligo, and so too will Mark McSharry. Not every single vote, just because it's Fine Gael, will transfer to Fine Gael. So I think the number of non-transferables is significant, and it gives Eamon Scanlon some bit of a lifeline. But it's we're in for a grandstand finish, which is great, I suppose, for the spectators at home, but for anyone involved in the campaign teams of either group, it's very, very daunting.
And prolongs the agony.
Yes.
Okay. Sinead.
I was just having a look at the national picture, Niall. So Labour have gained a 5th seat. And I just looking at the constituencies that are left to return, there's a possible 8 seats for Fianna Fáil, which would bring them up to 37. Fine Gael, I think the max they could get would be 36. That's another 4 seats. So that if that played out, and obviously there's lots of counts to go, it would be 36 Fine Gael, 37 Sinn Féin, and 37 Fianna Fáil. Which again is bang on what the exit poll was.
Said,
22%, and really leaves us in a very difficult position to go forward to form a government, unless, as Declan had suggested, and I suppose as we had suggested here earlier, that the left parties form a grand coalition and take on the mantle.
What?
They haven't. I mean, we were talking. The proviso was prior to the election that they would have 80 votes between them, but they don't. They're way short.
Yeah, but
it leads to.
You were saying, depending on what Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael do, they might not need that. There could be a situation where it would be a minority government. Isn't that what you were saying?
Yeah, but you're looking at 73 seats, whereas the Sinn Féin left has 61 plus the independents would bring them roughly around the same. So it's stalemate all the way.
Mary,
to me,
this rural independent alliance could be very important in the whole shape up of.
But there's also, as Declan Bree pointed out, there's a left alliance, independence.
Oh, within that independence, there would be a few left-leaning independents.
So I think we're into a stalemate, unless somebody blinks, and that's why I'm just putting out the view, based on the statements made by some Fianna Fáil TDs in the last 24 hours, that Fianna Fáil might stand back and say people don't want us, so we're not going to negotiate government. Now there obviously will be people, as Sinead has pointed out, that Fianna Fáil on those figures will be one ahead, that there might be an obligation on them because of the leading party, but they're leading by what? They're leading by one.
Well, they're level with Sinn Féin.
Basically, yes.
But they're not going to. That's how stable is a government where you have two parties on equal footing, because.
But they may decide to keep not to get engaged.
Oh yeah, but I agree with you, and that's why I'm saying people might be adding Fianna Fáil and Sinn Féin numbers together, or Fine Gael and Sinn Féin numbers, but when they're all in the same grouping, how stable is the government? Because the first row that you have, as you do in coalition, everyone has an equal footing. We're used to coalitions where you have one party which has a significant number over the other, and there's a bit of pull and tug as a result of that. But when you feel that you have an equal footing and an equal say, if there's any divergence of opinion on an issue, then the whole thing collapses.
Yes, but they might proof that in advance by agreeing a programme for government.
Yes, and
once the programme is agreed, then stick with it.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, more on that and on. Thomas Walsh joins us. We were talking to Thomas yesterday, Fine Gael candidate, of course, here in Sligo Leitrim, and Thomas has arrived for the last couple of counts. What do you want to say, or what do you say, Thomas? I mean, it's not going to be your day now, obviously.
No, I had a fair idea of that yesterday. Today is going to be my day. It's disappointing, but I suppose there'll be other days, and I'm hoping we'll hold out to take the fourth seat. I'm hoping Frank. So my understanding is that I'll be transferring very well to Frank, and I'm hoping that we will take the seat. So best of a bad day.
Yeah. Has it been a bad day personally, or you mean
bad day personally? Look, I'm very happy with my vote. I think I see here 5,733 people so far has, between eliminations and first preferences, has given me their confidence. This has been a difficult election across the country for Fine Gael. The swing is against the party. We've lost a number of senior ministers and a number of my colleagues. So it's been a difficult 2 days across the country, and the swing is against the party, and a number of other factors, I suppose, in this constituency. It's a very tough constituency, as I mentioned yesterday. It's one of the biggest geographical in the country. Me being added very, very late into the race, early December, and to get the campaign off the ground that fast, and that's a tribute to my own team. I had a huge team of both Fine Gael members and family and my colleagues across the constituency. So look, I'm very happy with the campaign I ran and the time that was available. It was full of high energy, and we focused on our own campaign. It was very, very positive. Look, today is an hour day. I needed a few more votes, and I couldn't get them outside my own county. So, that's.
And you were a little upset yesterday when we were talking to you about the strategy, and what you saw in some quarters is a lack of support from some party members. Does that still rankle, or is it all forgotten about now? And
well, look, I suppose that's a matter for the party internally, which we'll probably discuss at a later time. But certainly the divide wasn't helpful to me being elected.
And I'm sure you're obviously hugely disappointed, but it's of some consolation. Maybe it will be, or it could be, if Frank Feehan prevails, Fine Gael retain their seat. Does the end justify the means, or?
Yeah, look, Frank is a good guy, a good friend of mine. He's very hard-working, and he's an Oireachtas member for 20 years. So I've met Frank there a few minutes ago, and I wished him well, and I hope he takes the seat. And likewise, Eamon Scanlon, he's also a personal friend of mine, also a very hard-working Oireachtas member. We're not of the same party, but I know Eamon a long time, and it's obviously going to be a shootout between him and Frank for the last seat. I would say advantage Frank at the minute, in that I understand my transfer rate will be in the region of 35%. So it will be very, very close at the end, and there's not going to be a huge margin in it. So we'll see how it goes, but I suppose just to mention Eamon, no more than myself, we have good days and bad days in politics, and it's like a football match. You win some and you lose some, and I suppose when you put your name out there and you enter public life, you have to be prepared to lose, and today isn't my day. So
yeah, but you'd be backing, I mean, obviously you're still a county councillor, and you had a very, very high profile and successful campaign last summer.
Yeah, absolutely. I was elected on the 24th of May. I got the highest first preference Fine Gael vote of all the candidates in Sligo, in the region of 14%. And as a first-time candidate, we brought 2 out of 5 seats. We increased our seats in Sligo from 3 to 6, so we had a very good local elections in both Sligo and Leitrim. And the party has suffered nationally for many, many reasons, and we're 9 years in government. In 2011 I was there from 2011 to 2014 and into Kenny's government, and obviously I worked for John at that point, and I seen the bad times, and they were tough days in politics, when there was hard decisions had to be made for the betterment of this country, and we are seeing the positives of that now. We recorded a surplus of 1.9 billion in 2019, but I suppose we can have all the surpluses we want, but people want to see where the economy, they need to feel it in their pockets, they need to feel it, as I said yesterday, on their kitchen tables, and they need to see it in services and service provision, and maybe in the West, particularly in the Northwest, we aren't seeing that.
All right, okay, but you came in for the count which will eventually see you eliminated. You did so as a sense of duty and loyalty, I suppose, to all your supporters and colleagues.
Absolutely. Look,
it's a tough thing to do.
Yeah, I was, I suppose, as I said, I was at it the first week of December. There was a period which I suppose we could have added a candidate a little bit sooner, but we ran a high energy campaign. It was very positive, as I said. Very happy with the campaign, very happy with my vote. The Fine Gael vote down nationally, we're at, I think, 16 to 17% here, is that right? In 2016 we were at 28%, so that's a huge, huge difference. And it was going to be very difficult, in terms of quota. We were over the quota, but it's a difficult day across the country for our own party. We've lost seats, and I suppose we have to learn from that. We have to see where it went wrong, and a difficult day also for Fianna Fáil. And I suppose, as I said yesterday, this buzzword, and we've talked a lot about it, and I've heard a lot of your commentators talking about the word change earlier. And I know Sinead has mentioned it, I think, this morning, change, but I don't think people knew what change they wanted, and Sinn Féin seemed to be that only option. We are making progress in our economy and through service provision, but maybe not as quick enough that some people want. They want to see it very quickly, and I think Sinn Féin have sold that message. I'm not sure if they'll be able to deliver on that, but people want to see change, and they want to see it fast.
Okay, I suppose this sums it up. This person says, we're all so proud of you, Thomas. Your day will come. A wonderful achievement on your first general election. Wishing you all the best for the future. You have a bright future ahead.
Thanks for whoever takes that in, but
okay.
It's one of those days, I suppose. We all played football and we all played sport, and you have to learn how to lose, and that's it.
Thanks, Thomas, for joining us. Sorry, Sinead. Sorry, apologies.
And just to compliment Thomas on his campaign, I canvassed with Thomas and with Frank indeed, but predominantly with Thomas, as he was the Sligo nominated candidate. He's been very magnanimous, I think, there in his comments, both to his running mates, and the praise is indeed deserved to his campaign team. He had a fantastic campaign team, a wonderful extended family, and even people who weren't aware of my connection to the party were talking about Thomas being from the locality and how excited they were to have somebody from that area in Sligo going to be elected. And no doubt that day will come, Thomas. It's not today, as you've said. Today is a difficult day for Fine Gael across the country, and so if we do retain this seat, it'll be a positive result, I think, for the party ultimately. Thomas has youth on his side, but also a lot of experience, and I think those will all stand to you. And as Niall has said, you're on the council, and we've lots of work to do there, and we'll see you back there very soon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Probably next Monday, actually.
Yes.
Probably next Monday, exactly.
Right, okay. Thomas Walsh, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you very much. It's just for the record that we should endorse everything that has been said by Sinead, and to wish Thomas well. What particularly pleases me is that despite all of the cynicism that surrounds politics and political representation, that a young, bright and enthusiastic candidate like Thomas puts himself forward and has a very bright future. I wish you well.
Pascal.
Thanks very much, Thomas Walsh, Fine Gael candidate. Let's join John. He's with a very nervous and giddy Frank Feehan camp. John.
Yes, indeed. You could almost sense the anticipation is growing here. And indeed, we've decided, I suppose, Niall, to delve into the four corners of the Roscommon, North Roscommon, South Donegal, Sligo, Leitrim constituency, because we have Andrew Reynolds, who would be very much on the North Roscommon end of it, right on the Leitrim border. Laura Forkin is the chairperson of Sligo Fine Gael Óg. We're also joined here by Richard Canny, somebody who would be well known from in the Frank Feehan camp, and indeed a well-known journalist as well, and Councillor Barry Sweeney, of course, Councillor in Donegal. Thank you all, folks, so much indeed for joining us here. I suppose, Richard, if I can start with you, you've been working day in, day out here on the Frank Feehan campaign team. The anticipation, I suppose it's fair to say, is growing at this stage. Nobody's still maybe confidently predicting it, but at the same time, hopes are high.
Yeah, that's right, John. We're definitely not counting our chickens, but it's... Yeah, things. Frank's in a good place at the moment. We're not taking anything for granted. It's been a long campaign. Well, actually, we had 3 weeks to mobilise the campaign, and as people know, Frank is a serious worker. He's a serious hard worker. He's night and day, as you said yourself, John. And so it's nice to be hopefully rewarded for the hard work. We have a great team of people. You'll be talking to them here, and I'm just delighted for Frank. I mean, 12 months ago, I had a discussion with Frank about, what the future politically lies for Frank, and here we are now. He's on the cusp of something very, very special, and if it does happen, it's going to book the national trend as well. So I'm just hoping for Frank that, for himself, it's a vindication of a very, very good politician, a guy who's respected by people that he comes across. Barry has met him and worked very, very closely with him in South Donegal, and good things are happening up there at the moment. So yeah, we're very, very pleased. We're not going to count our chickens, but we're extremely pleased at the moment.
Councillor, if I can move to you on that point, because trying to sell a candidate that would be either from Sligo or from perceived to be North Roscommon, South Leitrim and Donegal, with all the talk we've heard about people in Donegal being disenfranchised, how difficult was that, or how easy was it maybe to sell the Feehan message in South Donegal?
Yeah, John, it's a difficult thing to sell, but Frank was an easy. Once you get Frank out and get him to meet the people, he's such a gentleman, he's such a nice person, and such a hard, genuine worker. So he was an easy sell in that way. Once we got the word out, but it's about recognition. It's about getting Frank's face out there, and. Yeah, I mean, we're all very familiar, and it's been talked about over and over again. The situation in South Donegal within this constituency is an issue, and it's the single biggest issue on the doors, to be honest, as we went around.
The people do feel disenfranchised there. That's something that your colleagues, the Sinn Féin colleagues on the council, were telling us last night, even after Martin Kinney's election. Delighted that their candidate was elected, but this is a problem that's not going to go away.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's cross-party. I mean, this is not a political thing. It's down to an operational from an operational point of view, it's very important, and you know, I think almost all candidates agree that it's the right thing. It should be returned to Donegal. Should be reunited, and I've spoken about this in advance of the local elections within my campaign recently. I've spoken about it in Lifford before Christmas time. There, I've been on the radio and talked to yourself a number of times about it, but. Everybody's talking about it. We want that change, and we need to, at this point in time, mobilise a good campaign and keep now that we're talking about it, keep it in the minds of people. And once the constituency, the commission, the constituency commission is set up again. That's when we need to have our information, and we need to have the campaign ready to say, hold on a wee minute, we want to be reunited, and we just want to get it sorted out once and for all. You know, it makes sense. But
John, I just want to say one thing about I've got to know Barry. We've got to know each other over the last month or so. I want to pay credit to Barry. Barry talks about Frank Feehan being an easy sell. I went canvassing with Frank and Barry in Ballyshannon and parts of South Donegal. We'd walk up Main Street, Ballyshannon, and everybody knows Barry Sweeney. Everybody knows Barry Sweeney. It's not just because he was one of the founder members of the Rory Gallagher International Festival. Obviously, that's a big part of your CV. But you're an incredibly popular person, and it was absolutely brilliant to go on a canvas with Barry. And it was so easy because Barry knew everybody and he opened all the doors, and it was, I just want to pay credit for all the work you've done. Thank you.
There's no doubt about that. It makes life an awful lot easier. Finally, before I move away from you, just give me your take on what's going on in the other half of Donegal, or the other part of Donegal today. I suppose the big story coming out there concerning Pat the Cup Gallagher.
Yeah, at the moment it looks like Pat's gone, and that's a huge thing for Donegal. Pat has been, a stalwart of politics in Donegal for decades. Joe McHugh was, even our minister, was on tender hooks. It's looking a wee bit more positive at this stage for him. Thankfully, Martin Harley's votes transferred kindly to Joe, and we do hope that Joe will remain there. He's worked very hard and deserves his position there within the county, and I'll be happy to see him there. And good luck to all candidates who have been there. And I suppose back to Sligo Leitrim again, just to pay credit to Thomas Walsh, who we're still on tender hooks here, but Thomas, fought a great campaign, and really for the future, Thomas is a good fighter who ran a very good campaign, and I've met him a number of times during the campaign, canvassed with him around Ballyshannon as well, and I'd like to sort of pay tribute to him really, and just hard luck is the message.
Just not his day today, but other days will come. Speaking of the future, and some, I suppose, of the political strategists, and who knows, maybe even the candidates of the future. Laura, thank you so much indeed for joining us. I'm interested to talk to you in relation to your position as the chairperson of, I suppose, the youth and the up-and-coming members of the Fine Gael Parliamentary Party here in Sligo. What has been your reaction to General Election 2020 when you look around and you see the huge demand that there is for change at the moment?
Yes, absolutely. I can see that there's a huge demand for change. I see as a member of Young Fine Gael, I can see that we are putting our opinions forward, and we have, we'll say, in relation to climate change, agricultural and rural affairs, mental health, we all have our own views on this, but I suppose the younger generation are looking towards Sinn Féin, but I think we will bring back our membership to Young Fine Gael and Fine Gael. As chair of Young Fine Gael, I've been working tirelessly to support both candidates, Senator Frankie Feehan and Councillor Thomas Walsh. I've been working mostly with social media. I believe social media was really important in this general election to really get the message out to people, what we had to offer in Fine Gael. Also, as chair, I was trying to stay neutral as to what I was doing for campaigning wise, so I was using a lot of social media to support both candidates, and I'm very happy that we have done so well here for Frankie.
And making Fine Gael relevant, making the party relevant. And I know the Labour candidate here, Nessa Cosgrove, spoke about this yesterday as well. She sees one of the biggest challenges facing Labour now is how they're going to make the party relevant to young people again. Do you sense there's a similar challenge there maybe in store for Fine Gael?
I don't think so. You know, we kind of get our own people, like through Young Fine Gael, our college branches are more active, more so than our rural branches. But as chair of Sligo Young Fine Gael in the past 3 years, I've been working tirelessly to get as many people active in the branch as possible. It's a challenge, but I'm always up for a challenge, and I suppose that's the name of the game in politics.
Sure is, and it's going to continue for a long time to come. Andrew Reynolds, if I can talk to you, because we've touched about the diversity of this particular 4-county constituency. You would find yourself now on the Roscommon-Leitrim border, situated in Rooskey, and the Roscommon side of Rooskey, which is very important for anybody living there on the border. Tell me about maybe the challenges that you found this time round out on the campaign trail, trying to make sure that Frank Feehan was successful in securing this seat.
Well, I suppose I gave Frank a hand on the kind of the Rooskey Drummond area of the campaign, canvassing just friends and family in that area. But you know, in Leitrim, especially that neck of the woods from that down to Ballamore, Frank is a very easy sell, because Frank has a track record that's unbeatable down there and what he has delivered for that area, and that's why, you know, I heard you referring to the sell in Donegal. You know, when you go with a candidate like Frank Feehan, it's his track record is there. People see what he has delivered. You know, and I know Richard referred to his campaign for the last 2 weeks, but Frank has been in election mode for a very, very, very long time. You know, making sure that the people he represents them to the best of his ability, but also just keeping them in touch with what's going on in the party and their personal lives and their family lives, and just keeping up to date with general life in rural Ireland. And that's one thing I think that Frank has never forgot in his years in politics, is kind of, you know, the people who have got him to where he is. And you know, if Frank pulls this off tonight, this will be, I think, the second time in his career, because I think he did the same with himself and Dennis Nocton and Roscommon all those years ago, where we pulled off those 2 seats that was seen as, you know, undoable. But you know, Frank worked very hard. Frank to abide by the rules and, you know, the vote management system, and you know, it worked very well.
It's all paying dividends. One particular issue, and I know we can maybe localise this from a Donegal and a Rooskey perspective, that very much, I suppose, dominated the election at the early stages, was the whole direct provision. When you were out on the canvas trail in Rooskey, was that something that came up on the doorsteps? Are there still concerns about how the direct provision model is implemented in this country?
Thankfully, it didn't come up in this election, but seeing as you've mentioned it, direct provision is something that I feel stories like Rooskey and Donegal and Wicklow, etc., they have brought up the discussion that hasn't been there for a number of years. There's nobody would agree that the system is right in the way it's managed. It needs to be reviewed. You know, how it's to be reviewed again is something that I don't have the answer to that. I don't know what the solution is, but definitely something needs to be done to kind of ensure that those who are coming to our borders and those who are going to be housed in direct provision centres, that first of all they're vetted correctly, but that process happens very fairly and very quick, that we're not housing these people for years on end with no end in sight, with no solution, with like integrate them into the community, get them working, that's fine. I don't think anyone has an issue with that, but to house people and just fund their lifestyle from the state and on taxpayers for years on end is just, I think, something that is driving this whole argument and kind of creating the friction and the tension that's there.
Barry, Councillor Barry Sweeney, if we can just get maybe your take on that as well. Again, it was an issue in Donegal in the not too distant past.
Yes, yeah, it's certainly it's a dark situation within the country at the moment. It's not right. There's a lot of work needed to actually revise the way this is happening, and it's happening before our eyes. You know, I think within Donegal County Council, there's a system where there are families integrated within towns that have the correct facilities, and they're integrated in a meaningful way within the community, and they're adding to these communities, and they're bringing colour and culture to diversity to these communities also. And it has been successful in a number of places, but I think we, you know, as has been said, it's not working at the moment. It needs to be revised, and it's not just that simple. We must remember too that we are a nation of immigrants, and I think we need to remember the past too and where we came from ourselves, and to be kind, but we need to find the right system, and at the moment it's not working, but we need to make things better there.
No doubt about it. I think it's definitely going to be a challenge for the next government. Great to get the views, I suppose you could say, of north, south, east and west of the entire constituency. Of course, the common denominator here is Frank Feehan. You've all been involved in the campaign in one form or another. So to Andrew, Laura, to Barry and indeed to Richard, thank you so much indeed for joining us. There you have it, some reaction, I suppose, some of the key members, if we can call them those, of the Feehan team, and good to gauge their opinions and views here of the general election campaign 2020 that is, I suppose, at this stage is reaching a conclusion inside the next few hours. Back to you, Niall.
It is, John. It'll all come to a head in the next few hours, and again the crowds are increasing here in the Sligo Park Hotel. We'd like to welcome listeners who've been accessing our Donegal constituency coverage feed for the past 2 days. Their day is done, and Patrick O'Gallagher lost out on that seat that he had held for so many years in the end. So we're all back together on the one network, and I'm sure our South Donegal listeners will be very, very interested in what Barry Sweeney had to say there in relation to the restoration of Donegal as one electoral entity which has come up time and time again here over the past 2 days. Tom McSherry with us, Caherlick of Sligo County Council. Tom, you're welcome.
Thanks
Fianna
very much,
Fáil councillor, of course. Your cousin will be elected eventually, probably on the last count. That would be the case.
Yeah, well, that would appear to be the case, Niall. It's been a very interesting day. A very interesting day locally and a very interesting day and 2 days nationally.
Yeah. You've been campaigning hard with Mark McSherry.
Yeah, absolutely. I suppose it was a very short snap, 3 weeks in a very large constituency, Niall. So it was difficult to try and cover all the ground, but in fairness, we did. We put in a very strong campaign for Mark, and hopefully now, that he will be elected.
Yeah.
He's worked very hard over the last number of years, but he's looking forward to getting back to work for the people of this constituency.
Were you this change that we're seeing, this massive surge towards Sinn Féin and I suppose anti-Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael sentiment, were you picking that up on the doorsteps at all, or not, or in some areas?
Not really, we weren't. But look, clearly, and as was alluded to by a number of your contributors over the last day or so, we live in a democracy, and the people have spoken. And now, every TD, it's incumbent on every TD to reflect on what the people have said, what the people want, and hopefully put together a government to reflect their wishes, because there is a lot of problems, Niall. There's a lot of problems with housing, there's a lot of problems in health, there's a lot of problems with the divide in Ireland at the moment. I suppose the decline of rural Ireland, for an example, and the quality of life. There's young people now in good jobs. Will they ever afford a house? Will they ever have a house? Will they ever have access to finance for a house? These are the issues that need to be addressed. The health system in this country, despite the great work and effort by the frontline staff, the doctors, the nurses and everybody involved, it's teetering on the brink of implosion, depending on who you talk to. You've had Fergal Hickey on a number of times. Yeah. He's a leading authority in that area. The lack of home help hours for people, primary care. People want to be in their homes. People want their
and
parents.
all these issues have made a difference in the minds of the electorate, and we're hearing this time and time again.
Absolutely, and these are the issues that need to be addressed. I think again, it's incumbent on every TD that goes back to Dáil Éireann after the election to reflect on these issues and to put together a programme for government to address these issues.
Okay, I'm just sorry to interrupt you, but just for those listening and for those watching at home, our unofficial sources tell us that Marion Harkin may well be elected on this count.
Okay, that's interesting.
So we'll bring that live, and obviously there'll be great excitement and celebrations, as is the case with all.
Is that going to have implications now for the transfer from Thomas Walsh to Frank Feehan? Because there was an expectation that she would be a blocking mechanism by taking votes away.
Yeah.
From
Now
Frank
we
Feehan.
don't. I haven't been told by how much she's going to exceed. the quota by. Anyway,
I said earlier I did indicate that it was quite possible that she could, based on the fact that there's 5,300 votes to be distributed.
Well, it's unofficial word yet, but anyway, we'll be ready for the election if and when it happens.
Can I just say, Niall, I'd like to congratulate all the candidates that put their name forward. Some of them did exceptionally well. Gino O'Boyle for one. And I think they all deserve great credit, Niall, and to their families and their supporters and their workers, because unfortunately after 19 candidates there'll be 4 elected and 15 that won't be elected, but their friends, families, supporters and themselves deserve great credit for their efforts.
Yeah, all right, okay. Right, well, we better let you go back to your entourage. You're with the McSherry camp, quite obviously, and it's only 4 years since Mark got elected, so.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a quick, 4 years, and obviously we're coming off the back of quite a good, strong local election here in town, and the work continues for us on the council and for Mark tomorrow morning. When he is re-elected, hopefully that will be the case. Just before I go, Niall, and I know you've heard this from so many people, but I have to say it again. To you and to all the staff at Ocean FM, and that includes everybody. I know you're the figurehead, but to everybody, all the backroom staff that are here and everybody associated with Ocean FM, your coverage really is spectacular. And also to Pascal and Keith and Sinead and all the contributors over the last 2 days. It just has been the most compelling viewing, and I think there's so many people that have tuned in and watched this, and it really is, it's an amazing and educational experience for so many people, and I think he deserves great credit for that.
And don't forget John Fahan Kubiski as well.
Oh yes, John,
and Tony, who was with us yesterday, and Porrick and everybody else. Well, we do appreciate your kind comments and the comments of everybody, and we hope it will be even more compelling in the next few hours, which I'm sure it will.
Yeah, absolutely. But from I suppose a Fianna Fáil perspective, we as a party now really need to reflect, because we have been sent a very clear message as well. Some of us, myself included, and indeed Mark, we never agreed with the confidence and supply for the last number of years. I know it was essential that something had to be done initially.
You think it has damaged the party?
Oh, absolutely, and it's something that we really need as a party to reflect on where we're at now and where we're going in the future.
Tom, many thanks for joining us. We know you're busy, and we'll let you get back.
And could we wish Thomas the very best of luck in another election that he's going to be involved in. He would be trying again to get into the Senate after all this fuss dies down.
Is that official? Have you breached any secrets there now?
No, I have to sit down and see, and consider my options. But thanks very much, Pascal, for your good wishes. They're greatly appreciated.
Okay, thanks very much for that. Tom McSherry, Cahirlock of Sligo County Council, and of course Mark McSherry, campaigner and first cousin as well of Mark McSherry. Right. Okay, as I say, unofficial sources tell us that we will have, or likely to have, an election on this, the 14th count.
Is this a surprise, do you think? Because, John was ruling it out, and even their own people were ruling it out, and I felt that, with the amount of votes that were available, 5-3, even with the high...
we'll try and just see how solid the information is, but my people tell me it is coming from the Harkin camp.
Yeah, who originally were saying no, that would not be the case, that she would need to go into another election. But that is not good news for the Eamon Scanlon camp.
Yeah, anyway, it's a moot point, but people like to know, and, there may be Marion Harkin supporters out there who
the only other part, I'd be interested to get Keith's view.
Keith is here, and I think Keith can
get Keith's view on this.
Let's bring him
in.
As
to what the implications are, if it's true.
Keith, just to confirm the speculation we have that there will be an election here on this count. Is that the case?
Well, they're still counting the votes of Marion Harkin, but Marion's team are confident that there is in the region of 1,300 there, which she needs. I would say if there is a surplus of little or nothing, which probably wouldn't need to be distributed, because it would make no material difference to the order of elimination or election. So
it'll be that small.
Yeah, I'd say, like I said, they're still counting Marion Harkin's votes. Obviously, when I looked at it, the votes, there's quite a number of non-transferable papers, but Harkin is doing well. Feehan's team are expecting to get around 300. I have to make my way back to my own team here to see what the figure was for Scanlon. But the expectation is that Marion Harkin will be elected on this count, and as well as that, we will be eliminating Thomas Walsh.
What's the implications of that?
Well, Walsh is going to decide.
But what are the implications of Marion being elected as distinct from still waiting for votes?
Yeah, the distinction is that anyone who voted, we were expecting that there'd be a big Thomas Walsh 1, Marion Harkin 2 because of the local factor. It's a case now, where are those number 3s going? Are they staying in Sligo, or will they follow the Fine Gael party line? We heard from a lot of Fine Gael representatives saying that, you know, they were courting Marion, and as well as for their side, and as well we heard that her vote was mainly a Fine Gael based vote than a Fianna Fáil one. So,
but her number 2s will be out of the equation.
But it's 3 perhaps.
So we're looking at 3s.
Yeah, perhaps somebody who voted Thomas Walsh 1 and said I'll give Harkin 2 because she's local in Sligo and she's of the Fine Gael side of the house,
will
and
then revert 3 to
Feehan. That's a possibility. And there will be there's going to be votes in Walsh's bundles for McSharry and for Scanlon too.
Could there be people in South Sligo that might say to themselves, well, we've done our duty to Fine Gael, we've gone with Thomas, we've also gone with Marion, and we're now going to try and stay in South Sligo?
A certain amount of them will, but Thomas Walsh's vote in South Sligo was very, very small. Okay. That's where I see the difficulty.
That's the weakness.
For Eamon.
Yeah. Time-wise, Keith, any indication of when we might have this 14 count?
Seeing as they are still counting, and it takes normally 20-25 minutes from when they stop counting, I'd say, what time are we now? 8. I'd say you'll have a new TD elected by 9 o'clock.
Right, well, we better get our ad break out of the way in that case. Back in a moment.
Taking one more breath beside you, so I could find strength to divide us. Give it all we got, and I know we did the best we could. If I could go back, undo the mess, I would memorize your face before I go. But this is how we go. Gotta give it up sometimes. Let's go. And knowing when to kill your pride. There's no one to blame. Nothing really stays the same. This is how we go. Sometimes
higher.
And oh, I know you have your reasons. Some days I'm a mess, but I know there's a rainbow over all of the past. Your head on my shoulder, but I know we're better on our own. But this is how we go. Gotta give it up some.
Okay, welcome back. Sligo Park Hotel. Just to let you know, we're waiting for the 14th count here, which is the distribution of Declan Bree's votes, and we are almost certain that Marion Harkin is going to be re-elected as a Sligo Leitrim TD independent TD for the first time in 18 years, which is a long time. Pádraig Hart joins us now as well. That's what you're expecting as well, Pádraig?
Absolutely, yeah. Marion Harkin is going to go over the quota and is going to be elected as a TD for the first time, as you say, in 18 years. It's a remarkable return to Irish politics and remarkable return to this constituency as well. And I think what we were saying earlier on, how transfer friendly she was, has been borne into account, and we got that as our listeners know now on Saturday during the exit poll. With her out of the way as well now, it's going to open up the Walsh vote to stay more in the Fine Gael gene pool, because there was a big question as to, because of where she was located so close to Thomas Walsh, that she would be attracting a lot of them votes. So Marion Harkin to be elected, and that's good news for Frank Feehan at this stage as well, I think.
Right, okay, and we're going to go back down. I mean, the hall, yes, you can, as you know, the hall is starting. Sorry, Keith, did you want to say something or no? No.
I just have a question, Park. Do you have any indication, because we're still counting the votes for Harkin, have you any indication how much she will go over the quota by? Her own team were thinking not a huge amount. So.
Well, the words that we're getting there from the tally people is that she's not going to go over by much, but she will be going over the quota. So I'll put it like this: it won't be needing to distribute. It's going to be such a small amount.
It's immaterial.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're both still in agreement that Feehan is the most likely to prevail at the moment for that last seat?
Yes, if I was a betting man now, I'd be betting on Feehan.
Right, and as is the case, the count hall tends to fill up, and it's going to fill up here in the next hour or two, that's for sure, with the election of 3 candidates.
One of the things that you'll always notice is when a candidate gets near to being elected, to be declared to be elected, wherever those tickets come out of, they come out and the people come in.
And the yellow rosettes are coming out as well. I've never seen as many people coming in wearing the yellow rosettes of Marion Harkin.
It's going to be a wash of yellow here now in a few minutes. So
and I see some of her supporters already hugging and embracing and getting their photographs taken with James, our good friend James.
Yeah, it's. I see Niall Delaney, her brother, who was our director of elections, and he's a very happy man there. They ran a fantastic campaign, and they all have to be complimented on it. That's all the candidates that were brave enough to put their name down for election.
Tom McSherry made that point a moment ago. Right, I see Justin Warnock on the floor of the Count Centre. Leitrim Councillor, Fianna Fáil Councillor Justin Warnock with John.
Thank you very much indeed, Niall. Yes, Justin Warnock indeed joins us here, Councillor Justin Warnock. And let's head to North Leitrim and maybe let's get a Fianna Fáil perspective now from North Leitrim on general election 2020. As it stands, it's looking almost certain now that Mark McSherry will be returned to the 33rd Dáil. Marion Harkin is going to be elected. Still maybe a degree of doubt as regards the final seat, but a lot of the experts at this stage are pointing towards Frank Feehan at the expense of Eamon Scanlon. If that was to play out that way, it would be very difficult on Eamon Scanlon and tough on him, because he's one of the few TDs for Fianna Fáil that has increased his vote this time round.
Yeah, it's looking that way at the minute now, but I suppose until the last votes are counted, I wouldn't like to say, he'd still probably be in a fighting chance up to the very end. Eamon has been a very hard worker, and it's most unfortunate. We had 27% of the vote. We should be taking the 2 seats, but that's the way it has been. A bad election for Fianna Fáil, a very bad election for them.
Can I just expand on that a little bit? Because you started off the election campaign with a huge lead, a 12-point lead, according to some of the polls that was done beforehand. Where did it go wrong, if you were to try and put your finger on it? Fine Gael slowly but surely, Sinn Féin slowly but surely were eating into that particular lead, and come polling day they had managed to, I suppose, blow it out of the water completely. They got back in level terms. So what went wrong for Fianna Fáil? Why did public opinion change during the length of what was a relatively short election campaign?
Well, I will leave it to the best to answer that, because I honestly don't know how the Sinn Féin vote came. It seems to be a vote that was waiting there to go someplace, and they found that Sinn Féin, that left-wing vote, went straight to Sinn Féin. You have to, 7-8 months ago, they lost half their councillors, and people that ran in those local elections that got 300 or 400 votes was able to get 10, 12,000 first preference votes. They couldn't even get in. So it's a left-wing vote there. It's a punishment vote. But I have said to a few people that we've probably been waiting since 2008, 2009, since the crash. The people of Ireland tolerated it. They didn't take to the streets. They didn't, wreck our country. We had the water protests. We seen things going wrong at that stage.
We had the grey vote, the grey protest.
Yeah, but it all pulled back. But there's a sizable chunk of people there, whether they're in the mid-20s up to the mid-30s or whatever, and they haven't forgiven or forgot. And unfortunately, the confidence in supply, and we've been stuck with Fine Gael. Now, I was one councillor that said no, we should have left. We should have left after 12 months or 2 years. But I suppose we are where we are now, and it's looking like that we won't be in the next government.
I just wanted to pick up on that whole point of the supply and confidence, because really it did seem to do Fianna Fáil a lot of damage. You weren't in government, but yet you were there propping up the government of the day, and a lot of damage seems to have been inflicted on the party as a result of that.
But I suppose when you're in politics and these TDs were there, and we didn't want to see our country going down the Swanee either. Do you know what I mean? There was an opportunity there for others to get involved, but they didn't. They sat on the fence, and we're paying for it. I see if you work very hard in this country, sometimes you're punished for that work, and that seems to be the case. That seems to be the case at the moment. But tomorrow or the next day, we will see where all the parties are going and what is maybe Mary Lou McDonald may decide to be the next Taoiseach. Do you know what I mean? If she gets enough support from the left, it seems to be. It's not even. It's right and left. You know what I mean? It's gone. It's very strange because Fianna Fáil was the party kind of centre. We were the centrist party. We brought people from the left. We brought people from everything, and we were the small farmers party, the small business people party, and I suppose we've lost our way a bit. And I suppose that's when you align yourself to a party like Fine Gael.
Would you have a preference if Fianna Fáil were to form a part of the next government? And everybody seems to get the feeling that Micheál Martin knows it's now or never the party leader. If he's ever to become Taoiseach, this has to be the time. So already it seems he's almost rowing back a little bit on the promise that he made of never talking to Sinn Féin. He seems to be maybe warming a little bit to that idea. He said he has to listen to the electorate. They have made their feelings well and truly known. So just give me your own personal view on that. Should Fianna Fáil entertain maybe going into government with Sinn Féin now at this stage?
The whole votes haven't been counted, and I would play this cautiously. I honestly believe that Sinn Féin, they should go and see, if that left-wing vote is there to carry them across the line. Because at the moment, I don't even know how many seats. I think we're in the high 30s, so we're not really in a position to form a government. And if we were to go in with Sinn Féin or with Fine Gael, there'll have to be a mini Ardèche, and the grassroots will decide what we do. And I think that's the good thing about our party. We won't be forced into something without the grassroots having their say.
Finally, I just want to touch on a neighbouring county. You are predominantly, I suppose, based around the Kinloch area, North Leitrim, almost touching Bundoran in County Donegal. Just to look further up in the constituency of Donegal, the second half of Donegal, and a well-known Fianna Fáil politician, Pat the Cope Gallagher. A sad day for him.
A very sad day. Pat the Cope. It's been a household name for as long as I can remember, and a great worker for the people. But unfortunately, it's like Timmy Dooley. We have lost a lot of Lisa Chambers. We've lost a lot of good TDs. It's most unfortunate, but that's politics. We've seen it come and seen it go, but there's a lot of soul searching to be done of where we go from tomorrow on.
No doubt about it. Interesting times ahead. Justin Warnock, thank you so much indeed. There you go. That's Councillor Justin Warnock, a Fianna Fáil councillor in the Manorhamilton Municipal District. Now let's back to you.
Thanks to John. Thanks to Councillor Justin Warnock. Well done to Thomas Walsh as this election. Lots of good wishes coming our way, and we do appreciate all the messages. We haven't had time to read them all out because they're coming in on text, email, by phone, on Twitter, on Facebook and so forth. A great show, says this person. I'm watching here for the last 2 days. Just wondering what a non-transferable vote means, please. Sorry, getting tongue-tied, Pascal.
Yeah, no. We mentioned this earlier, and obviously it is something that confuses people. It means that if you voted number 1 and then gave a preference 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, you might then have stopped, and as a result the rest of your ballot paper is blank. So when it comes to that 5th count or 6th count, if you haven't already given a preference, it's a blank space, so there's no vote. And therefore, when it is being counted, it has been counted as a no vote because there is nothing there. Yeah. And that's really what they call a non-transferable vote. And it gets higher and higher the longer the count goes on, simply because you're looking, as we are now, what are we, Niall? 14th count?
14th, yeah. Just like to thank Ocean for the wonderful coverage. I was working 12-hour days for the last 2 days, and you made it so short. And just remember, there's no show without a Leitrim man. So well done to John and Pascal.
Thank you very much. That's very kind.
That's from Padder.
Appreciate that, Padder. Thank you very much indeed.
You shortened his working week. Okay, and Willie, and thanks to Willie Murphy for his kind wishes as well on our coverage.
It was interesting listening, Niall, there to Councillor Justin Warnock.
Yeah.
I mean, Justin will be a very sort of middle-of-the-road Fianna Fáil politician based in Kinloch, of course, and is very well highly thought of. But, I mean, listening to his views, he's also of the opinion that it would not benefit Fianna Fáil to be in government.
Okay, well, yeah, there might be more of that coming through. in the next few days, perhaps.
Well, it's on the basis that if Mary Lou MacDonald can form a left-wing alliance that can go into government, well then he's more or less saying that's what the people want.
That's what I was saying earlier, Pascal, and you were saying they don't have the numbers, so they can't.
Well,
They'd
I
have
said
to
they had
rely
61,
on,
that's 61, 62 seats.
and you'd have Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael on 33, well, more than that when it's finished against them. On 63, sorry, probably
Yes,
the equivalent vote, if not higher.
Yeah, but I mean, they would be in opposition, and they wouldn't have. Both Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael would not be able to bring down the government based on those figures. They wouldn't be able to bring down the government because there would be more independents and others that would not. Independents generally, Sinead, I can tell you, don't want elections. They're not turkeys voting for Christmas, and if they get back into the Dáil, having gone through a bruising campaign, no matter what their political ideology is as independents, they will not want another election. And as a result, they will support whatever they see is something that's viable and is going to continue. And if Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, who would not necessarily both be singing off the same hymn sheet, so it may not necessarily follow that the two parties could coalesce in opposition to some government decisions. So it would mean that it would be a fractured opposition. You know, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael wouldn't necessarily vote on every issue together. In fact, the chances are, because of Fianna Fáil in particular, after what's happened to them, the last thing they do, I think, is support Fine Gael, unless it was something that was of, great interest, but or was against the interests of the country, that they collectively felt was not in the interests of the people they represent. So all I'm suggesting is that if Fianna Fáil are drifting towards, or the sentiment is drifting towards not participating in government,
being in opposition,
that if that happens, well then the onus is on Sinn Féin as the larger party.
And I think the feeling will be similar in Fine Gael.
Yeah.
But I just read out this tweet from Fergal Nealon. Now, Fergal is, I hope they haven't lost this. Yeah, Fergal is the son of the late Fine Gael TD for Sligo Leitrim, and indeed he was Minister for Arts, Ted Nealon,
yes,
as I remember. And Fergal says, more so than any anniversary or birthday, I think of my dad, Ted Nealon, on days like this. He beat the computer on the 1973 RT analysis, presented a 7-day show which helped save the PR system, and produced the definitive book on election results, The Nealon's Guide. And Fergal says, Ted will be loving the great local coverage by All on Ocean FM and the excellent debut by Keith Henry, and also nationally he'd be loving the coverage by Gavin Riley and by Ivan Yates, who are knocking it out of the park.
His presence is still here, there's no question, and Fergal is absolutely right. If his dad were alive today, he would be in a prime position right here, sitting beside us, and giving of it. He had an encyclopedic knowledge, not only of Sligo Leitrim, but of every constituency in the country, as evidenced by the Nealon Guide, which was the Bible from 1974. I think it was after the 1973 general election that he published the first Nealon Guide, and then it became a different guide.
I have them all in a filing cabinet at work, would you believe, Pascal?
Extraordinary man, and as I say, an encyclopedic knowledge of very few political commentators today. I mean, Ivan Yates would probably follow in his footsteps in the sense that he has done a constituency by constituency breakdown, but he was Ted Nealon was peerless. I mean, he had no equals, none, and that was at the time when you had real political heavyweights like Brian Farrell and others that were on national television. He more than held his own.
You will correct me on this. Did he stand in Clontarf at one stage?
He did, yes.
And didn't get elected? Was that it?
Yeah, I think you're right. Initially, maybe, and then he became Minister for Arts. He was a junior Minister for Arts.
He was, and of course Ted was originally from Aclair in County Sligo. Played football for Sligo, I think. And it's amazing the amount of...
I'm delighted that Fergal has revived the memory of his late dad, and rightly so. I mean, a man much respected across all the political divide, and as I say, his spirit is here. There's no question.
I met Fergal on the campaign trail for the local elections, and we spoke about his dad, and it fascinated me how many of the Fine Gael membership spoke
to me about his dad at different times. I wasn't familiar with him personally, but he is absolutely a legend, and with such fondness and respect. He was a very, very capable man. Actually, Fergal described, I think, in their home having a bank of telephones at one point and people calling. I think he might have come up with that idea to get people to come out to vote and to canvass on the phone.
He was an outstanding communicator as well, and he had the most wonderful broadcasting voice. I mean, he was a natural. He was an absolute natural.
Yeah, absolutely. And a gentleman to deal with as well over many years, both as a TD and analyst and so. And you know, it reminded me when Declan Bree was here earlier. Declan always has great details. In particular, he's a great esteem of all politicians. I think Declan. He is a great grow for anybody who is elected to a council, and he's big into council protocol. But Declan, I remember, released a statement after Ted's passing, paying tribute to him, and he had all the details that you outlined about Ted had done X, Y and Z, and he'd been fantastic. And I didn't know that Declan, in his press release, said that Ted Nealon was a rugby league player.
Really?
Yeah.
A rugby league player?
A rugby league player in England, in the north of England, which I never knew. And I checked it out afterwards, and it's true.
When I said
he played professional rugby
that's
league.
That's extraordinary.
Yeah.
When I said he had an encyclopedic knowledge, I'm talking not only about drilling down into the detail of each constituency, but he had anecdotes about candidates and TDs and those elected and those who weren't. And he was able to do it on a constituency basis. And I seem to remember, I don't think he had notes in front of him. I think it was all in his head. He had it all acquired, this knowledge, and was able to impart it to a public, as we have been attempting to do as best we can over the last couple of days, who might not be familiar with the detail of politics or of constituencies.
But we have the internet at our disposal.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
And for those who are not aware of 7 days, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, that was the forerunner to what became
Prime
Today
Time.
Tonight,
Prime
and then
Time.
Prime Time. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah, it was the same
Yeah,
concept.
so it was groundbreaking back then.
Yeah, same concept.
Yeah.
Very much so. Ah, yes. Yeah, or Lord of Mercy, or Yesheg or Avanam Jeelish.
Right, there's a lot of the Harkin camp getting ready to celebrate
I wonder,
her.
I see they've stopped counting there, and they're all the staff are standing around, other than just maybe doing final checks from what we can see on screen here.
Yeah,
So
we're not too far off a count.
Yeah, it must be imminent.
Yeah. And there's a significant amount of Mark McCharry supporters arriving now as well, as we come to a conclusion to what has been a very, very long Sligo Leitrim count. It's actually shorter than it, so far it's been shorter than it was 4 years ago, but as I look on the RT website, I mean, we're one of the few constituencies still counting.
Really?
Yeah.
Many left.
Four others.
Four others,
Yeah.
and I think there's about 10 seats left to be filled, 3 of which are in Sligo Leitrim, I think.
2 in Cavan Monaghan.
All right, okay.
Okay.
3 in Longford Westmeath.
Yeah, it does look like Boxer Mourne is going to lose his seat now, they're saying.
What's the seat count at the moment there, Sinead? You'll be looking at it. I think if you just scroll up to the top of the screen. No, the other way, the other direction. The other direction.
Has a mind of its own, Pascal.
There you go, yeah. So it's currently Fine Gael on 32, Fianna Fáil on 31. Taking those constituencies into account, 2 out of Cavan. No, hold it there just for a moment. 2 out of Cavan. No, go back up to the count, the seat count. Thank you. 2 out of Cavan, Monaghan, 2 out of Longford, that's 4. That gives Fianna Fáil 35. And what's the other constituency?
Dublin South West.
Where they will have 1, that brings them to 36. And where else? Here.
Here,
and here.
Sligo.
37. There's your 37.
Okay.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like a game show I remember years ago. Was it the golden shot? Do you remember the golden shot? Up a bit, left, up,
That's
down.
right. Yeah. To the left, Bernie. Was it Bernie?
I can't
Was
remember.
it something like that? I think.
Show me age.
Bernie. Was it go left, Bernie, right, Bernie, top, Bernie? Yes, something like that. So that's 37. That's it. That's going to be the extent of Fianna Fáil's seat.
Here's Tony McLaughlin arriving. Tony.
There's one. So going back, Fine Gael will have 1 Cavan Monaghan, that'll be 33.
I think possibly
Longford
max
Westmeath,
36.
34. Here 35. So you're looking at max 36. Where's the other one coming from? I mean, Cavan Monaghan there's 1. Longford Westmeath is 1, that's 2.
Here.
Here is 1, that's 3. We're assuming. And where's the other one?
Simon Harris in Wicklow.
4. So that's 35.
And possibly Andrew Doran.
And 36.
He's still in the running.
Still in the running. There's your 36. I mean, it really is. It's an extraordinarily changed landscape, isn't it, Niall?
Yeah, absolutely.
I never would have thought it. I genuinely would never have thought it. I mean, being so used from day one to one or two parties dominating the political landscape, irrespective of ideology. I'm just saying that the reality was that you were looking at significant seat gains, like 60 and 70 seats. And here we are on in the 30s. I think it's a recipe for political disaster, Tony McLaughlin. What do you think? I'm just speculating here.
You're in the deep end. Pascal is firing questions. He's firing questions. Just put the headphones
on. The
on.
cans there, probably. I'm just sort of speculating here about the changed political landscape from a time when, irrespective of the parties, you had 60 and 70 and quite significant seats in the Dáil. But now you have I never would have believed this would have happened.
No.
So, what does it mean? What does it mean?
Well, what you have is you have 3 people are going away from the 2 major parties. From Fine Gael.
But what does it mean, Tony?
It means that people are sick and tired of the 2.
Sorry, I'm putting the question wrong. What does it mean after this in terms of what's going to happen next?
I don't know, but all I know is that. Sorry, I was on the road there today, but. What they were saying is that under no circumstances, I know Fine Gael and some of colleagues that I was speaking to today, under no circumstances, and they've told Leo in no uncertain terms, like, you know what I mean, that they're having nothing to do with Sinn Féin. So obviously the pressure's back on Fianna Fáil now.
I can tell you that my instinct is that from all we've been listening to from Fianna Fáil this afternoon, that they are not going to go into government at all.
No.
They're not going to even get involved in talks.
Because
they're going to stand aside and say it's up to Mary Lou and whoever else.
The confidence supply has had an awful effect on.
But sure, they're losing, we're saying, Tony, 4th and 5th seats.
Some fine TTs tonight. Declan Brannock above and loud.
I know that.
Very well.
A very good friend of mine for many years. Frank O'Rourke, a Leitrim man.
Lovely fella, a gentleman,
gone.
Yes.
Absolutely gone. And Timmy Dooley.
One of Donegal, Timmy Dooley.
Poor out the Cope.
Pat the Cope.
It's a sad end. It's a sad end to a very distinguished
But you know, the foot. Are we?
Yeah, we're live.
We're live.
We're live. We're live.
Pat the Cope. I mean, as less Coherlock of the Dáil for the last number of years, and I must say most cooperative and most helpful, and fairness to him at all times, like always looked after the west of Ireland, like, you know, when there was issues to be raised, he would always give you the time or whatever else, like, you know what I mean. And I'd be very, very sorry to see this happen.
Now, on the basis, by the way, we're only speculating here, but on the basis that Fine Gael will not go into government with the Shinners or Sinn Féin, and Fianna Fáil may stand back from the whole process. What does that mean then, Tony? I mean, you would have been as a whip. We're looking at 61, 62 seats. Look at that seat count over there. 61, 62 left-wing seats, coupled with, 14 or 15 independents.
Well, I know.
Does that lead to a stable government in terms of voting?
It doesn't, but the thing is that Sinead mentioned earlier today, or there this evening, you know, with all the left side and all the independents and all that. But that won't work, because
But supposing they agreed on a programme for government?
But how could you with so many independents?
But supposing that they did agree with Tony, would it then work? Would they be disciplined enough? Would they be disciplined enough to support the government?
Well, let me tell you now, and as you're right, I was as a government whip for the last number of years, dealing with the independents, and we had only a small number of independents. They were independent, right, because they were all individuals, and some days that you'd have something agreed, like, you know what I mean, which is serious, and then others, particularly Ross and maybe one or two others, most of them acted very, very responsibly, but there were a few of them that pure mavericks, like, you know what I mean. And could you imagine these people trying to prop up Sinn Féin in government at the present time? It won't last.
You can't see it. All right.
By the way, could I just very briefly try to explain, because we know that there are people out there that sometimes don't understand or recognise the terminology that we use politically. When I refer to Tony being in the whip's office, a whip is an old English parliamentary tradition which we adapted. It means that his office and he and a number of his party colleagues are tasked with ensuring that when there is a vote in the Dáil, that the government win the vote, and they whip in,
and make sure everybody attends.
They whip in all of their members. That's what it's about.
Just for your own information,
into shape,
my boss,
right,
who was in Galway West, Sean Kine, lost a seat there yesterday evening. Sean would have been my
he was your
colleague. He's my boss.
Colleague,
he was the government whip, and I was assistant.
A couple of questions. Will the 4 candidates be elected tonight? Yes, they will.
Yes.
And we're told maybe around 11:30, 12 o'clock it'll be all complete. When is the next count due? In the next couple of minutes. Any predicted tally? Well, what we're saying is that Marion Harkin will be elected on this count. And we were talking before you came in, Tony, about Ted Nealon.
Yes, I was listening, but just on that, before we go to...
Ted Nealon not only played rugby league, he played senior football for Sligo.
He did.
And won the senior football championship with Torres Strand in 1956.
Yeah. He was from up in Ted, because I ran with Ted in 81. Ted, that was his first outing. He was very, very friendly as well. The connection there was that brought him to Sligo was Gareth Fitzgerald asked him to come to Sligo. He had lost a previous election in Clontarf in Dublin, and he came to Sligo, and both Joan McCartan and himself were successful in the first 81 election here at Pascal.
Actually, just following up on something that you mentioned earlier, Sinead, it was interesting. Now, it was Blaugheen Gallagher who was with us. There hasn't been a TD, a female TD in Sligo Leitrim since Marion Harkin.
No, Mary Reynolds and Countess Markovich, and that's it in the entire history of the state. Can I just ask, Tony, I was throwing out the possibility of the left getting together with independents as a possibility, I suppose, as a discussion point.
Yes.
But what do you see as being the alternative?
Well, judging by what, speaking to some of her colleagues, Sinead, under no circumstance will Fine Gael entertain. Micheál Martin indicated maybe yesterday evening that there was a possibility that he would deal, but today that seems to have changed because there are a number. I know Jim O'Callaghan, the Justice spokesperson, and a number of other Fianna Fáil TDs have said that they would prefer to stay in opposition now because they've got such a roasting on the confidence and supply. And what happened there was that I suppose they were kind of blamed as well as Fine Gael. They were coupled together as
the government.
Not only the government is right.
FFG, as Sinn Féin termed it.
But effectively, Sinead, as part of the government, like, you know what I mean. And now this is why Fianna Fáil are taking a pounding as well in the 4th and 5th count, and maybe losing the last
Barry
seats.
Cowan was quoted in the last hour as saying that Fianna Fáil had lost the confidence of the people. That to me is a very strong message that's going out, that they're going to stand back, that they're not going to go into government.
Yeah.
I don't think it would benefit them going into government at all.
But just answering Sinead's question there, that on the left side with Sinn Féin and with the independents and everything else, but there are some of those independents that would be coming from a Fianna Fáil and others from other parties, Sinead, that I couldn't obviously see them going in and taking a position with Sinn Féin there.
Yeah, I understand that. I just can't see what the other equation is. So Fine Gael are saying no to coalition with Sinn Féin. Fianna Fáil are saying no to coalition either with Fine Gael or Sinn Féin.
Now you have Labour, who have a number of seats. You have the Greens with a number of seats.
But that leaves the left. It leaves Sinn Féin with.
Yes. But what I'm saying is
that
these parties. I believe these parties will, but I say that some of the independents that have been elected. And there are a number of those now. There's 18 independents. Would you take half of those independents? It may be difficult enough to.
But Tony, supposing that the same principle was adopted by Sinn Féin, where if you maintain 58 TDs supporting the government of the day under the old confidence and supply,
yes,
that the remaining 20 odd members of the Dáil who would be not Fine Gael or Fianna Fáil would then continue to support a minority government. They wouldn't vote them down.
In opposition.
Because independents, as you know,
in opposition.
Yes, they would be in opposition.
Yeah.
But they wouldn't vote them down.
Sorry, Pascal, could I ask one more question, Tony? Yeah. I don't know if you heard Marion being interviewed earlier, and she mentioned the possibility of a rural independent alliance.
Yes, she spoke to me there only a few days ago. About the rural, and she there was at least at that stage there were perhaps maybe 8 or 9 that would be close to Marion. You know what I mean? You have Michael Fitzmaurice and you have
Collins. I think.
Yes, that's right. Sean Canny. So she named a number of
Thomas
those.
Pringle, I think, was mentioned as well.
No, actually, Declan ruled him out on the basis that he was more on the left wing.
From the Sinn Féin
Just
family,
incidentally,
isn't he?
because just for people at home, we are awaiting the imminent election of Marion Harkin as a TD for Sligo Leitrim, and she needed, I think Sinead had it worked out at 1,303 votes. She's going to get a transfer of 2,161.
So she'll have a surplus of
600-700.
Yes.
858 she'll have.
858.
And that will make a
John,
difference.
will you give us those figures so people can
absorb them?
Fehan.
John, can I just say that a number of people have said to me about Fehan. He's actually Frankie Feehan.
Feehan,
yeah,
okay.
Just that we get the record straight tonight, you know what I mean? So, and I don't want to be...
Okay, John, go ahead there with that.
Feehan plus 279. Harkin plus 2,161. McSharry plus 588. Scanlon plus 215. Walsh plus 240. And that leaves Marion Harkin elected with 12,995, giving her a surplus of 858. And next is Mark McSharry with a total of 9,888. Then Scanlon with 8,408. Feehan with 7,231. And Walsh with 5,973. And Marion Harkin's surplus of 858 will have to be distributed. That will be the next count, and that's going to be a very, very difficult distribution, because these are votes that have now come from Declan Bree, where it came from Gino Boyle as well. So you're now looking at 14, 15, 16s on these, and how the thing is, this is going to be a very, very slow process in getting these percentages, getting the totals of this 858, and working out the percentage of that for each of the candidates remaining.
So this is the 14th count, so you're saying the process to the 15th count is going to be a very lengthy one.
It is, because they have to go through those 858 votes, and they're not just looking for number 2s or 3s, they're looking for 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s, 9, 10, 11, 12, all the way, and that's going to be the object of rechecking and double checking and treble checking these is going to be very, very time consuming.
But
would you agree, John, that this surplus
is coming from Gino and from...
Sorry, Tony, just while I have the thought in my head, forgive me, very briefly, just ask John, the surplus distribution, that the bundle could now come from Ballyshannon.
No, that's long gone, Pascal. They have to go through the 858 of all the votes that of those 2,161 votes. They have to go through those 2,161 votes and determine what the next preference is.
Just look around there.
In order to work out the percentage.
We have some of Marion's
858
Marion supporters in tears as they arrive into the camp
I'm
centre.
quite sure. Yes, it will be a very emotional moment.
It is a very emotional time for a lot of them, and a lot of family members arriving. I see her son there as well.
Yes. And the next...
I suppose you're talking about 2002 since Marion has won a general election. And that's 18 years ago. And a lot of changes have been made in general elections since then. And sorry, John. So, I mean, I've met some of Marion's people over the last couple of weeks. And certainly, some of these people have been with Marion since day one, since the general election of 2002. So I mean, it's a great night for Marion.
Watch our live stream. Keith Jones is as well. Watch our live stream. You'll get a sense of the excitement and the drama of what happens before somebody is elected as a TD.
Niall,
Sinead.
When we looked at the last count, the distribution of Geno's, and we thought that 2,000 was too big of an ask.
Yeah.
It's come to fruition there for Marion. She's over the 2,000, and as Tony said, I think probably a town vote with Mark getting double what the others are receiving in transfers from that. So the gap now between Eamon Scanlon and Frank Feehan is 1,177. So that's what has to be breached if Frank is to be elected, either through Marion's surplus of 858 or with the elimination of Thomas Walsh and the distribution of his votes.
Can we? I'm just looking at that now myself, and perhaps we'll ask Keith in a moment. And before I go to that, yes, Tony, you're quite correct. And it is interesting that when Marion was elected in 2002. The numbers of the year was 2002, and now this is 2020. 2020. So there. But Keith, does the returning officer now have to distribute the surplus at this point in time? I don't think he does.
No, because in this instance, that surplus
is less
than the difference between the two lowest candidates, and it cannot bring a candidate over the quota. So there's only going to be one count left.
At the moment we're looking at one count, Keith, the elimination of Thomas Walsh, and I think the gap is going to widen, so that surplus will not have may not have to be distributed.
That's what I was trying to suggest to you earlier, John, and you put it out there. I didn't see.
Oh well, I'm sorry, Pascal. I didn't
misinterpreted. We misinterpreted each other, just for the benefit of our listeners. Forgive me. I'm not trying to be smart.
But fantastic pictures coming in there, Pascal, as you can see.
No, I just felt that the
of Marion
elimination would take place before the surplus.
Just have a look at those pictures. Just Marion surrounded by her.
Mum there beside
that's her mum there.
Her brother, a sister, two sisters. I see.
Councillor Marie Casterly.
Councillor Casterly. But this has been a great. Marion's mum, and she always told me down the years, and the family. She was a fantastic campaigner for Marion. Over the years, while she was both in Europe and indeed in Dáil Éireann in 2002.
And isn't that fantastic? Was that Willie Gormley we seen coming there to congratulate Marion?
Didn't see that, John. That's Willie, who stood in the Sligo County Council election. The late Margaret's brother.
A niece, a nephew
of Margaret's.
Niall.
Yeah.
I didn't see him there now, but I see all the rest of the family there, and it's a fantastic occasion for the Harkin family weekend.
Okay, here we go.
The result of the 14th count, which consisted of the distribution of Declan Bree's votes of 5,292. Feehan Frankie Fine Gael plus 279, giving him a total of 7,231. 7231. Harkin Marion, non-party, plus 2,161, giving her a total of 12,995. 12995. McSharry Mark Fianna Fáil plus 591, giving him a total of 9,891. 9891. Scanlon Eamon Fianna Fáil plus 216, giving him a total of 8,409. 8409. Walsh Thomas Fine Gael plus 242, giving him a total of 5,975. 5975. The non-transferable papers not effective, 1,803. As the votes of Marion Harkin exceed the quota, I deem her to be elected. There is an undistributed surplus as follows. Marion Harkin, 858 votes. The distribution of the available surplus could not materially affect the progress of the count because such distribution cannot elect a continuing candidate or save the lowest candidate from exclusion. I will now proceed, therefore, to exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. Thomas Walsh's 5,975 votes, and that will be the next count. Thank you.
Marion Harkin, if we can just grab a quick word at you here, live on Ocean FM. I know the news is just sinking in. You've just been elected. First and foremost, congratulations.
Thank you.
I know it's a hugely emotional occasion as well. You're surrounded here by family and friends. Can you put it into words for me at the moment what you're feeling?
I'm so grateful to all of the people around me, all the work they've done, the support they've given me, and I am so grateful to the voters in Sligo, in Leitrim, in North Roscommon and South Donegal. Those who gave me number one, those who gave me transfers down the list. I am honoured, truly, with this responsibility, and the work starts tomorrow.
It's been absolutely remarkable to witness in this general election campaign where you've been able to secure transfers right across the constituency. Could you tell me maybe the secret of that success? I know there are politicians looking to find out that the length and breadth of the country.
Well, all I can say is we were met with huge levels of goodwill, and I think that translated into votes. And look, as I said, it's a huge responsibility, but it's a great honour. And I'm only just taking it in now. But the work starts tomorrow, and hold on, there's somebody pushing me.
I know that. And finally, what does it mean to be here and be surrounded by family at a time like this?
It's wonderful, but it's not just family, it's friends. It's people who were on board for the 2002 election, who came back for this one, people who came from other counties, to work with me. And it's very emotional. And for all of those people who put their heart and soul into it, it's brilliant. But I also, at a time like this, I remember the people who maybe thought they'd be elected tonight or hoped they might be and have had disappointments because they have family, they have friends, and it's not a happy night for some people. And as I said earlier to Niall, politics is very public, and your happiness and your disappointment is there for the public to see. I'm delighted, we're happy, but I also think of those who are disappointed.
Marion Harkin, TD, congratulations.
Well, I mean, how emotional is that?
These scenes there from Marion and her family, and particularly for her mum and uncles and all the extended family there.
It is incredibly emotional, Niall. I think, as Marion has said, when you put yourself out there so publicly, the success is public, and when it's not successful, it's also public. And I think Martin Baker said it earlier that, when anybody puts themselves forward, there's always the risk of not being successful, and I think everybody carries that until the moment you're elected, and I think you're just witnessing that emotion in Marion, even though obviously we knew here for several hours she was going to get elected. It's not until you actually hear it called out that the reality of it kicks in. and it's lovely to see all her family and particularly her mum there supporting her. She's had a long and illustrious career here in politics, both nationally and in Europe, and it's lovely to see her taking the next step on that journey back into international politics.
Sinead is right. Sorry. I'd say what other politician would have started in the Dáil back in 2002, had three terms in Europe, and then to come back into the Dáil in 2020, like, you know what I mean? It's some career and it's some achievement to come back after that length of time, after a very successful 3 terms in Europe as well.
I was just going to say that they say in politics timing is everything, and Marion timed this to perfection. The mood of the country, she captured it perfectly.
I don't think she timed it. No, I think a lot of people were caught by surprise.
No, but I'm just saying that this has been timed very well for her.
For her,
in the sense of the mood of the country. But it is a remarkable achievement for her to be elected, especially, as Tony has pointed out, she came back from Europe, and over the since we joined the European Union, or since the election from 79 onwards, the election to the European Parliament, the record of MEPs coming back to domestic politics to stand for the Dáil hasn't been great. So she has broken a mould in that respect. There aren't all that many. I mean, I know Matt Carthy did it, Pat the Cope did it. And there isn't a huge number there's a lot of more casualties, Tony, than successes that came back from Europe, and I think it's a remarkable achievement for her, and it's a great vote of confidence for her in this constituency. Absolutely outstanding.
Be elected second, it is remarkable, and as Pascal has outlined, I mean, when you're working in Europe, you're geographically displaced from your constituency, and she's obviously maintained the contacts here and worked very hard on the ground throughout her tenure in Europe, and that has paid off. As an anecdote, Pascal, you were talking about anecdotes earlier on. When I was in school, Marion gave me maths grinds. So I met her as a teenager initially, and she was just as impressive as a maths teacher as she is as a politician.
Well, look at all the figures she came up with today, so it obviously worked.
I'm not sure I was her best student, Niall.
Model student.
It's a phenomenal result for Marion in that. First of all, as we've said, she read the mood of the country and the constituency very well, in that she spotted that there would be room for an independent TD in the constituency, first of all. And if you look at her first preference vote and the vote that she has just been elected on, it's almost split 50-50 between first preference votes and transfer votes. And the significance of that is that it showed that she had the ability to get votes from every corner of the constituency, and she has been the main story all day in terms of transfers in great numbers from every candidate of every political party and none, and that's, I suppose, the profile that she had as an MEP. And it's also worth noting that not too many people who come back from Europe end up winning a seat when they want to contest for a Dáil election. So she has read the mood very well. It's a phenomenal result for her and for her family, and as she said here on the interview, she intends to get straight down to work with this Rural Independent Alliance, and who knows what that will bring in the future in the next couple of weeks when government formations are discussed. So well done to Marion and to her team.
Can I give you an anecdote to all of you around me here?
You didn't get mud grinds as well, did you, Pascal?
No. This anecdote goes back about 3 or 4 months when it became apparent that we might be in an election mode. And one individual that I had a very long discussion with said, if an independent runs in this constituency, they will be elected. Who said that? Who said that?
John Perry.
No, Niall Delaney.
Did I? Oh, all right, okay. When did I say that?
You said it way back in October, November, that if an independent, that there was a gap in the market, and that if an independent ran in this constituency, considering the mood of the country, that they would be elected.
It's not often I get something right, Pascal.
Well, I was wondering, did you communicate that to Marion at the time?
No, I did not, no. I certainly did not. John, did you want to comment on Marion's performance?
Only to congratulate Marion. The Gilmartin family are neighbours of ours for quite a number of years. My grandmother was a tremendous friend of Marion's mother there, and I know all from Shanvas Cross, and I say there in the background, Lurgan Boy, all that particular area are there present on that, and it's a very emotional moment for them as well. And it's great to...
And there's Marion's mum just leaving the count centre behind us, and what a nice sight that is to see. And she's absolutely... I wonder would she have a word with us? Would she come over and have a word with us?
Does she want a word? Have a word there, Mrs. Come right in there. Just get a chance to talk to her. Obviously,
Mistake.
Fine, take your time.
Now. Annie. Now,
I'm delighted. I am delighted.
Annie, you're very welcome, Annie.
Very delighted for Marion, and she was a hard worker, and she was an easy to canvass for, even though it was torn out. But still,
Yeah.
you know,
It's a very proud day for you and the family, Annie, isn't it?
it is. Yeah, 6 in a row. It's not easy to come by. Yeah, but anyway, that's it.
Yeah. And you campaigned, I think you made lots of cups of tea from what Marion was saying during
Yes, plenty of cups of tea. Yes. Down the years, yeah. And couple of pulling them out of beds in the morning. So that's the way it was.
Yeah.
She had a lot of canvassers, very good canvassers. They worked themselves to the bone every time, and they just came out of the woodworm. That was it, and no payment. So I think that's about it.
Yeah, and she always had a good team, hadn't she, Annie?
Hadn't
she? Always had a good team for all these years.
I said she had a great team.
Yeah, all these years, even back in 2002.
Yes, even in 2002. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure, I used to be out canvassing myself. This was the only time I didn't canvass. But I was in the supermarket the other day, which was one of my sons, and he was speaking to some lady, and I said to her, did you ask him for your vote? And he was embarrassed. I said, well, I'm asking her for his vote. And you know, before I left the supermarket, I canvassed 5 people.
I bet you did. Yeah.
Oh, he was ashamed. So that's all the canvassing I done.
Yeah, but you never missed a trick down the years in canvassing.
No, I didn't miss a trick down. No. Don't worry.
Yes. Yeah.
You were very emotional, Annie, when you were arriving at the count, weren't you?
Of course I was.
Yeah. Why wouldn't you be?
Why wouldn't? Yes.
You're very proud of Marion and of all your family, of course.
I have.
And especially to have all your family with you.
She was my oldest, and no more than myself, she was widowed at a young age. You know,
Sean, he worked with me.
It's something special, you know.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
Yeah. I think that's about it.
All right. Will you celebrate tonight? You will.
Well, I don't drink, so. But I'll celebrate with coffee.
Yeah. Nothing stronger, Annie, no?
Pardon?
Nothing stronger.
Pardon?
Nothing stronger, he wants to know. Coffee will do.
No thanks. Coffee or tea?
That's a bad. Very
that's
good.
It.
Very good.
That's it.
That's brilliant.
Right. Now, at my age, if I started drinking,
we'd be afraid of what you might do.
I might be on the floor. That's it.
Yeah.
All right,
Listen,
Annie,
congratulations,
thanks for
Annie.
stopping by and enjoy your night with your family and
Yes.
your friends and all your supporters.
Yes.
And well done to you and Marion and everybody concerned.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. That's Annie Gilmartin, mum of Marion Harkin. What a nice interview that was. And she deserves all the congratulations she gets. Right, okay. It's hard to follow that, Keith, isn't it?
Absolutely, and I think mothers of candidates have been merely the story of the count coverage here between Marion's mum and Nessa Cosgrove, just the great enthusiasm, the pride that they take in their... But of course, every mother loves their children and is very proud of it as well, and, you know, fair play to Annie, and she didn't miss an opportunity to get a vote either.
And might I say something there, that if Marion Harkin ever decides to retire from national politics, she can put her mother in place to take her seat.
Down the years that the mum, Annie, was a fantastic campaigner for Marion in canvassing and wasn't shy about it, and fair play to her.
Okay, Marion, I'm sure you want to bring Annie home and the family, and we've taught you, I mean, it's like everybody is saying, it's incredible achievement to come back after 18 years to domestic politics and get elected again.
Well, I'm just delighted, overwhelmed in a way, but I have to say, as I said earlier, Niall, we did get a positive response. You never knew exactly how that would transfer, but you knew it was going to be good, and I think we can see that, from the transfers that came. But my mother is an extraordinary woman. I was 15 when my father died. I was the oldest, and she reared all of us, worked hard, and still has a huge interest in what's going on.
Yeah.
But that's the story of many Irish families. It's not unique to us,
Yeah.
but it's just wonderful to have her here.
We could see that from the pictures. It meant so much to you, didn't it?
Yeah, and we have Uncle Jimmy as well from Shanvas. We call him the constant canvasser. And even between elections, Jimmy would always, talk, etc. And he'd go out every day, every evening. And I suppose also at a time like this, you remember people who were here the last time and who are not here now. And there's joy, but there's also a bit of sadness for everyone.
Yeah, okay, but she stood you in good stead. She moulded you in a lot of ways, didn't she, your mum?
She absolutely did. My father died when I was 15, as I said, and my mother looked after us, sent us to school, did everything she could. But that's an Irish mother, as I said. It's not unique to us. But we are very grateful, but we're especially grateful for the fact that she is still with us and she loves life. I often say I surely am her daughter. She's mad for road. She's out at every active age group and anything that's going on, she's out and about. So I'm surely her daughter.
Yeah, and she got you 5 votes in the supermarket as well.
Oh, my brother John was with her and he couldn't believe she was talking to strangers. She just took off. But she would always have canvassed,
Yeah.
And it was important to her. I'm her daughter. That's it.
Okay, we'll let you go and enjoy
Niall.
the moment.
Thank you.
And congratulations again on
Thank you.
your return.
Yes.
Well done, Marion.
Thanks, Pascal. Thanks, John.
Marion, just before you go, you mentioned Uncle Jimmy there.
Yes.
I'll remind them of the campaign that you were on when he walked all the way from Shanvas Cross to the county boundary at Glencairn and canvassed every house on the way. And when his wife Kathleen Mitchell of Sligo Rovers that served with us in the several committees in Leitrim as well, they couldn't know where to find him and didn't believe that he had walked that distance.
Yes.
And I just made the other point, Marion, if ever you decide to retire from national politics, Annie Gilmartin will stand in your place.
Well, Jimmy was that, and others as well, but we call him the constant canvasser for a good reason.
Marion, you could do with one of them in every house, any politician would need a couple of those.
Well done again, Marion.
Thanks.
And enjoy your evening, and congratulations on your re-election, I suppose, of sorts, to Sligo Leitrim, because that's what it is. She's back after 18 years. Okay, we have 2 down and 2 to go. There you go. Martin Kenny takes the first seat, Marion Harkin takes the second, and the last 2 candidates will be elected on the final count without reaching the quota. That is the case.
Yes, and we very much suggest that this may be the final count we're on now.
Yeah, well, just take us through that process so people at home will know, John, of what is likely to happen in the next...
Well, in the next count, what's going to happen next is that Frank Feehan will now be elected. He will be declared elected after the elimination of Tomás Walsh. That's a certainty. Now, I don't see the gap then between Eamon Scanlon and Mark McSharry, although there will be a surplus as well from Frank Fahan. So that may come into play, that the two surpluses may have to be decided, may have to be distributed combined and individually in order to decide which of the two of them.
That's true, John, but isn't there a surplus now of Marion Harkins there? Of
Yes,
800?
there is.
And if there's something, if it's as tight as that between Eamon Scanlon and Mark McSharry, the two surpluses may have to come into play.
May very well have to come into play to be distributed, but he will distribute the lower surplus first. Isn't that right, Keith?
Well, I fail to see how we'll have a second surplus.
I think. Sorry, Frank Fahan.
Will Frank Fahan have a?
No, I don't.
From Thomas Walsh.
No, even if Frank. if Frank
7 and 5, 12.
That's if he get every single vote.
Yes.
So he won't.
No.
So then there'll only be the one surplus.
There's only one surplus
You're
there,
right, that's right.
and at the moment, unfortunately, for my man Eamon, the gap between McSharry and Scanlon at the moment is 1,500.
Yeah.
The gap, it's too wide there, and Fahan is going to overtake Scanlon in this count. So I think this is going to be our last count, and unfortunately, and I think.
But Eamon Scanlon quite possibly could get a substantial transfer from Walsh as well.
He could, but in theory Thomas Walsh expects him that a third of his vote was going to Fahan. I'd say that could be a bit higher now that Harkin is out of the equation, and therefore I think you could see Fahan being in the region of 900 or 1,000 votes ahead of Eamon Scanlon.
Yes, but then doesn't it come into question then that if there's less than 888 Marion Harkin surplus between Frank Fahan and Mark McSharry, as to which of them is the third and fourth elected?
Well, it wouldn't. You could be, yes. It could affect the order of who was elected.
Yeah, third or fourth.
But I think the returning officer in this case can exclude the lowest remaining candidate, because that surplus would not change who would be elected. So that surplus may end up not being distributed at all.
Yes.
And I think that this will be the last count for us tonight, bar Eamon Scanlon narrowing the gap with McSharry or Frank Fahan only being 800 votes.
Yes.
Or less ahead of Scanlon. Probably the most likely one is that Frank Fahan wouldn't be. But I still think Fahan will be more than 800, so I don't think that surplus will be distributed.
Quite possibly, yes. I'm just putting
it's a possibility.
He'll hardly get a quota. He'll hardly get onto the quota.
No. Even if he got every single vote of Walsh's, he'd just about get the quota.
So by him not getting to the quota, just to explain to the listeners, if he doesn't get to the quota, he's short of the quota. That the surplus will not come into play then, because Eamon Scanlon,
if he got every one of those 800 votes, it still wouldn't bring him above.
So wouldn't elect Eamon Scanlon.
No, so Eamon would be left as the last man standing
without being elected.
Well,
unfortunately,
very, very detailed analysis, which is greatly appreciated by all those at home. And time-wise, do you have any idea how long would this count take?
I should think 11 o'clock. But again, it won't be as slow as the last one. It won't be as slow as the last one.
So an hour and a half.
I would think 11 o'clock we'll be wrapping up and getting the candidates and their final thank you from the podium.
Okay.
Can I just ask Keith? Keith, it is a given that this is going to be a significant transfer from Thomas Walsh to Frank Fahan. It is a given, is it?
Yes.
Well. You would at the very minimum you would expect a third of the transfer to remain within Fine Gael, and a third would be 2,000, and the gap between Scanlon at the moment is 1,177 ahead of Fahan.
Frank Fahan.
And so if we just give him 2,000 out of Walsh's almost 6,000, which is a third.
And even if Eamon Scanlon was to pick up 200 or 300 or whatever, it'd still be that Frank Feehan would still be
now in that case. Look, there's no doubt Eamon Scanlon is going to pick up votes.
He will, yeah.
And McSharry will pick up votes.
Yes.
And I just think Frank Feehan will get more than the 2,000. If he does only get the 2,000, well then Eamon Scanlon is bound to get a couple of hundred votes.
Yeah.
So that 858 would have to be distributed. But I just think Walsh will give a bit more now that Harkin is out of the picture.
So what are we looking at for the benefit of our listeners in terms of the paper? Are we looking at 2s and 3s? Are we looking at 10s, 12s?
No, you're looking at predominantly 2s.
Yes. Because Walsh didn't prove to be that transfer friendly, so his first preference vote was
4,760,
and he's now so he gained 1,300 votes. So really and truly, nearly 80% of them will be number 2 votes.
Yes.
And in some cases, where Harkin or Kenny has been given, or a candidate that has been eliminated, they'll work down the paper.
Okay, we're going
Tony, very briefly, Tony. That would indicate that it will be a pretty pure transfer, 1-2. From Thomas Walsh, on the basis of what the lads are saying about looking at the number 2 papers. That would be your expectation.
The vast majority of them would be 2s, and I expect that certainly. I would expect that Frank Feehan would get more, plus 2,000. Keith. I mean, on the basis of around 6,000, that'd be
okay.
Only.
We're going to draw breath for a minute after that excitement of Harkin's election. We'll take a quick break, and we're back again in the Sligo Park Hotel, and we'll obviously stay with it until the very end and the filling of all 4 seats. I wonder if we're going to be the last constituency in the country to fill our seats.
There's only
2 others left.
2 others, Cavan Monaghan and Wicklow.
Okay.
Wicklow are on to count 13.
We could be the last one standing then. We'll see in a couple of minutes. reflecting on what's been happening here in the past half hour, Marion Harkin elected again as a TD for Sligo Leitrim, as she was back in 2002. And just to let people know and I was just looking at the national media situation, there are only 8 seats left to be filled, and 2 of them are here in Sligo Leitrim.
About the national picture, it's going to be an extraordinarily changed political landscape where the dialogue starts to be exchanged between the various parties, and there's nothing that we're going to be able to say or do that's going to influence it. But I mean, you're looking at a dead heat, and it's going to be fascinating to see how the Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael parties are going to respond to the unfolding events of the coming days. And we could end up, as has been indicated here, and it's nearly like the unspeakable truth, that we could be back here within a few months. But that would be unprecedented in the Irish political history. We have never had a situation where you have had to have, there's been an impasse to such a degree that the parties may not be able to agree on the formation of a government, which would mean ultimately that they would have to go back to the people. And I'm just wondering, Keith or John, whether you have any insight on the constitutional situation in relation to what would happen if there was continual negotiations that came to nothing. And would the President then be involved? I haven't looked it up, and I have no idea what the constitutional position would be.
My understanding, and again I'm not certain of this, is that it then becomes the Leo Varadkar stays on in a caretaker capacity while the negotiations are taking place, and gives them every opportunity to form a government, which I said earlier might take until Easter. And I think then now, and I'm not sure, that the Clerk of the Dáil then requests the President.
Yeah, but the President can call in the political leader and ask them to form a government. And if that fails, he can and remember the Brian Lenihan affair?
Yes.
The famous infamous telephone call to the Oras when President Hillary was in situ and he refused to talk to him.
Correct.
They wanted to call in Charlie Haughey, I think, at the time. To form a government,
yes,
and he refused
and,
to take
and also I think the Council of State may have to be summoned as well in order to advise on it.
As you, Tony, maybe has an insight into that.
Well, all I'm just saying is that next week, or certainly within the next 2 weeks, the Dáil will reconvene to elect Cancurla. Sean O'Farrell is from Meath, is the Cathaoirleach at the moment. There will be an election for Cancurla. That's the first thing. Secondly then, I expect, because we're talking today that the Taoiseach and ministers are in situ and will be. There's a cabinet meeting next week or whatever else. They will be in situ. Somebody was saying to me today that it's quite possible that it could be the Taoiseach, Leo Varadkar, could be going to for St Patrick's Day, could be going to
they will continue in government under the Constitution until there's this changeover.
Yes,
until there's a changeover.
And Pascal, you know what happened the last time, and it wasn't as difficult as it looks now.
Not at all, but that's why I'm suggesting to you, Tony, that ultimately maybe we will get to a point where they cannot negotiate for a formation, and that the President would then invoke the constitutional powers and maybe call in, just to put it in specifics, say that Mary Lou MacDonald tries to form a government and she can't. And then you're left in a situation where Fine Gael are saying we won't go into government with Sinn Féin. Micheál Martin is saying, well, we're not going to go into government at all. And then you're left the President, aren't you?
Yes, but the President will look at the party with the highest number of seats.
Yes.
So more than likely that will be maybe Fianna Fáil or Sinn Féin at this stage. I don't know what the total
So therefore
tally is
it would then be, Micheál Martin might then be forced under the Constitution, I don't mean physically forced, but by the President, to say it is your obligation as a leading party to try and form a government.
That's my understanding, and if not, if Micheál Martin declines, he would have to speak to Leo Varadkar or Mary Lou MacDonald.
No, Mary Lou would be, at that point, would be the person that would have started the negotiations based on her own statements to date.
Yes, but we don't know, because it's not up to her. She's talking to the other parties at the moment. She's talking to all the independents, Pascal. She's talking to looking for the leaders of all the parties.
But you're right, yes. She would, in sequence, she would then be called on.
That's right. She would be called on, yes. But it all depends. Maybe Sinn Féin will finish up with more than Fine Gael tonight, and Fianna Fáil may have more. May have the highest numbers. I don't know exactly, Keith.
Well, there's the numbers there. They're on 37.
It looks like, just looking at the other three constituencies, Fianna Fáil will get to 38.
That's right. Yeah.
Fine Gael will get to 36.
Okay.
And Sinn Féin will say at 37.
Yeah. Well, Fianna Fáil gets to 38.
Well, there's two. We will elect one here in Sligo Leitrim.
McSharry,
that's 35.
I think the
two in Cavan
the two
Monaghan.
Smiths and Donnelly in Wicklow.
Oh, is Donnelly going to be elected?
Donnelly
looks. It's a
okay. Well, I'll tell you why. When you mull over the possible permutations of a new government, we'll go over to John for a moment. And he is joined by Edel McSharry, who is Mark McSharry's Director of Elections. John.
Yes, Niall, thank you very much indeed. As you mentioned, Edel McSharry joins me here. First and foremost now at this stage, 2 candidates elected, 2 to go. I suppose the term we could use is quietly confident, but not predicting anything for certain yet.
No, absolutely not predicting anything for certain yet. I mean, he is 1,400 ahead. However, we don't know how the transfers will actually go, so we'll just wait and see until all the votes are counted. But we are that amount ahead.
It was always, I suppose, going to be maybe a difficult general election for Fianna Fáil. It started off so well, but the lead that Fianna Fáil had established over Sinn Féin and Fine Gael gradually began to reduce significantly as the campaign wore on. Was that something that you were aware of locally, the national trend?
Yes, we were listening to the national trend and the trend towards Sinn Féin. However, we were very aware that there was a strong independent in Marion there, and as Mark would have said, no seat was safe, and reiterated that. And we ran a very good campaign, and we had a fabulous team. Everybody worked really hard, and we canvassed extensively. However, we canvassed inclusively in order to vote manage in the best way we could and maximise the vote for Fianna Fáil, which I think we have seen. However, maybe that may not materialise tonight unless we have maybe a little bit of a miracle, but we did our best in terms of that. The big bounce towards Sinn Féin definitely affected Mark's vote in Leitrim, and also the constituency change has affected. He would have polled stronger in Cavan. And then, as I said, the 19 candidates in the field affected his town vote. So we're very appreciative of the vote we've received and the confidence that people have put in Mark, and the fact that he is in mid-div. I mean, he topped the poll the last time, but please God, he will come in now after this count.
If I could just pose one question to you there, and it's an interesting point that you picked up on. Sometimes, and again going back to the whole call for change that the general public just seem to want at the moment, and sometimes when there's such an appetite for change, there can almost be a changing of the attitude towards political dynasties that exist. And of course the McSharry dynasty is well known in politics in the northwest, and again I suppose that's something that can work against you, whereas when there is such an appetite for change.
Perhaps. I don't know if that's the case, to be quite honest. I think Ray is held in very high regard. I mean, if you look to the cap and to the fact that he turned the country round, I think, and in fact we found that quite a lot when we were on our canvass, and Ray himself canvassed with us.
I was just going to say that he was so active on the campaign trail again, and of course he has such a rapport with the people out there.
He certainly has, and so I don't think that had anything to do with it whatsoever. I don't know if we can call it a dynasty either. I think we had a very great leader, and I think we have another very great leader in Mark. I think we would have picked up a lot of recognition in terms of Mark on the door, a lot of he is certainly a formidable person who will fight for his corner here. I think maybe there was a degree of, he's going to be safe and we might use our votes elsewhere, and we'll have him anyway.
And in fairness, that's something he identified in the run into the campaign, that there's no such thing as a safe seat. Now again, we're only presuming here, and there's a second amount of second guessing going on, but the word on the ground here is suggesting that the other sitting Fianna Fáil TD, Eamon Scanlon, does face a major battle to retain his seat. That seems to be the general consensus. He's a TD who's managed to increase his vote in this particular election, and I suppose that's a major blow to him personally and indeed to the Fianna Fáil party in Sligo and the Greater North West region.
It certainly is, and we're gutted that, at one point during the day we thought that there was a really good chance, and in terms of the vote management and maximising our vote, we thought we had done a really good job, and in terms of working together, we did that. So for us, it's a disappointment, and there's a little bit of a flatness in terms of our own campaign tonight, and as you might see, we're not as, while we are still waiting for our vote to come in for Mark, and we hope for the best. We're very, very disappointed in terms of where we are with Eamon's vote right now. But again, we'll wait and see. There may be a miracle, but we're quite disappointed because we did come in quite strong in terms of maintaining a Fianna Fáil vote, which would have bucked the national trend from listening to, not that I've had too much time to listen to the national trend, but I've had just in the last hour or two, and there's some major losses. And now we may have another loss here, which we are very saddened by, and
bittersweet.
Much reflection will need to take place in terms of the party itself.
Indeed, and that seems to be the general consensus, that quite a lot of reflection is needed. And a night, as you mentioned there as well, that's probably bittersweet if, as expected at this stage, Eamon Scanlon loses his seat.
That's correct. Yeah, that is correct.
Edel, thank you so much indeed for joining us, and good luck for the remainder of the night. There you have it, the views of Edel McSharry. I think she summed it up really well. It's a night that could very much be a bittersweet experience for Fianna Fáil. Mark McSharry looking likely to secure a seat. The word for Eamon Scanlon, however, his Fianna Fáil running mate and other sitting Fianna Fáil TD, not as positive. Niall.
Thanks to Edel McSharry, thanks to John as well. I'm not playing charades with Francie, by the way. We're not playing charades. We're giving hand signals earlier on. It's not right. They're not charades.
I was just going to say, I was just talking to our website people. I don't know if you have an interest in this or not.
We've just been discussing that off air.
Oh, sorry.
We're trying to gauge how much interest there is in the coverage.
Well, our kind of top 10 stories over the week that we always, or the weekend that we look at, generally it's news and sport and stuff like that. 8 out of the 10 has been general election pages and follow the count, and one of our most viewed was our exit poll, which we released Saturday night at 11 o'clock, which was, by the way, I think on Twitter alone it was in excess of 40,000 people that saw that exit poll alone, just on Twitter, never mind Facebook and everywhere else we put it. And in relation to page views over the 2 days, in excess of 600,000 page views. And we still haven't finished at that, you know what I mean? We still have to follow the count in relation to that, and they're just for 2 days. And I suppose to give you just an idea, Ocean itself, the web page, I think it's about about just close to 1.2 million page views a month comes into Ocean generally. In 2 days, we've got close to 600,000, or in excess of 600,000 page views. There's a massive appetite. Wow. There's a massive appetite out there for it. And in terms of the IT Sligo and ourselves in the exit poll, the follow the count and the live stream that Kieran and the crew set up, it's just been, you've always been about 2 clicks away, and they tell you in this day and age all they want is 2 clicks from anything, and that's the kind of numbers we've been getting in, and we're still not finished, as you say, here in Sligo Leitrim. So just thought it'd be worth it.
To take it a step further, Francie, have you any idea, or would you have any idea of what sort of impact social media had on this election?
Not that we can, I suppose, gauge from in terms of do you mean issues wise, or do you mean I suppose from? Sorry,
you think you'd know by now, Francis?
Sorry, I know I'm a big basket, but I suppose social media wise, I mean, Sinn Féin trended a lot.
Right.
And then this vote for left and stay left also trended a lot in the lead up to the election. So there is that element of it too. I mean, from our point of view, in terms of making it accessible, it was everywhere, and it was, as I say, 1 or 2 clicks away. But there's no doubt we're getting the message out there. Tom Walsh was very prevalent on social media, and he mentioned that he was one of the main people.
We'll bring in Kieran for a minute. I know he's very shy. Kieran, who has organised the live video stream of this, and indeed all our local and general elections. because there is so much interest in this, as Kieran likes to say in the background, and he won't like being put up front, but just we're just discussing. And can you give us some sort of indication, Kieran, how many people have been watching this?
There's on average in around about 15,000 throughout constant streams from in around about 30 different countries.
Yeah,
wow.
30 countries. Yeah. And you were saying even during the quieter times of the past 2 days, there was still more people watching than there had been at the peak of 2016? Or
Absolutely. And the way I've kind of viewed it is that a lot of people have stayed at home because they're able to see a little bit more. And I even find when I take my headphones off and I'm not listening to the panel and watching what's going on, I don't know as much as once the headphones goes on and you can watch and hear people are coming over going, well, what's going on? They can't really get a feel until they're really watching this. So yeah.
All right. So you can be the independent witness and tell us there is huge interest in a process like an election count.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there is a captive audience. For instance, as you know, our stream went down briefly earlier on this morning.
Not our fault.
Absolutely not our fault. We'll just put it down to the weather. And we went offline, and Francie spent the following 2 hours. You can't really hear us there, but he spent the following 2 hours answering emails, texts, messages on Twitter, just explaining what happened. And people are addicted.
Yeah. All right, okay. Well, that's the way it's going, I suppose. The multimedia coverage of an event like this, that's what people expect.
How do we cover it in 12 months' time, Tony?
It mightn't be 12 months' time. Try 2 or 3.
Just keep the equipment together because
I might just leave it in place.
Well, I wouldn't say that now, you know. But,
there might be a wedding here.
It might cost you too much to keep it here for Ocean FM. You know what I mean, Niall? So.
All right, okay. Well, Kieran, thanks for that. Thanks for letting us know, because people are. I've heard 30 countries, you say, and that's
in and around.
Yeah, in and around. Okay.
Niall, we're just talking there.
Sorry,
just for some information there. In 2002, when Marian Harkin was first elected here, she topped the poll with 17.6%. Then, who was elected was Jimmy Devons, Dr. Jimmy Devons for Fianna Fáil, John Perry for Fine Gael, and John Ellis, who you had there a short while ago. Jerry Reynolds was unsuccessful on that occasion, as was Eamon Scanlon. Just, for some bit of information. But that's when Marian first entered politics and got the first preference vote of 8,610 votes, followed by Jimmy Devons on 6,307. And John Perry was next on 14%.
Yeah, and interesting to note there, as you did, that 3 of the candidates you mentioned were in this election 18 years later: Eamon Scanlon, Marian Harkin, and John Perry.
Yes, and Jerry Reynolds was in the initially for the convention.
Yeah.
Jerry Reynolds was a candidate for a while in this election, and Eamon Scanlon, Sean McManus, who we interviewed yesterday evening. Sean was the Sinn Féin candidate, and that as Declan Brie was, and. That was the lineup with the candidates that time. So,
right, okay. There's an old friend. I haven't seen that gentleman in a few years. I thought he wanted to do an interview. We'll get him over.
Mr. Travers.
Mr. Travers, former councillor Travers. He must have gone shy or something. We'll have to get him over for a few words.
No, Francie isn't that shy. I'd say he'll.
We'll try and get him over. Yeah. Right, okay.
Sports commentator here with Ocean.
With North West Radio for many years. Used to get very, very excited when Donegal were playing. Of course, he's perfectly neutral anytime Donegal were playing. But very useful. Right, okay. If you're watching or listening at home, it's 10 minutes to 10 o'clock, and we expect the final, and what our experts are telling will be the final and a conclusive count at around 11 o'clock or so, we're told. Sorry, did you want to say something, John? Yeah.
Some of your listeners have been asking Francie there if the Marian Harkin surplus has to be distributed. Not necessarily at this point in time. It may not have to be distributed unless the gap between the continuing candidates is less than the surplus to be distributed. So therefore, in the case of the surplus that Marian Harkin has of 858 votes, the gap between Frank Fahin and we use the example of Eamon Scanlon, will have to be less 857 or less. Then in that case, the surplus would have to be distributed. And yes, Tony.
John, and what about Mark McSharry's vote?
Yeah, or Mark McSharry. Any candidate, if it's less than 857, the surplus has to be distributed. But if the surplus is greater than that, the returning officer has the right not to distribute the surplus, because it's not going to materially affect the outcome.
Not going to make any difference at that stage.
Yeah.
You're right, yeah.
Now,
thanks.
Okay, so that's one more count then, you're saying, isn't it?
We're assuming that it will be that way, and that this count will be the final count.
Well, what I would say is that it is going to be the final count, and I'm basing that on what I'm looking at out there in the hall at the moment. And what I see is an awful lot of my neighbours from Boyle arriving in. So that's always a sure sign when a candidate's supporters are all arriving in, that it's all over bar the shouting. And then we're just looking at the votes themselves being distributed. There's a sizable an amount going to Frank Feehan at the moment. So based just on a visual inspection of the votes, I think that Frank Feehan will exceed the lowest other candidate by a margin of more than 858 votes, so the surplus won't matter at all.
Right, so Frank Feehan, home and dry.
Home and dry.
And Mark McSharry for
Mark McSharry,
the last two seats.
The last two sheets. Yeah. Mark McSharry is picking up votes there off Thomas Walsh as well, and Eamon Scanlon is picking up some. But
just want to have you, Pádraig and Tony. This doesn't relate to Sinead, because you weren't here yesterday, Sinead. They're saying, if you're such experts, how did you not see this coming yesterday? The Fine Gael seat.
Well, listen, Niall, if you go back on the record, at around lunchtime or at some stage yesterday in the afternoon, if you remember, I remember in the afternoon, and I was the only one that flagged that Fine Gael, there was a possibility that Fine Gael, either Thomas Walsh or Frank Feehan at that stage. Looking at the way that Marion Harkle there was a while there, and Marion Harkle wasn't making up much ground at that time, if you remember.
Yeah, in Roscommon and in
Ballyshannon
and South Leitrim as well, I think.
South Leitrim. She was making until she went to North Leitrim, is right. You're right, and at that stage. Now, listen, it was only a kind of a.
You won't be having any of that, so, Tony.
Well, I was on an outside chance that the Fine Gael would take a seat here, because I mean. We've never ever had this constituency without a Fine Gael representative in this constituency.
Well, I think if you take the analysis that Pádraig McGorty and I had done this morning as well, we didn't predict who was going to win, but we said...
You said Scanlon had to have a certain 1650 to be ahead.
To be ahead. And we also said that Harkin needed to be still in the race, so that she would be taking some of Walsh's vote. But once Harkin got elected, it was all bets off. And that was we were saying that Harkin was transfer friendly, but just how transfer friendly she was even greater than we had imagined. And that's why she got elected.
That's a very valid point, Pádraig, that Marion Harkin needed votes, because if Marion Harkin had to go over the quota earlier, it could have been a problem for Fine Gael, possibly, maybe, if the votes were coming back off the surplus, if she had it fairly large.
Yeah,
right. Well, that's true.
Listener wants to know, does anyone know if Carol Nolan of Offaly was elected?
I think she was.
She was very close to it a short while ago.
She's on the 11th count.
Carol Nolan was a Sinn Féin TD elected and then switched to as an independent, but a short while ago, Sinead, it's not right, she was...
on the 11th count, she was elected.
She was elected,
there are just 8 seats left to be filled nationwide in 3 constituencies, and 2 of them are here in Sligo Leitrim. There are a lot of questions coming in, I have to say, in relation to what people would perceive as the count being so slow, but the count actually went on longer in 2016 here, as I recall, because there was a recheck in the middle of it. But
Niall, we've had 19 candidates here, which is one of the second largest in the country.
I think you start with the number of candidates, and then we earlier today we predicted that some of those candidates would all be eliminated together, but in fact just the way the votes broke, they couldn't be eliminated, so they were eliminated one at a time, and that all takes process and time. And in fairness to all the candidates that are brave enough to put their name on the paper, they deserve the due respect then that their votes are properly considered. And while the process may not be as quick as some people think, it's a well worthwhile process, and it's only fair to all.
Just to follow on from that, and I mentioned it earlier yesterday, it's in relation to candidates as well, Pádraig, that each one of them to be eliminated separately, and the reason being that if they try to hold on to their deposit, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And they have to get the 3,000, and if you were eliminating 2 or 3 candidates together, and you're right, I'm showing respect for every one of the candidates that put their names forward.
But it has to be done because the numbers dictated it. Apart from the respect, the numbers dictated it, because the difference between somebody being able to retain the deposit and then later on it was to be able to get the 8,000 odd euro.
8,600.
8,600.
Let's talk to our next guest. Brendan Travers is with us from Ballyshannon, former Fine Gael councillor. Brendan, good afternoon, good evening. Good night.
Niall, good evening.
Good evening.
I've been following your account the last 24 hours. I was up till midnight last night watching you live here, so it's fantastic service.
Yeah.
And fantastic digital service and media, and I know many of my friends and family have been watching and listening, so it's definitely brought the local broadcasting into the 21st century.
Yeah, and I'm sure from a constituency point of view, you're happy enough that Fine Gael looks set to retain that seat they have.
Yeah, I'm delighted with Frank's campaign. He ran a very energetic campaign. 4 years ago, I canvassed hard with Tony McLaughlin, and good to see Tony here. I did plan then to canvass with Sinead, but things worked out differently. But certainly then Frank came on board, and he's been a great candidate for us, and didn't expect this time last night that we would lift the seat, and I'm hoping we still will.
Did you not?
So I was very dejected this morning. I woke up thinking that we might have no seat in Donegal or Sligo Leitrim, and I've been at the Letterkenny count today with Joe McHugh's team, and it was
that was tough, I'd say, as well, was it?
Yeah, I think
it was a nervy time.
It was a nervy time. Some of the media had written Joe off, but Joe got 1,900 off Martin Harley's transfers, which was 50%. So the Fine Gael vote did come back, and I think, like with Thomas Walsh here tonight, will deliver back to Frank Feehan. So it's been a tough few days, but to keep the seat here and Donegal has been, I suppose, a relief for us.
Yeah, well, just on that, it's come up time and time again, and I have to ask you, and I know you campaigned for Tony, and you're of a mind to campaign for Sinead, but I'm sure you like to be campaigning in a intact Donegal constituency.
Yeah, this has come up a few times. It's come up on the doorsteps with Frank's campaign, and I've been out, I suppose, leading the South Donegal campaign with Barry Sweeney. It has come up on the doors, but what I've been saying to people, Niall, my hospital is Sligo. I have more affinity with Sligo than maybe Letterkenny, so I'm trying to get people to think maybe outside the box a bit more. If we have representatives in Sligo or from Ballinamore or from wherever else, I mean, if you have strong enough representatives, then I think that should be sufficient. Obviously, the boundary needs to be reviewed after the census next year. But again, I said our local hospital is Sligo, and we do have that affinity with Sligo, but certainly the people have spoken on the doorsteps when we canvassed.
Yeah.
And we're hoping to set up a campaign now with Councillor Barry Sweeney to drive it after the next census, and Frank has vowed to help us with that.
Yeah. So there was a bit of resistance or a bit of.
It did. It come up on
dissatisfaction.
It come up on a lot of doors, definitely. But again, Niall, regardless of that, the Sinn Féin vote in Ballyshannon, it was huge. Frank did take a good chunk of the vote too, as well, and like was Mark McSharry. And to be fair to Mark McSharry, he has been running clinics in South Donegal, and Tony's been down. So I think, in fairness to the Sligo Leitrim TDs, they've played their part. But I think people have spoken, and who knows what will happen after the next census.
Okay, well, your dad Fonzie is here as well. I'm delighted to be able to talk to an old colleague of mine, an old work colleague of mine. Fonzie, you're very welcome. Himself a former councillor as well.
Thank you very much, Niall. I just came over, by the way, to say hello to you. I didn't want to get involved
when you were
in this.
punching to the microphone, I thought. No. See, you tend to be naturally drawn to microphones, Fonzie, you see.
I was just wondering, were you talking to somebody? That's what I meant. I didn't want to interrupt you.
You're keeping well anyway, you are.
Keeping the very best. Thank you very much.
Do you enjoy this? You do?
I do, but not as much as I used to. You know, I'm more now for the cup of complan at bedtime and the coal fire. You know,
it's not
getting more to my. It's more in my league now, Niall.
I don't believe that for a minute.
I still have an interest in politics, though.
Yeah, you do. All right. Were you in Donegal today, or were you?
No, I wasn't, Niall. I was working today, and I could just come home at 8 o'clock or 7:30, and Brendan rang me to say he was coming up here. So I said, it's great with meeting people.
Yeah.
It's like going to a wake, you know, you meet people here that I haven't seen for 20 years, including yourself.
I'm not sure whose wake it is, though, Fonzie. That's to be determined.
No, I don't mean it that way, Niall.
There's no party wake going on anyway.
I don't mean it that way.
Yeah. Okay, well, you've been involved for a long time, as we know. For many, many years. You were a councillor for how long were you a councillor again?
I was lucky enough to be a councillor for 29 years.
29 years.
I was elected 6 times, and I was the mayor of Ballyshannon on 3 occasions. I was very fortunate, and I made a lot of good friends in politics, which I still have, you know, in all parties, all different colours, and glad I was involved in politics. I enjoyed it. Probably changed now, Niall, I think. I think politics has changed a bit now. It's got a bit nastier and
has it?
Maybe a bit dirtier. The social media thing. I don't like the social media.
There was more camaraderie, was there, in your day? As in,
most certainly. Yeah, there was no texting, there was no mobile phones. You know, you weren't reading stuff on social media that's on it now. You know, I think the stuff on social media now is absolutely ridiculous. Thank God there was nothing like that in my day. We used to go to the meetings and we had our differences, but when the meeting was over, it was all forgotten about, and we're the best of friends, and thanks be to God we still are.
Yeah. Okay, you might have been a bit of a keyboard warrior yourself, Fonzie, would you have been in your time?
No, I wasn't. No, I didn't.
Always a man to speak his mind, as I recall.
I
now.
Speak my mind. Yeah. I would say it to your face.
Yeah, you would.
But I wouldn't put it up on Facebook behind an anonymous, you know, something else. If I had something to say to somebody, I said it straight to their face. And a lot of times I probably didn't make many friends to it, but I prefer it that way. Say something to somebody and say it to their face, but don't be putting it up on. I don't like the keyboard warriors at all. You know, there's far too many of them.
Fonzie was a sports commentator with Northwest Radio when I worked there for many, many years. Tremendous commentator, and you won't remember this, Fonzie, but one time Donegal were playing Meath in a National Football League game in Navan. And Fonzie was doing the final wrap-up report in the stands, and the crowd were filing out of the match, and Fonzie was giving it good about how unlucky Donegal were, and they went down by a point, and the best team lost and all that. And he was set upon by a number of Meath supporters as they made their way down the steps.
Yes.
And he hit back live on air.
I remember it well, Niall, and I remember.
Verbally hit back, Fonzie?
Yeah.
Or physically?
I remember the mobile phone, or the phone we had. It was about the size of that laptop there, and it was a huge thing, but it was state of the art at the time.
Yeah.
I remember there was about 3 or 4 of them coming down. They listened to me for a while, and then a fella decided to interrupt. You know. I don't think I hit back. I just told them where to go.
Yeah, live on air.
I know it wasn't politically correct.
No, it was great. It was great. I still have it somewhere, Fonzie. I must send it to you.
Niall, we were speaking there about speaking about the social media abuse, and I was speaking with Martin Hardy today. He did say it at another station, but Martin Hardy was saying that his kids have received abuse on social media, and that's totally unacceptable.
Yeah.
There've been threats and different things made by. And I think that politics, we need to get away from that. It's gone too much like that. I remember during the whole water charges protest, and people were entitled to protest. There was stuff on Facebook about us going into private meetings in Ballyshannon, and this person was a so-and-so and all that. It's very nasty. And I think even with the Frank Feehan campaign, and I don't make any apologies, there was comments on Facebook about our campaign and about Frank and about Fine Gael so-and-sos. And that's the same people then you have to meet in the street. It's the same people then that's looking for representation from all the councillors in the area. But I don't know what could be done with that, but I think you meet a lot of keyboard warriors, and then when you go and knock on doors, they're a lot nicer to you. But that has to change, I think.
Yeah,
you know.
I think everybody would agree with that. It's a fantastic resource, but just how you control it and stop that sort of thing happening.
I think the adage that you don't put up anything on Facebook that you wouldn't say to somebody's face is the only way to go, and people seem to forget that all the time. And it is remarkable how incredibly insulting and hurtful people can be to each other. You know, it's as if they're saying it to their computer. They don't realise that the individual is actually receiving it in the same way.
I agree with you, Brendan. I think it needs to be looked at. Would you have a view, Brendan? I was asking people earlier as to how effective or how much social media impacted this campaign, this election.
Yeah, I think I was speaking to a Fine Gael member yesterday, and he was saying that, I don't know if anyone of the panel is aware of the new phenomenon called TikTok. It's a form of social media. Tony looks very surprised there, but it's a form of social media. Are you aware of TikTok, Niall?
I've heard of it, but I don't know what it is.
I believe the Sinn Féin had over 400,000 hits on that, and then other parties had 4. So that's moving social media in a positive way, and to try to reconnect with young people, which Sinn Féin clearly have.
Yeah. I know they ran a very effective, very effective campaign on social media targeting young people and promising things for young people.
Absolutely, and I mean, people, I think, in fairness, Sinn Féin obviously ran a great campaign. The big word was change, and we're going to get change, but is the change going to mean that Sinn Féin will go in with Fianna Fáil, and what change is that? So I think that it was a word that was used and used well, but the people have spoken now, and
can I just ask Brendan, maybe from your political experience and looking at it from a Donegal perspective, because you have 2 Sinn Féin TDs, how do you think this is going to unfold? What's your instinct as to how the talks are going to unfold towards the formation, hopefully, of a government?
Pascal, I would have to agree with, I heard Tony McLaughlin speak earlier on, I would not be in favour of going into coalition with Sinn Féin, absolutely, under no circumstances. So whether Micheál Martin comes down from his position yesterday, which I believe he is, but I think Micheál Martin is a decent honourable man, but I think the pressure may come on him to form a government with Sinn Féin and maybe a number of independents or Green. But I think the Fine Gael position has been, I think, 100% solid. Would you be happy, Pascal, with Fianna Fáil going in with Sinn Féin?
No, we've discussed this at great length, and I mean, personally, I believe the Fianna Fáil are in serious crisis. Barry Cowan, who was one of the leading front bencher within the last couple of hours, has been reported as saying that Fianna Fáil have lost the confidence of the people. That message seems to me to be suggesting that Fianna Fáil will stand back, that they will not go into government at all, that they will leave it. Mary Lou has said she is considering herself as being a possible Taoiseach, and I think that Fianna Fáil are going to leave it to the other parties to decide among themselves, and they'll stand back from it. That's my own instinct on this, because there will be no benefit politically to Fianna Fáil. They lost, not only did they lose seats in the first, second and third counts, they actually lost seats that they used to be able to hold on to in the fourth and fifth, which would suggest that people didn't even give them a fourth or fifth preference in seats they lost.
Yeah, but I think if Pascal, Fianna Fáil on 37 seats, that's still a big enough mandate, and people, you can't, just because they've lost seats, there's still a mandate there, and they're still very relevant. They're possibly still going to be the joint biggest party. So would you be in favour of Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil going in together?
Well, the grand coalition, as we called it, it hasn't worked out very well, and I'm not sure, Brendan, whether you'd agree that at local level that there is still intense political rivalry between the two parties, and I'm not sure that they will be able to square the circle. That would be my own view. I think that the supporters in both parties wouldn't necessarily welcome a merger, and also the consequences of a merger is that it would, in my opinion, adversely affect the future of both parties, and it is exactly what those on the left would want to see.
Okay, Tony, did you want to come in on that conversation or something?
Yeah, just first of all to say and to welcome Fonzie, who has been, as you're right, we listened to him for years there as a commentator with Northwest Radio, and indeed an activist and a very fine councillor for many, many years, and worked with distinction there for the people of Ballyshannon for all the years, and it's great to see Barry Sweeney there with Brendan and Councillor Barry Sweeney elected there last year, but also what Brendan was saying and Fonzie there over the years, the support that they have given, but also Brendan, you were talking there about just what Pascal was saying there. I'm of the firm belief, like, you know what I mean, that we have to stand back. The people have spoken. We've got the message loud and clear, I think, and I think from a government point, there's no way that we can enter any partnerships or whatever else at this stage. But I think that Micheál Martin is softened and perhaps maybe Fianna Fáil and Sinn Féin may come up with something.
I think people have spoken, Tony, and if Fine Gael come in as the third largest party, which we're looking to be, well, surely the top two will have to win together. And people want to change. Micheál Martin wanted Fine Gael out of government. He's got it now, I believe, and Sinn Féin want to change. So I think they have changed now, and it's up to Fianna Fáil now and Sinn Féin to do the right thing, Pascal.
Again, I have no inside track on this. This is only my own instincts and my own theories. But I believe that Fianna Fáil are in severe crisis, that they are facing a crossroads as to their future relevance, despite what you're saying about them being the largest party. And I think that political pragmatism, which has tended to rule Fianna Fáil's thinking over many decades, may at the end of the day dictate that it would not be in their interests because to go into government at all. Remember, Micheál Martin over the last number of weeks fought the election campaign among a number of other issues, but one being in the national interest, that they had provided the confidence supply agreement and had stuck with it through thick and thin in the national interest. And what did they get for it? They got a kick in the pants. And therefore, I think that message is not going to resonate at all. I think Micheál Martin saying what he's saying might have been a reaction to what I think may be him having to stand aside.
Okay, I just want to ask, sorry for speaking about TikTok, there's a lot of people wondering, considering the uncertainty there is over the formation of our government. I think we asked you this yesterday, Tony, but what happened? Are you still a TD until the next government is formed? And they're asking about you and Pat the Cope Gallagher, and you're not.
Once the election is called.
Yeah.
You're still operating. Still representations coming in and everything else, and there's quite an amount of stuff that has got the office being cleared out, the Dublin office and all that. But until I suppose the government ministers, the Taoiseach, all the government ministers,
they're still
are
in office
in situ and will be until but not for Oireachtas members as TDs or senators are still in place.
All right, okay. Brendan and Fonzie, thanks for joining us. Enjoy the rest of the evening, the next hour, which should see success for one of your candidates, Frank Feehan. And thanks for joining us. That's Brendan and Fonzie Travers from Ballyshannon. We have a quick ad break to take, and we're back again in the Sligo Park Hotel in a couple of moments.
But this is how we grow. Gotta give it up, sometimes it's gold. And knowing when to kill your pride. There's no one to blame, nothing really stays the same. This is how we grow. Sometimes we hold on to let go. Sometimes we hold on to let go. Sometimes we hold on to let go. There is nothing lost between us.
Hi.
And oh, I know you have your reasons. Some days I'm a mess, but I know there's a rainbow over all of the past. Your head on my shoulder, but I know we're better on our own. But this is how we grow. Gotta give it up, sometimes it's gold. And knowing when to kill your pride. There's no one to blame, nothing really stays the same. This is how we grow. Sometimes we hold on to let go. Sometimes we hold on to let go. Sometimes we hold on to let go. Sometimes we hold on to this is how we grow. Gotta give it up, sometimes it's gold. And knowing when to kill your pride. There's no one to blame, nothing really stays the same. This is how
There are 7 seats left to be filled in the new Dáil in 3 constituencies. We have to fill 2 more in Sligo Leitrim, 2 filled already. Martin Kenny of Sinn Féin and Marion Harkin, independent elected. Barry O'Neill, you're very welcome, former Fine Gael, Donegal Fine Gael councillor, of course. Barry O'Neill, good evening, Barry.
Good night, Niall.
Good night. Thanks for joining us. You've been in Donegal today, I know, and now you're in Sligo Leitrim. So what's your observations? In both?
I think it's been a monumental day for Donegal politics as well as, I suppose, for Sligo Leitrim politics. But I think more so in Donegal because you have, the end of the Pat the Cope Gallagher era, and not alone that, but I was just saying to Pascal Mooney here, for the first time since the foundation of the state, that the old Donegal Southwest constituency now doesn't have a Fianna Fáil or a Fine Gael TD. It's 2 TDs from the left in Pearse Doherty and Thomas Pringle. So that's a serious shift from Gweedore back to Donegal town, down through Ardra, Killybegs, that neither Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael will be represented along the west coast of Donegal. in Dáil Éireann. That's like when you consider back even in my short time in politics of 15 years, like it was always Denny McGinley and Pat the Cope Galler, and now you're in a situation where you won't have Fine Gael or Fianna Fáil. Like that's a seismic shift in Donegal politics.
I hadn't thought of that actually, because we were talking earlier, Pascal and myself, about the Fianna Fáil heartland in the north of the county, but I hadn't thought of the consequences from Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael point of view in the south.
Well, even from a Fine Gael point of view, like it's only 10 years ago since Fine Gael and Donegal could elect a TD in Donegal North East and Joe McHugh, and a TD in Donegal South West and Denny McGinley. And even 10 years ago we would have had up to 9 councillors out of 29 in Donegal County Council. Fine Gael now have 1 TD and 4 councillors out of 37 in Donegal County Council. So like Fine Gael in Donegal has basically serious work to do as regards, and I was there for the best part of 10 years as whip of the party, and I say I've been there. I served with Pierce Doherty, I served with Patrick McLaughlin, Thomas Pringle, and I congratulate them. I've seen them today, I congratulated them, but I think Thomas Pringle is a huge story in that all-county Donegal constituency, considering what he had to do in this election.
And he was tipped by so many people to lose that seat, wasn't he? Sorry, Pascal.
Outline to you and to our listeners what you were telling me about the transfer pattern, which was quite bizarre, really.
Yeah, sorry, just hang on there, Barry, for 1 second. I'll just bring in John, because John has some breaking. Just hang on there 1 second. We'll bring Barry back in 1 second. John, just tell us where we're at in relation to what is going to be the final count and the Harkin distribution. We'll come back to Barry then, right, John?
Yes, this will give us a few minutes just to discuss it before we have the official announcement.
You have it, John.
Thanks, yes. We have it here, yeah. Yes, we have. Cheers, thanks. Feehan plus 3,459. 3,459. McSharry plus 843, 843, and Scanlon plus 907, 907. So that's much more than we were expecting in the 3,400, and there's 1,700 votes that went to Fianna Fáil. So I think at this moment in time, Keith, we'll just wait on your comments on that there. But I don't think the surplus will come into play for any distribution on this, Keith.
No, just to give, when you add those totals to the existing vote, the expectant result of this count would be Feehan on 10,690, McSharry on 10,731, I think it is, and Scanlon on 9,315. There are 858 votes of Harkins as a surplus, but if Eamon Scanlon got every single one of those, he still would not be able to catch either McSharry or Feehan, and those 858 would not bring either Feehan or McSharry to a quota. So in effect, Harkin surplus will not be distributed. This will be our final count, and we will be electing 2 TDs not having reached the quota, and they will be Frankie Feehan and Mark McSharry.
Right, and we expect that count, John, in...
It should be very official within the next 15 minutes, I would think.
Yeah, next 15 minutes, okay. I'll just finish my conversation with Barry O'Neill, and then I want to talk a little bit about Eamon Scanlon. We'll just bring Barry back for 1 second, just Barry O'Neill, just to finish the point he was making. Sorry, we'll get Barry's attention. Right, so, yeah, we'll get Barry in, and then I want to speak about a bit about the outgoing deputy Eamon Scanlon, who unfortunately for him and his supporters is going to lose his seat here tonight. So 15 minutes it will be all done and complete and seats filled. Barry, you're just making the point that there needs to be a lot of work done from the Fine Gael.
and Southwest Donegal.
Yeah.
That's where we left it, about Pringle, which I think is...
Thomas Pringle, like his transfer today, it was unreal where his transfers came from. Like, they came from Aintu, they came from the Green Party, they came from... he was getting transfers all through the day, which no one predicted. And as I say, like, it's an amazing result for Thomas Pringle. I think while Pat de Cope's the story about losing a seat, like, I think Thomas Pringle's the story about, regaining a seat and holding a seat, considering everything was up against. And you have to take into consideration too that Thomas Pringle's a former Sinn Féin councillor in Donegal for a time, and Patrick McLaughlin and Pierce Doherty, when they took those two seats, you couldn't see Pringle taking a seat, but how he took it, he's defied logic today in Donegal by what he's done. It's a bit like Frank Feehan here to an extent, because Frank Feehan has done something similar when you consider where the Shane Ellis transfer came to him. And I was saying earlier to a couple of people here, Frank Feehan came out of Boyle, North Roscommon. There was 4,129 people cast their vote in North Roscommon. And when I seen Frank Feehan had only taken 1,239 number ones, I was going, I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
And then when you take in South Donegal, there was 4,250 people cast their votes in South Donegal. And Martin Kenny came in and took 47% of the vote. You'd say, yeah, he's certainly going to make it. And I think even from a South Donegal point of view, like, Frank Feehan would give any candidate going forward hope. If you can raise your profile in Sligo Leitrim, well, there's no reason why someone in South Donegal could put their name in the ring in the next election in 6 months' time.
Right.
Are you trying to tell us something?
I was just about to say, have anybody in particular? Or
no, but what I'm saying is what Frank Feehan has done. In fairness to him, he has, everybody said that it wasn't possible to elect a TD out of North Roscommon or South Donegal, and he's on the verge now of being elected, obviously, with this transfer, and he's done really well.
Right. And you won't go any further than that, Barry, no?
Well, it just depends when the next election's on. But you know what? Despite all the difficulties in Fine Gael and the conventions, and I was on your own programme only a few months ago calling for the party to have another convention after Sinead made her decision to step down, which everyone understood and appreciated after Jerry Reynolds. But I still would think that there's a lot of lessons been learned out of here, and I think Fine Gael and Frank Feehan have been lucky in what Frank Feehan has done. But if Frank Feehan hadn't got this seat tonight, there would have been serious questions to be asked of Mount Street in Dublin in particular as to why they wouldn't have held that second convention to let the party membership have their say. And I think even now, even Frank being elected, I think was a bad mistake, and I think there was mistakes there to be addressed in the future, put it like that.
Okay, and a final question on the national picture. Can Fine Gael do anything, or should they be doing anything now in relation to moves to form a new government? Or what would you do if you were
I think
in such a position?
There's been a clear message to Leo Varadkar and to the Fine Gael party, and I spoke to a number of people today who've won seats down the country, and I think the general consensus is that Fine Gael are going to sit this one out. They'll enter into negotiations, but I cannot see Fine Gael being forming any part of the government. That basically this mandate is towards Sinn Féin. We all know about the change. I really think the onus responsibilities now is on Pierce Doherty, Mary Lou McDonald, to take up what the national state has said here. The people of Ireland have spoken. They want Sinn Féin to be in government. Sinn Féin now must take up the mantle. They must take up the lead. And I just can't see Fine Gael being any part of the government. And I'd be very interested in the next couple of weeks.
Barry, many thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. That's Barry O'Neill, former Donegal Fine Gael councillor, of course. Right, okay. We're hurtling towards a finish here in Sligo Leitrim. I just want to mention, I think it's in order that we mention Eamon Scanlon, who will lose his seat tonight, which is a very, very sad thing for any candidate to have to deal with. Tony, first of all, yourself.
Niall, it's a night like this that we remember our colleagues and our friends and indeed the families of defeated candidates, and particularly for Eamon Scanlon, who was a sitting TD losing a seat tonight. And I think that I've worked with Eamon for many, many years, and particularly over the last 4 years in Dáil Éireann. And Eamon was also in the Seanad before that. But certainly for Eamon and his wife and family and friends, and indeed all his supporters, and including Keith here beside me, his Director of Elections, it's a sad night, and it's a tough night, because everybody goes in. I know there's always a chance, and Pascal mentioned it there earlier yesterday about you go into a campaign there's a chance you're hoping that you'll win, like what we have here with Frank Feehan tonight, and I suppose for a long while nobody gave Frank any chance at all coming into the constituency as he did at the time, and with the late allocations of the two candidates. But for Eamon, who has served the people with distinction, and indeed as a most courteous and conscientious public representative. I first of all met Eamon when he was a member of Sligo County Council with myself on Sligo County Council many years ago, and then he was elected to Dáil Éireann on 2 occasions, I think, and he was in the Shannon on 2 occasions as well. But it's a sad night, and it's a tough night for any candidate to have put the effort that he has put into it over the years, and indeed to be defeated tonight, and I've great sympathy for him. But then again, I suppose coming from the Fine Gael pool, I'm very, very pleased for Frankie Feehan, for his wife, family, his 2 young children, and his mother, who is here, and indeed to all his campaign team and his supporters and everybody else. They've put in a huge campaign, and I'd just like to congratulate Frankie as well as commiserate with Eamon's scandal.
Okay, well, Keith, obviously as Director of Elections, it's tough for Eamon and all associated with his campaign.
Absolutely, and while I've been here on the panel, I've tried to remain as independent as I can. But as we have said before about counts, I'm quite emotional at the moment, because I feel absolutely heartbroken for Eamon. Eamon, as Tony has said, has given decades of service to the people of this county and constituency in one shape or another, and unfortunately, as the day dragged on from midday on, things began not to look as good for him. And like I said, elections are cruel places when you get to the latter stages. And I remember Eamon saying to me before, only 9 months ago, because I was in the same position, having lost the council seat, and he gave me wise words to try and lift me, and he mentioned too about the hurt. He said, whatever about losing an election from being a new candidate or a first-time candidate, losing what you had is an awful lot harder, because built around Eamon there were a number of staff who now are have to look at options as well, excellent staff at that, and the people in Tubbercurry and Ballymote and who would have and the Boyle office and talking to in Dublin as well as Dublin office, they would have worked up a great friendship with those staff, and they would have helped an awful lot of people. And Eamon helped thousands of people in his time as a public representative. And unfortunately, he didn't get the just reward today. And what's more disappointing is, from Eamon's point of view, we increased his vote. We increased his first preference vote in the region of 450 votes. So when we were talking earlier in the day, we were thinking, well, where did we go right or where did we go wrong? We're struggling to see it. But when we look at the tallies, we all know the surge of Sinn Féin. And in Leitrim make sure it backed Leitrim candidates, and the transfer stayed around Leitrim and Roscommon, whereas in South Sligo, Eamon's vote was slightly down. In Ballymote alone, his vote was down 170 votes and boxes around it. And I'm not saying that's the sole reason, but people, if this is the first time South Sligo will have no TD of any description since 1954. Which is a considerable length of time. Ballymote, the town of Ballymote, since I lost my council seat, has no councillor, and now it has no TD. It is no political representation whatsoever. And I know we give out about maybe the number of representatives that we have, but it's on nights like this that people want and realise the value of having someone local. And I'm just so heartbroken for Eamon, because he couldn't have done any more. And from the campaign point of view, we never had more involved in Eamon's team from all over the constituency, out canvassing doors, and I would safely say above nearly all the candidates, we probably knocked on the most doors in rural areas, and that's why we were hopeful that in terms of the transfers he would get there. But my thoughts are with Eamon, with Anne and his children and his staff as well, and from my point of view, I want to thank on his behalf all those who voted for Eamon first of all, believed in Eamon over the years, and came out and canvassed and supported for him as well.
Okay. Well, I mean, that just shows you the contrast in emotions at a count. We have Keith obviously very upset, and understandably so, on behalf of Eamon and all his team. And then just a couple of yards away, as we can see on our live video stream, we have Mark McSharry and his family and team ready to celebrate. It can be a cruel game, as we say.
It's a cruel game, Niall, and there's no question about it. It's you see, we just see it here. Keith has quite rightly outlined the effort that they've made to secure Eamon's seat again. And I must say, I didn't mention it there, but on numerous occasions over the last number of years in Dáil Éireann, when there were issues pertaining to the constituency, Eamon played a pivotal role on many occasions with myself and our other two colleagues, Martin Kenny and Mark McSharry. But there were many times when there were issues that needed to be highlighted, either whether it was Eamon was promoting it or myself or whatever. But he was always there, very supportive on behalf of the people that he represented, and represented with honour and distinction and with credibility.
Okay, and there's some fantastic shots, not only of Mark McSharry and his support team, but of Frank Feehan and his wife and family as well. We're going to have this final count. Sorry, Sinead, you want to say we're going to have this final count any moment, so stay with us.
Yeah, just add to those comments. I heard some of what Keith said in relation to Eamon. I met Eamon first when I went on to the council, and he was an absolute gentleman from the moment I met him. Very supportive, very helpful to a new person going on to the council without any experience. He was then very quickly elected to the Dáil, obviously having been there previously. And I would be aware from people that he would have a very strong work record in the south.
We're going to have this count now. Right. This is the final count in Sligo.
The following is the result of the 15th count, which consisted of the distribution of Thomas Walsh's votes of 5,975. Feehan Frankie Fine Gael plus 3,459, giving him a total of 10,690. 10690. McSharry Mark Fianna Fáil plus 843, giving him a total of 10,734. 10734. Scanlon Eamon Fianna Fáil plus 907, giving him a total of 9,316. 9316. Non-transferable papers not effective 766. As no candidate has reached the quota on this count, as there is one continuing candidate more than the number of seats left to be filled, and the distribution of the available surplus cannot bring the lowest candidate level with or above the second lowest candidate, I deem the following candidates to be elected without reaching the quota: McSharry Mark and Feehan Frankie.
Let's try and get some reaction immediately here. Frank Feehan, first and foremost, congratulations. We're here in the middle of all your supporters.
To formally declare the result of the election. The following is the result of the poll taken on February the 8th, 2020, to fill the 4 seats for the constituency of Sligo Leitrim. I declare the candidates to be elected in the following order. Martin Kenny, Sinn Féin; Marion Harkin, Non-Party; Mark McSharry, Fianna Fáil; and Frankie Feehan, Fine Gael. Thank you.
Let's see if we can get some reaction. Take 2 on this one. Frank Feehan, congratulations. Tell me, you've been through some tough election campaigns in the past. This one must rank up there among them. Well done. It's some achievement.
I'm absolutely delighted. We had a wonderful team. We had some great candidates. My commiserations to my running colleague, Thomas Walsh. This was a great election. We were very, very fortunate. Everything went our way. Look, there's a lot of things important in life. We are very, very thankful for everything we have, and I'm just delighted. I want to thank everybody out there from the whole constituency, Sligo, Leitrim, North Roscommon, South Donegal. Everyone was so open and so honest and so decent, and it's something that I'll remember for the rest of my life.
Talk to me a little bit, Frank, about the roller coaster of emotions over the last 24 hours. It was looking good, it was looking bad, it was looking good, it was looking bad again, and then it improved as the day went on. So were you listening to the experts, the likes of Pascal Mooney and John Comiskey, predicting this?
Well, I started listening to them yesterday, and then I stopped listening because it was difficult to listen.
The 4 newly elected TDs to Dáil Éireann, and I would like to wish them well in what will be an interesting term. My commiserations to the other candidates who were unsuccessful on this occasion, and I'd like to commend them on their bravery, I suppose, and to put their name forward and to put their name on the ballot and go before the people. I would like to thank all the candidates for the courtesy that they have afforded me since the election was declared, and I would also like to thank the members of the Gardaí who provided security to our 215 polling stations around the constituency in 4 counties, and to the security provided here at the Count Centre over the last 2 days and again tonight. I would thank the media organisations for their cooperation, and I hope that the facilities that we can afford, we are restricted in what we can provide because the venue is just small, but I hope that they were satisfied with the facilities that we could afford them. I would like to thank Jerry Moore and the staff of the Sligo Park Hotel, who provided us with all the facilities that we needed and looked after us very well, and I think it all went off very well as far as the hotel were concerned, and I'd like to thank Jerry personally, who looked after the arrangements. And finally, to the most important people as far as I'm concerned is my team of supervisors and the counters for their diligence and their stamina over the 2 days, and the thorough manner in which they carried out their work. It was a difficult paper. There was 19 candidates, and it's a task. As I say, I've been doing elections for a long time, and it's never easy. We try to be as fair as we can. We try to be as accurate as we can, and I know you have been very patient, and I commend you for that, and thank you very much for that. But I would like to, if you give the staff a nice warm round of applause. So, thank you very much. So, I would just like to invite the candidates, any of them who wish to come up and to say a few words, they're very welcome to come up here to the lectern. Thank you.
Just before Mark McSharry makes his way up, we're going to grab a quick word with him here live on Ocean FM. Mark, first and foremost, congratulations. Well done. How does it feel to be home and hosed at this stage?
Look, very pleased for my team, my family. Delighted to have held on. But absolutely gutted for my colleague Eamon Scanlon. We managed the vote very well. We were very unlucky not to get both over the line. And while for the family and for our team here, we're very, very pleased after a very, very tough campaign to have held on, and want to thank most sincerely all the people who voted for me and Eamon Scanlon. It's a bad day for Fianna Fáil, and a lot of soul searching to be done. I'm glad that people have seen fit to return me, and my priority will, as it's always been, to work with my 3 colleagues, Marion Harkin, Martin Kenny Frank Feehan, to make sure that we maximise the potential of our area and the resources that we've been starved of for so long, regardless of who's in government.
Finally, Mark, as you mentioned, a bad day for Fianna Fáil. Some high-profile colleagues have fallen over the weekend.
Yeah, they have. Many personal friends of 30 years. But Eamon Scanlon, chief in that as far as I'm concerned, because I listening to the great coverage of Ocean over the last 2 days in particular, and there was people talking about the constituency rivalry and tensions and so on. That never existed with Eamon Scanlon and I. Since 2002, we shared the same lodgings, we had our lunch together, we shared rooms at different times, and I'm personally gutted, while relieved myself, that he's not here with me tonight.
And finally, of course, for whoever goes into government now, lots of challenges ahead. A period of reflection perhaps follows.
Well, it looks clear to me if the numbers go a certain way, Sinn Féin are the winners of the election. It's up to them to form a government. I think the people require change. I think Fianna Fáil have heard their message loud and clear, and that's going to have to be taken account of in the coming days. We'll meet as a party later this week, have a debrief and discuss all those issues.
Finally, once again, Deputy Mark McSharry, congratulations.
Thank you, John, and to Ocean FM and all the media here.
Thank you very much. Niall, it's back to you.
Okay, well, there you go. Some tremendous pictures and reaction there from the Feehan and McSharry camps. The returning officer has invited the candidates to say a few words. I don't know if that will happen or not. It usually does happen, I think, Tony. Most of them do.
He has invited them.
Yeah, he has invited them, so presumably that will happen next.
Over the years, Niall, that successful candidates would go to the podium and say a few words.
Yeah. Okay, well, Sinead, do you want to comment on that, the election of Mark McSharry and Frank Feehan?
You know, it's a huge mix of emotions, I think, in front of us there. Scenes of jubilation and relief and disappointment that we heard Mark express there in relation to the loss of his colleague, Eamon Scanlon. And as I was saying before the announcement there, that it was a pleasure for me to work with Eamon on the council, and I know he has been a fantastic representative for South Sligo, and Keith has spoken about the loss of representation in South Sligo, and that no doubt will be felt across the board. And I'm particularly cognizant of his wife Anne and family and the wider family tonight. I know they worked incredibly hard, as did all the candidates, in an effort to get elected. On the plus side, or a more positive side, it's lovely to see, of course, my colleague Frank Feehan elected. He's brought the balance back, I think, here in Sligo to retain the Fine Gael seat. He's here with his wife Elaine. They have 2 young children who recently moved to Sligo, and I have no doubt Frank has a very long history in politics. I think 19 years elected since he was first elected, lots of experience, and he brings all of that experience and energy to his work, and I look forward to working with him as a Dáil deputy going into the future. And then in relation to Mark, as I've said, you know, he was very open there, I think, in his disappointment and his relief at getting across the line in what was a very difficult day. I think we're all acknowledging that for Fianna Fáil, maybe particularly for Fianna Fáil across the country, and it's nice that for him that he has retained his seat, and that there is still Fianna Fáil representation here in Sligo Leitrim.
Just
Pascal,
to first of all congratulate Mark and Frank, both of whom I know exceptionally well, and also, I mean, what can I say about Eamon Scanlon that hasn't already been said? It's difficult to find words, and I think Mark summed it up saying he's gutted. That's about the best way of putting it. And on a personal level, to all those who fought the good fight over the last couple of days and were not successful, their families, supporters, it has to be a very difficult time for them, not least for Eamon, who has now got to give up his job, and all the other people that he employed are going to lose theirs. So that's the personal side of things. It was rather significant, if I could just say, Niall, the comments of Mark McSharry in the wider context of the national picture, where he effectively was throwing the gauntlet down to Sinn Féin, that it was their responsibility to form government, which leads me to the view that I have been growing over the last 12 24 hours, that Fianna Fáil may have a curve away from being involved in government, despite the fact that they will now end up, I think, as the largest party with a couple of seats ahead of both Sinn Féin and Fine Gael. So it remains to be seen what's going to happen. He says there's a meeting of the parliamentary party will take place later this week, where I'm sure that things will be more defined following that meeting, because obviously Fianna Fáil are going to have to make some sort of public statement as to their intentions, because Fine Gael have already made theirs clear, and from talking to Fine Gael people here, it seems obvious that they are now preparing to go into opposition, and on the basis that they're not going to form a government with Sinn Féin, and the Fine Gael Fianna Fáil coalition to me is a non-starter. So all I'm saying finally is that the remarks of Mark in relation to the national picture were quite significant, and would point maybe to a change of direction and a definitive policy position by Fianna Fáil in the coming days.
Okay, Tony, 1-1-1-1.
1-1-1-1.
Yeah. Would we have predicted that, do you think?
No, you see, all the pundits now, and I mean, were saying, like, Fianna Fáil, I suppose people were expecting that Fine Gael were going to take a hammering and that we were going to take a seat here in this constituency. I suppose Fianna Fáil with two outgoing, very active two TTs and Martin Kenny, I suppose nobody expected that Sinn Féin were going to get that landslide that they got in this constituency, and then Marian Harkin coming into the constituency. When Marian Harkin decided that she was going to run, that threw everybody off course, like within all the parties, and then Frankie and Thomas, I suppose, coming late to the field for Fine Gael, but certainly it's a great night for. First of all, it's a great night for the party, because we were written off there in this constituency, and as a representative here for the last 9 years, it's great to see somebody taking over the seat, because this seat had been written off by a lot of pundits and a lot of people, not the people that's here around me, but the national media and many other media. People stating that Fine Gael were not going to take a seat, including Ivan Yates here in Sligo, Sligo Leitrim, and I think it's very important for us to hold that seat here, and I think going forward, hopefully we'll have representation, because any constituency without representation, I suppose, and the more representation you have, it's very representative when you have one Sinn Féin, you have one independent, you have one Fianna Fáil and one Fine Gael, and all I would ask is that the representatives that are elected here tonight, they have a huge responsibility to continue the work that has been done, and I think that there is a lot of issues out there, and I've tried to promote quite a lot of them in relation to investment, in relation to what is needed for this constituency, and that the four, irrespective of who's in government, that we get our fair share of infrastructure investment, that we get our fair share of jobs, and we have seen over the last couple of years that there has been a lot of improvements here, particularly in jobs and in investment and all this type of thing when you see what's happening. But I think it's vitally important that this continues, and that would be my wish, and that would be what I would be saying to my newly elected colleagues, our 4 TDs here tonight, and to wish each and every one of them the best of luck and good health going forward, because it's going to be a very, very demanding time and a very, very uncertain time in government or out of government, but at least that the 4 will work as a team, and that's very, very important, because I remember, say, from 2011 we had 3 candidates here: Michael Culreevy, who we spoke to yesterday, John Perry, former Minister and TD, and myself in 11 to 16, and then with Eamon Scanlon and Mark McSharry, Martin Kenny and myself for the last 4 years, and we did work as teams, and it's vitally important for the benefit. We are here to wear the jersey for Sligo Leitrim.
Thanks for that, Tony. Let's hear the victory speeches first.
First of all, I want to thank the staff here this evening for the tremendous work that they've done for the last 2 days throughout this count, and for their diligence in counting all the thousands of votes that came in for all of the candidates. And I also want to thank all of the candidates that went forward in this election, both those that were successful and those that were unsuccessful. For many, many times I came before podiums in elections where I stood up to make a speech where I had not been successful, and I know what that's like. But I also am very, very grateful to be here this evening, having got a magnificent vote of over 15,000 first preferences across this vast constituency. And for every one of those voters, I want to express my gratitude and the gratitude of the Sinn Féin organisation that knocked on your doors, that phoned you, that sought those votes. And I want to assure you that we will not let you down. We have had a mandate, not just in this constituency, but across the whole country, a mandate for change, a mandate for a different Ireland, for a new Ireland. And we are determined to make that happen. It is going to be difficult, but if it were not difficult, we wouldn't be here trying to do it. We know that we have an awful lot of people out there that are depending on us. We know that there are an awful lot of people on hospital trolleys in different parts of the country that want something better, and their families want something better. We know a lot of people out around every part of Ireland that are travelling long distance to work and commuting all over the country. And they're putting their children into childcare that they can hardly afford, and the people who are running those childcare facilities and working in them are very poorly paid for the work they do, looking after our future. Well, we want to make sure that those things change. We have a mandate for that change in this election, and we intend to deliver on it. Over the past 3 to 4 weeks, I've met thousands of people across the constituency, here in Sligo town, up and down the streets from Ballinamore, Mohill, South Leitrim, North Leitrim, Boyle, every part of Roscommon, and into Ballintra and Ballyshannon and Bundoran. And I want to thank all of those people that came out and gave me their support in first preference votes and in other preferences. I also want to thank the team of canvassers. I had a tremendous team of people across the entire constituency that worked very hard to make this success happen. And I want to thank them, and I want to assure them that their success in this election is just the start. We intend to create a new Ireland and a better Ireland. And it's not just for those who voted for me and voted for the Sinn Féin candidates, it's for everyone. We want an inclusive country. We want a united Ireland. We want a free Ireland. We want a new Ireland. And it's not just a different politics, it's also about a different society. And we're determined to make that happen. So over the next couple of weeks, we have a lot of work to do and a lot of negotiations to enter into. And we will talk to everyone. Because after this couple of days of counting, 160 human beings will be elected to represent all of the people in this jurisdiction. And those 160 people will have the job of trying to work out solutions for the future. And like all human beings, if they sit down and they work together, they can make a great difference. Because collectively we are stronger than we are as individuals. The votes, the power of your votes, is what put us here. And we are determined to make that happen, to make a better future happen. Every time when you go to a ballot box and you put that vote in, that is the day of true equality. Because no matter how much money you have or how little you have, your vote counts the same. Whatever your ability or your disability, your vote counts the same. And all of those votes were for change, were for a better Ireland, for a better future. And we're going to make that happen. So I want to thank all of you again. I want to thank the staff. I want to thank the media for the work that they do. And I particularly want to thank those who went out and voted, because that's what makes democracy work. We are very lucky in Ireland that we see it happening in front of our eyes. In very few parts of the world will you see the votes emptied out in front of you and counted in front of you, and you know what happens and you see the system. We have that here, and we should treasure that. It's hard work, but it's very much worth it. So over the next, hopefully 5 years before we're back here, I intend to represent you to the very best of my ability. I will be there to work for you, whether you voted for me or not. I will be there to do my best, as I know the other 3 successful TDs that are elected for this constituency will as well. And I will pledge to work with them for the embetterment of this area, of the Northwest, to bring jobs here, to bring a better future here. So tomorrow and the day after, we have a lot of work to do. And we can all go home and celebrate. And celebrating is good. But we also need to remember that there's an awful lot of people who aren't here tonight and aren't able to be here tonight that are depending on us to create that better Ireland. So again, I want to thank you, I want to thank the staff, and I want to assure you that I will not let you down. Gura míle maith go bhcarja.
Well, good evening, everybody. It's such an honour to be on this podium tonight. And I want to start by thanking so many different people. First of all, my canvassers, my supporters, my posters, some of whom I hope are busy taking them down right now, and also my Director of Elections. Your commitment, your energy, your enthusiasm over the last few weeks has meant so much to me, and I am forever grateful for that. Some of you have taken 2 and 3 weeks off. Others went to work every day, and you came home in the evenings and you went out on those cold, wet, windy nights. And you did that because you believed. And as I said, I am truly grateful for that. It gave me such energy because you believed in me and hopefully the things that I might be able to achieve. Martin said that we voted for change. We certainly did. We had a tsunami of Sinn Féin votes, but we also had an avalanche of independents. And it is very clear that many of those independents are elected from rural areas. And the people are saying to whoever is in government that the next government has to ensure, and I expect independents will play a significant role, the next government has to ensure that the regions get their fair share. That's why I went for election, and I hope I can be part of delivering that, because from my earliest days with the Council for the West, in fact, volunteering in North Leitrim from my earliest days, I have passionately believed with all my heart that a balance of development between the regions is essential. It should be the way we do our business and do our policy. And that will be the main focus of the work that I do and I'm privileged to do for the next few years. Look, I see Ocean FM are still there. Can I thank Ocean? You have been fantastic. You have brought this count into people's homes and kitchens all across the country and all around the world. I believe people in South China from Sligo were listening in. That is just a marvellous thing to do, and we all felt so connected and so much part of it. I look forward to working with my fellow TDs in the next Dáil. Yes, we may have different nuances in how we look at things and how we approach things, but at the end of the day, the people of this constituency elected us to represent them, and that has to be our most important focus. I also want to commiserate with those who were not elected, those who had the courage to put their name forward. I have been in elections where I didn't win. I have been in elections where I've done very well, and I've been in elections where I have hung on by my fingernails. And you go through every range of emotion. So for those people, politics is very public. People see your tears of joy, and they also see your tears of disappointment. So for all of those people, I want to commiserate with them and wish them well in the future. Finally, can I thank the returning officer and his staff. You were so considerate. You allowed talliers, people, to do their work. You smiled at us. It was like you were friends of ours. And you are so efficient. I knew, everyone in this hall knew, that everything was done right. And in an election, that's crucial. So to all of you, those of you who are still here, I know some had to rush home, thank you so much. So finally, it's a great honour, it's humbling, and it's a great responsibility. And to the people of Sligo, Leitrim, North Roscommon and South Donegal, can I say thank you.
Thanks very much. If it's okay, the first thing I want to do is say hello to my 3 children who I haven't seen in a month. Isabel, Mark and Julie Rose, and their mother Marie, who've been incredibly supportive to me over the last month. I'm sorry I haven't been around, but I can't wait to see you on Friday. So I hope people will forgive me for saying that. I want to thank the Pádraig and Trina, all the court service staff and the county council staff who have put in incredible shifts in the last 2 days. Clearly the working time directive doesn't apply to counting votes. And thank you so much for your efforts and giving up so much of your time over the last period. To the media, our own Ocean FM locally, who I think I said on their own channel earlier, handle general election in Ireland better than CNN can do it in America for presidential elections. So well done to Niall and all your team there. Thanks also to Shannon Side for being here. RTE and News Talk on the national side of things, and our own print media with The Champion, The Weekender, The Observer, The Donegal Democrat Post, and indeed the online media with Leitrim Daily. Thank you very much for giving all 19 of us who put our names forward to make our case, to have the platform, to put forward our policies and so on over the last period. Modern politics could not exist and thrive in our democracy without your leadership and contribution. I want to sincerely thank the electorate of Sligo Leitrim, South Donegal and North Roscommon for sparing me, frankly, in what has been a bad election for Fianna Fáil. Within that, we've lost many, many very fine colleagues nationally. But to my mind, and most important to me on a personal as well as political level, is that, with no disrespect to my colleagues who've been elected, is Eamon Scanlon, who since 1985 has lived, ate, slept public service, whether it was on the council, whether it was in the Senate, whether it was in the Dáil. In fact, for the short period that there was a blip where he was out, he didn't stop them either. I'm personally gutted that it hasn't worked out this time for Eamon and Anne and the family, because it's a family business, this, in terms of everybody's sucked into working in some aspect, and I'm sure my colleagues would agree, and Eamon and Anne and the family have given unstinting effort, work on behalf of all of these people. And I know there is nobody involved in politics from any colour, independent, Sinn Féin, Labour, Fianna Fáil or other, who wouldn't absolutely agree with that statement. In a general sense, from a Fianna Fáil perspective, I want to say we've lost this election. The people have spoken, and I would like them to know, those of us that have been lucky enough to survive have heard you loud and clear. We will do better. We have listened, and things will change. For the campaign itself, I want to sincerely thank all my election team and canvassers. Chief among them is the 5-star general campaign manager I have, and that's Edel McSharry Hughes. and her husband Niall and the children who have been incredible over the last month. All of my own family, and we're quite large, brothers and sisters, my father, Mairead, all the canvassers, all of the team for doing so much. I can never thank you enough, and it's your efforts that have me here today. As I said 4 years ago, when I was elected first to the Dáil, the four of us, while as Marion said, may have a nuanced approach or a nuanced small difference on a national issue from time to time, we will be 100% focused on working together when it comes to the North West. In fairness, Martin and I, and indeed Tony and Eamon, attended more joint meetings with ministers, with various groups to try and advance the case. Some worked out, others didn't. And I know, and I'm delighted to be working with Martin and Marion and Frank in that regard. And I am totally committed to ensuring that I represent the constituency to the absolute best of my ability. Thank you all once again.
Pádraig O'Grady, staff, thank you for all your commitment over the last few nights, the last few days. I have to say this count was done very professionally, it was done very courteously, and I want a round of applause for everybody that has been working here today. I also want to thank my team of canvassers. I want to thank the media, Shannonside, Ocean FM, all the various newspapers, but most importantly, the people in this constituency of Sligo, Leitrim, North Roscommon and South Donegal. There are two different issues here. There's a Facebook life and there's a real life. And as a politician, we went round to every house and people challenged us with various issues. There was pensions and there was health and various, but they articulated in such a way. But I'm so honoured to have met so many decent people out there. It's great there's still an Irish welcome there. People articulate, but we cannot now differentiate, or we cannot now hope that people talk about Facebook. There are people on Facebook who don't represent real life. It was wonderful to meet the people out there. I heard you loud and clear, and I believe that the next government, that whoever it is, that we have to address those issues that were articulated on the doorstep. When I got involved in politics first, a very good friend of mine said to me, he said, Frank, the fight's never what the fight's about. And sometimes in politics there's a lot of nonsense. But in politicians we've got to stand up. We've got to stand up for what we believe, and we've got to deliver. And one of my great days in my life, apart from meeting you, Elaine, by the way, was in 1985 when the Anglo-Irish Agreement was signed. And it led to the Good Friday Agreement. Because I want to unite the people of this Ireland. I don't want just a united Ireland. United Ireland talks about people and this. We got to unite the people of this Ireland. And that's what we got to do. And I will work with you, Martin Kenny, and you, Mark McSharry, and you, Marion Harkin, and everybody to ensure we do that. Because we will not have a united Ireland. We will not have one Ireland. We want an agreed Ireland until we unite the people of this country. And finally, what a wonderful country we have. And sometimes, you know, we're happy when we're miserable. We should start getting out there and letting people know that the Northwest is the place to be. The Northwest will be the new Galway. And with the 2040 development plan, as whatever government is there, we have to deliver on all of that, what's in that 2040 development plan. And finally, I just want to say, Elaine, You brought me such joy and such happiness. We've a 3-year-old girl and a 3-month boy. That's much more important than being elected here today. Thank you very much. What's there to say? We have a job to do, and we've got to do it with our own conviction, and we've got to do it with our own personalities. But it has been an absolute pleasure to go to every door in North Roscommon, Sligo, Leitrim and South Donegal, and I won't let you down. Thank you.
Okay, that's the 4 winning candidates, the 4 new TDs for Sligo Leitrim. Martin Kenny, Mark McSherry, Marion Harkin and Frank Feehan.
By the way, I just got 2 texts that came in complimenting all of the staff and everybody involved. One from our good friend Phelan McGurn in Manor Hamilton and Mark McGowan.
I was making out a list here, and I'd say there must be 40 people on the list who deserve equal credit, which I'll come to later. I didn't realise there were so many people involved until I actually started scribbling on their names. We're only the front of house. In fact, we've got the easy job. It's everybody else who puts in all the hard work and has done.
I just wanted to acknowledge the 2
because
they came in specific, not for me, but for the entire Ocean FM crew.
Yeah,
that's why I want to acknowledge it.
Right. Okay. We'll hope to get a word with Frank and maybe Mark before we finish. Pádraig, your reflections on
phenomenal
phenomenal
performance by Frank Feehan, first of all, to get elected. I suppose from our personal point of view, for myself and the other Pádraig, to have done the exit poll, the experience of doing the exit poll and the experience of actually probably worrying about how accurate we got it, but when we seen the results yesterday, there was, I suppose, a sense of relief first of all, but a sense of pride in the job that we had done, in the pride that the job our students had done, and all the staff of IT Sligo that were involved in the project. And I think all of those have to be thanked for that. It was a superb piece of research, really. It gave us a good guide to where things were going over the course of the last 2 days, and a lot of it bore out in terms of, we've seen that Marion Harkin was the most popular person in terms of transfers. That bore out in the results, and I think that was for I suppose us personally, it was an achievement.
Well, it was an outstanding piece of work. There's no question about that, and it is one of the most the most talked about points of the entire election coverage. Pádraig Carr.
Well, I think it was absolutely fantastic first for the Sligo Leitrim constituency, and it's the fact that it's the first local constituency exit poll that was done. I'd also like, Niall, to acknowledge the tally people and the accuracy of our tallies. When you look at the tallies versus the real results that came in, we were so accurate, and the whole lot of the people that worked out there, it's a massive team, massive cross-party effort, and it was really great to bring those election results to the homes of everybody that was logged on, online or listening, and we're really grateful and appreciate everybody.
We'll do another wrap-up in a minute. Frank Feehan, TD, welcome.
It's not as nice as senator sometimes. The senator has a better ring to it. Deputy has a kind of but I'm very, very happy.
Of course you are. And quite emotional as well as we saw up there.
Absolutely. Well, there's the real things in life, and we are so thankful in life for what we've been given, and it's great to get an opportunity as well to get a second chance in politics, and I want to thank the people of Sligo Leitrim, North Roscommon and South Donegal for putting their trust in me.
You pulled it off against the predictions of many. And you've never lost an election. You've retained that record, which is quite incredible.
Well, I better not go for an election again, just in case I do. Look, a lot of times, sometimes in life and in politics, you get the breaks, and I got the breaks on this occasion. I want to thank my colleague Thomas Walsh for getting out there and working as a team to try to get the seat for Fine Gael. It was always going to be difficult, I want to pay tribute to all the candidates who put their names on forwards, all their teams. I think everybody that we'd meet, all the various teams of canvassers, we all got on extremely well. And for those, I just want to pay tribute as well to my great friend, Eamon Scanlon. I met Eamon in 2002 when I went for the Senate, and he was always a great friend, and my commiserations to Eamon on losing out. I also want to thank, pay tribute to Tony McLaughlin, who was a wonderful TD, who delivered for this constituency and has stepped down. Look, we have a job to do. We have 4 excellent TDs to represent the constituency, and I look forward to working cross-party to delivering for this constituency. But also, we cannot hide sometimes. We heard the people loud and clear, and we have to deliver now.
Okay, and you never lost hope, even though there were indications yesterday and then again early this morning that Eamon Scanlon might hang on to the seat. You never, I was watching you all, you never really lost hope, did you?
No, I just felt that we had such a wonderful campaign. I suppose when you're in politics 20 years, you get a lot more relaxed about things. And if I lost the seat or I didn't get the seat, I'd go out the door the same way as I'm going out tonight. Okay, it's much nicer going out tonight, but again, we are so thankful, myself and Elaine, for the breaks we've got in life. As I said, we have a three-year-old girl and a 3-month-old boy, and it means so much to us, and we realise how thankful we are. And there's people out there around the country who know what I'm saying, and that's what's most important in my life. But what's really important now is the people that have put the trust in me, and I have to work and deliver.
Okay, I don't want to keep you from your family and your supporters and your colleagues, but if I said the name Gordon McCrae to you, what would it mean?
Over a beautiful morning.
Now, there is a tradition, is there not, Frank?
Well, I haven't done it for a long time now, I'm afraid.
Come on, you have to do it.
There's a bright golden haze on the meadow. There's a bright golden haze on the meadow. The corn is as high as an elephant's eye, and it looks like it's climbing way up to the sky. Oh, what a beautiful morning. Oh, what a beautiful day. I got a beautiful feeling. Everything's going our way. Oh, what a beautiful day.
Frank Feehan, many thanks for doing that. Sorry for putting you on the spot, and congratulations. It is a tradition, Frank. Thanks very much.
A man of many talents.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
that's the first I've seen of that. It's lovely.
Yeah.
Lovely to see that jubilation.
And he has a good voice. He could be recruited by your husband before too long.
He can carry a tune, as they say now.
Yeah.
Absolutely great to see Frank elected, and wonderful for his wife Elaine and her young family.
And indeed, a very appropriate song to be singing for Frank. Indeed, a beautiful day it was, because I know yesterday, while he says he wasn't worried, he said he made a comment that if he had under 500 votes, he would have been happier, but he didn't need them in the end, as he proved to be very transfer friendly. So congratulations to Frank and to his team, and we wish him well, as I wish the 4 deputies representing this constituency well, that they will do the best for the area over whatever duration of the term.
Okay, I don't want this man to I don't want this man to run off, because we have to say something about him as well. He's not gone yet. We talked to him before he goes. He's shaking hands with people. We'll be wrapping up in a minute. So just as I say, 4 TDs, 4 progressive TDs, I think. Very strong-willed, very opinionated. I think they'll represent the constituency well.
Well, every candidate that puts themselves forward wants to do the best that they can for the constituency, and no one would doubt any of the 19 that put their name forward. So the 4 that will represent us in Dáil Éireann, and in fairness to them all, they have all, while they all come from 4 different political groupings, they have all said that they want to wear the team jersey for the 4 counties within our constituency, and that is the most important thing. And it was nice, I suppose, again, it was nice to hear the tributes towards Eamon. I think that reflects Eamon, that I don't think anyone has a bad word to say about Eamon, but certainly the 4 I think that we have sent, or are sending to Dáil Éireann, will do their very best for the constituency.
And each with their own very strong track record. And it was lovely to hear, I think, Mark talk about the work that had been done in the last Dáil, how they had operated so closely together to try and get and garner as much as possible for the Northwest, and I have no doubt that will continue. Just in relation to Frank, I think he's an eternal optimist.
Yeah.
No matter when you speak to Frank, how are you, Frank? Never been better is generally the answer. And I think that's genuinely how he is, and he has a very positive outlook.
Well, that helped him.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
that's exactly what I was about to say, Niall. I think it paid off in spades, because his campaign might have been slightly slower than Thomas's to get off the ground, but it was always never been better, and things are going great, and it turned out for him in the end to be just that. So yeah, it's a great day for him and his family.
Right, okay. We'll be wrapping up very shortly, but I actually just wanted to pay tribute to Tony, because but he's busy with the new TDs. We'll talk to him in a moment, but of course it is. It's a poignant day for Tony as well, because he's stepping down from politics.
From a stellar career. I think he mentioned earlier that he had worked or been elected with Ted Nealon back in 1981.
Mark McSherry joins us now.
Congratulations.
Mark, congratulations, well done on your re-election. Again, great performance to come back again. As you said in your speech, you felt Fianna Fáil lost this election, but you prevailed. Not an easy thing to do.
No, that was down to Eamon Scanlon and I and Shane Ellis. I did watch, and the coverage has been brilliant. What's possibly not known, Keith might know, and he might not either. Eamon and I spoke every night. We had an open country policy, but we spoke every night to decide where both would do, where I wouldn't do, where Eamon wouldn't do. And it came up great. In another election, that policy would have had both of us 1,500 more apiece. It didn't pan out this time. And on a personal level, I'm gutted for Eamon and Anne and the family, and Keith indeed, because Keith is a cousin apart from campaign manager. I know I've shared rooms with him, as I said, and that wasn't easy at times. I know, Keith, have you ever shared a room with him? No. But I'm personally gutted, because since 1985, and I wanted to keep the words kind of relatively short for the speech, but Eamon was a ground-hurling politician, and that's what makes politics work.
Yeah.
And wasn't looking to be out centre in the media, wasn't looking to be in the photo, wasn't looking to be at the launch. This guy was a solid slave of a worker, for want of a better impression. Unassuming, all graces and no airs, as was his whole family. And Keith, his cousin and campaign manager, who got involved in politics himself. I am gutted for it. Now, we've lost lots of good colleagues nationally, but this one for me was personal. I'm not taking from the people who did get elected, but I'm extremely upset about that. We know that's politics, but
we could sense that. Okay, but look, a great occasion for you and your family and all your supporters. We could see it at the end.
Yeah, I mean, there's a very large team, and there's core organisation Fianna Fáil people, but I have a huge number of brothers and sisters and cousins and uncles and aunts, and they were all kind of doing something somewhere, and with the Fianna Fáil organisation, I'm extremely pleased for them. But as I said, Fianna Fáil lost this election. I don't know how the numbers actually have finally totted up, but I believe it's Sinn Féin's prerogative to go off and form a government now, and and Fianna Fáil, you know, we have heard it loud and clear. And as I said in my words, you know, we hear you.
Yeah.
We will do better, and things will change.
Right. Okay. 38. Yeah, 38 for Fianna Fáil.
Oh, is it 38? I should have been what, 37? Yeah, well, we'll see. Okay, later on in the week, I mean, as a party, we'll meet and have a full debrief. I mean, obviously, given the nature of this count here, I haven't been speaking to colleagues nationally.
Yeah, of course,
I don't know the lie of the land until we meet. You know, the pre-election position stands, but you know, we'll be meeting within the next 48, 72 hours, and a full debrief and a full discussion about matters will take place then, you know.
Mark McSherry, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy your evening, enjoy the celebrations with you and your team.
And look, and as I said, I mean, you've been watching a lot of media as politicians. You're out on your own.
Ah, well.
I mean, I'm telling you.
It's a team effort.
I mean, you're out on your own. No disrespect to the Shannon sides of the news talks or RTEs, but you are out on your own. They should draft you in nationally to cover elections, because you know how to do it and do it so well.
Tony's looking for a job now, you see. So.
Tony,
I'm unemployed, Mark.
Actually,
you know,
funnily enough, Tony. See, when Tony now having finished, I want to pay tribute to Tony.
Actually,
and I should have mentioned him above.
I'm just coming to that, and I'm glad you're here, because I couldn't let this.
I should have mentioned it above, right? Tony, apart from having an awful lot in common, and that we love the Rovers and a few things like that, and the two fathers go back, and his uncle and stuff. All that aside, I mean, in 18 years in between Senate and Dáil, over the last 4 was the first time I ever attended so many joint meetings on constituency-related matters with Tony, with me, with Martin Kenny and with Eamon. And I can tell you, Tony's party might have been in government, but that didn't stop him getting stuck in. You know, if we were trying to fight, some of the things worked out, others didn't. And I want to pay tribute to Tony and Paula. I hope they have a lot more time to themselves, because a bit like Eamon Scanlon, you know, Tony was a ground hurler who didn't seek the limelight over the years, and helped a great many people. And I hope himself and Paula have a long and happy retirement, doing a lot of fun things, seeing a lot of Rovers games, and maybe going to an odd game across the water too, I'd say.
Yeah, and I just want to join. I know Tony a long time politically, from Monday nights at corporation meetings and county council meetings, TD and all that. So from the media point of view, we always found Tony extremely helpful and courteous, and a pleasure to deal with. And we couldn't let the night go just acknowledging your political career, and I'm sure everybody here would like to echo that as well.
Endorse it and wish them well.
Yeah, I would like to join in those remarks. I think, Tony, you were first elected in 1974.
Yeah.
That's just a remarkable record. I don't know that anyone will achieve that again in this constituency, or maybe not further afield. And it shows a lifetime of dedication and service to the people of Sligo Leitrim. Initially elected to the borough, and then to the county council, and then ultimately to the Dáil. Re-elected to the Dáil. I know one of your highlights of your Dáil time was the fracking bill that you introduced,
absolutely.
and that stands on your record and will do forevermore. And as Mark has outlined, that's, I suppose, the limelight stuff, but there are thousands of people that you've helped throughout the years across the constituency, and that will also stand as a testament to you and your work. So I'd like to join in wishing you all the best, and Paula, I know, has been by your side throughout it all. She'd be delighted to have you under her feet, no doubt. I doubt it.
She won't.
But I know you're busy as well, with lots of grandchildren, and I'm sure you'll find lots of other things to keep you occupied. And I wish you health and happiness in the years to come.
Hear, hear.
Well done, Tony, and thanks for joining us.
Listen, I'm delighted I came in, because I couldn't believe it. I thought I was just after passing away or something like that. You know? I thought it was an obituary or something.
We'll take your call and rerun them one.
Yeah, this is great now. But all I just say, you know what I mean. It was, and as Mark has said there, and Pascal, a politician as well, and all of the politicians that's here, and all the politicians that I've met all over the years, and the staff and everything else. I mean, it was a great, first of all, a great honour and a privilege to be elected by the people for so long. And Sinead is right. Since 1974, when I was elected to Sligo County Council, 79 I went on the Borough Council, and I was on that then till I was elected to the 2 local authorities until I went to the Dáil in 2011. And I think that was certainly, it was the highlight then to be elected in 2011 to 16 and then to be re-elected in 16 until I retired there. And all I just say is to Mark, and I said it earlier there, to the 4 newly elected TDs for this constituency. They have a huge responsibility, and I wish them well in their work and indeed health to get on with the work. But I certainly enjoyed every minute of it. But I must say that without the people that supported me down through the years in all of the various areas that I was lucky enough to be elected, I think, on about 19 between all the elections, about 19 elections altogether, and particularly to Paula and my family. I mean, you can't do it, and it's Mark is right. It's all about family first of all, but then you have so many extended family. You have also all of the various people that and some of them are still alongside me and have been all those years from the very first time I started in politics, and the friendships that we've built up over the years, and that's what it's all about, like, you know what I mean. And thanks very much indeed, Niall,
no problem. Thanks, Tony.
Yeah.
All right, we better let you all go and go home. We've kept you long enough for 2 days, and enjoy your celebrations, Deputy Mac-Sharry. And that's about it. We've been on air for I don't know how long, how many hours, and I'd like to thank so many people from left to right: Sinead Maguire and Keith Henry and Tony McLaughlin and Pascal Mooney and Susan O'Keefe yesterday, and Pádraig Hart and Pádraig McGorty, John Comiskey, John Lynch and Austin O'Callaghan, Kevin Blessing, Cian Hamilton, our own Francie Boylan, Claire Ronan, Kieran and Seifer beside me, Andrew and Emma back at base, and Shamey back at base, Tobias and Darren responsible for all our online output, everybody involved in the exit poll, because that was really a tremendous success from our point of view. The students and staff of IT Sligo, Marie, Aidan and Michael, and all involved there. All our crew in Donegal, I hope I don't miss anybody. Michael Delly from the Donegal Democrat, Mags, John Campbell, Niamh Kennedy, Brendan Byrne, Daniel Bannon and Shane Smith. Thanks to Andy Mills and all his team for the technical support. All the staff and management of the Sligo Park Hotel, who were so courteous and cooperative to us over the past 2 days. To the security personnel, AVA Systems, Brian, Onodi and AVA for all the help, and we needed a dig out early today and they looked after us. To all the tally people for their cooperation, and indeed the count staff as well, who were very, very helpful to us when we needed information, which the public found so appreciative. So look, that's it. It was a privilege bringing you the coverage over the past 2 days. We hope we won't have to do it again too soon. So it just remains for me to say good night, and we'll see you on again, and thanks very much.